Bai Xiao's magic shared a mysterious resonance with the twins' powers, an unseen link that allowed him to absorb and replicate the mutations taking place within their bodies. As a result, two extraordinary abilities were added to his arsenal: reality manipulation and the speed force. These traits weren't simply imitations. They were recorded directly into Bai Xiao's magical core memory, evolving his power into something even more versatile and formidable. Chaos magic, however, remained absent from this absorption. The reason was simple. Chaos magic is one of the original forces of the universe, singular, ancient, and primal. Yet, Bai Xiao's own magical nature rivaled it, perhaps even surpassed it, though he didn't fully comprehend its depths. His power didn't conflict with chaos magic, but neither was it in awe of it. They were equals, or so he felt. Bai Xiao didn't see this as a shortcoming. In fact, he believed his own magic to be superior in structure and utility. Now infused with two potent upgrades, reality bending from Wanda and super speed from Pietro, his strength surged. His original combat capability had already placed him at the peak of the subcelestial tier, second only to beings like Odin. With these new attributes, he was edging even closer to breaking that ceiling. The reality manipulation wasn't limited to altering odds or physics. Bai Xiao had tested it quietly. Just a thought was enough to bring impossible objects into existence. Case in point, he recreated the Sword of Promised Victory, a conceptual divine weapon from Fate/Stay Night. Unlike its Earth legend counterpart, this version was born from the beliefs of countless minds and crystallized into a weapon forged by a planet itself. While not quite at the level of artifacts like Odin's Gungnir or the Destroyer armor, it stood among the universe's most powerful creations. Compared to the Gate of Babylon, which relied on accumulated enchanted weapons, Bai Xiao's creations had the purity of origin on their side. They were conceptual, not just crafted. He spent an entire day indulging in this ability, forming weapon after weapon, each unique, each deadly. There were limits, of course. According to his internal logic, pulled from Fate lore, he couldn't yet produce EX-ranked artifacts. Attempts to create Avalon only resulted in a downgraded A++ version. Still, this was a pleasant surprise. He now knew that reality bending scaled with his life level. Once he crossed into celestial territory or beyond, the limits would lift. Then there was the speed force. Previously, Bai Xiao's only real limitation had been speed. He was balanced in all aspects, but now, with this enhancement, he could compete at light speed levels, and possibly faster in the future. Time travel, dimensional phasing, those were still unknowns, but the potential was there. Flight, too, emerged more refined. While not a weakness before, it became optimized by the speed force's influence, giving him more control and agility in aerial combat. Together, these upgrades reshaped Bai Xiao's strategy. He no longer needed to solely rely on direct confrontation. With his newfound logistics, weapon creation, material optimization, tactical speed, he could now move toward a greater vision, cultivating followers, planting the seeds of magic across the world, and eventually establishing a nation of his own. For him, magic wasn't just power, it was his cheat code. Absorbing the twins had been more rewarding than he imagined, a windfall he would tell no one about. It remained his secret. Switching gears, he began instructing Pietro on how to counter mages. Pietro's current advantage, speed, was his only viable path. If he could reach a point where time stood still for him, or if he learned to phase through reality, only then could he challenge Wanda. Otherwise, her chaos-fueled magic left no opening. Pietro took the lesson seriously. His sense of duty as a brother drove him. Wanda had started relying heavily on Bai Xiao, listening to him, mimicking him, and seeking his approval in their spars, even if it meant defeating Pietro mercilessly. Frustrated by this shift in dynamic, Pietro swore to reclaim his authority as her older brother, even if he was older by just 12 minutes. Wanda, sipping juice beside Bai Xiao with puffed cheeks, noticed her brother's brooding silence. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. But when she saw him nodding thoughtfully and engaging with Bai Xiao's guidance, she let it go, concluding she'd imagined his hostility. Instead, her gaze shifted back to Bai Xiao. His side profile was clean, composed, and almost glowing under the sun. She smiled softly. Beauty, after all, deserved admiration. Nearby, Pietro exhaled quietly, relieved to have escaped his sister's emotional radar. Wanda's sensitivity made her an emotional detector. Nothing could hide from her. Watching the pair, Bai Xiao chuckled inwardly, like a parent amused by his children. He ended the lesson, and they enjoyed a moment of calm, sunshine, sea breeze, and fresh juice. Wanda finished her third glass, which automatically refilled every time. Such is the convenience of reality manipulation. She hesitated, then stood barefoot in the sand. Her long hair danced with the sea wind. Pietro, she said, her eyes burning. It's time to finish what we started. Our revenge. The sky darkened slightly with her words, blood-red hues bleeding into the clouds. Pietro cracked his neck and gritted his teeth. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Revenge wasn't something they forgot. It was a weight they carried always, no matter how cheerful they appeared. Go, Bai Xiao said calmly. Make your own choices. I'll be watching. In a flash of red and silver light, they vanished from the shore. Bai Xiao slowly sat up, removing the sunglasses resting on his forehead. His gaze turned cold beneath the blue sky. I've given you the chance. Now, let's see who takes the bait. At the Marbury Seaview Villa, two teenagers arrived at the gates. A boy in a hoodie and sneakers. A girl in a red leather jacket and jeans. She had long, flowing blonde hair and a fire in her eyes. Security approached casually. Hey, kids, this isn't a spot for tagging. Go home. They meant no harm. After all, the pair looked young, even like celebrities. But with a single glance from the girl, both guards collapsed silently. The boy nodded. She had made sure they wouldn't get blamed later. Intentions mattered. The gate crumpled before them, pulled apart by an unseen force. Inside the villa, Tony Stark sat up in bed, shirtless and alarmed. Beside him, a half-dressed woman stirred. Jarvis? Tony asked. Sir, all guards have been neutralized. Security systems are offline. External agencies are en route. Tony's face darkened. Damn. Grabbing the woman, he rushed for the basement escape route, only to find the intruders waiting. Pietro. Wanda. Tony froze. Why are you here? If your target is me, he said cautiously, shielding the woman behind him, let her go. She's innocent. We only met 5 hours ago. You may leave, Wanda said coldly. The woman hesitated until Tony whispered, Jarvis will wire the money. Go. As she ran, Wanda snapped her fingers, dressing her magically for the road ahead. Tony, observing closely, took mental notes. They weren't reckless. They were principled. That mattered. Still, he tried to defuse the tension. Any chance I could still get a glass of whiskey? Let's hope it's not your last, Wanda replied. A chilled glass appeared in his hand, conjured from nowhere. Tony took a sip, heart pounding beneath a facade of calm. So why do I deserve to die? Wanda's voice dropped. Sokovia. Tony's brows furrowed. Sokovia? Jarvis explained. Inland Eastern Europe. Population, 315,000. Recently destabilized. In 2000, war broke out, Wanda said. Rebels and the government fought. Our parents died. We were 10. Alone. In ruins. She paused, her eyes drilling into Tony's. And then a Stark missile landed beside us. A dud. We waited 2 days, trapped, staring at your name. Tony's blood ran cold. No, that's impossible, he whispered. Our missiles never go to rebels, and they don't miss fire. But Wanda only stared back, unforgiving, unblinking. And now, Tony Stark had to answer for it. Tony Stark had always taken pride in his weapons, flawless, unrivaled, and leagues above the crude products of Hammer Industries. In his eyes, Stark technology didn't fail, and he had never authorized illegal sales. Not once had he dabbled in the black market. First, because the Department of Defense would have crucified him. Second, because he simply didn't care about making a dirty buck, he was already rich beyond reason. So when Wanda and Pietro stared at him in icy silence, their accusation etched into their every breath, his mind rebelled. There must be a mistake. He was about to protest when Wanda's soft voice sliced through the silence. My ability is to alter probabilities. Tony's eyes widened as the puzzle clicked into place. A dud missile, probability manipulation. She caused it. That's why the bomb never exploded. That's why they survived. Wanda stepped forward. Tony instinctively backed away, hands raised. I swear, he said quickly, I never authorized any sale. Not a single deal went through without the DOD. I never lie, he added, almost defensively. Wanda's expression was unreadable. You've lied plenty. No need to list them. That wasn't lying. More like selective memory, Tony muttered. I admit I'm not perfect, but I didn't do this. I swear on my company. I'll check, Wanda replied calmly. Your villa is laced with anti-telepathy tech, but it won't stop me. With a flick of her fingers, the mental defense nodes hidden across the villa vanished. Now, she said, eyes glowing faintly. Did you lie? Tony stiffened. No, I've never greenlit anything like this. If Stark Industries was caught smuggling arms, the U.S. government would dismantle us overnight. We'd be bankrupt. His voice had gone hollow, his thoughts wide open. Jarvis's voice echoed faintly in the background. Unknown anomalous energy detected. Activating defensive mode, system override. Shutdown complete. But he was powerless now. Wanda had rewritten the rules inside this space. If not you, she continued, then who? Tony clenched his fists. Obadiah Stane. He's the only other person with that level of access. He was the CEO, my father's old friend. As soon as he said the name, his blank gaze regained clarity. His expression turned sharp with a mix of realization and betrayal. Behind him, Pietro casually walked to the bar, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and promptly stopped when Wanda shot him a warning glare. Call him, she said. I want to see him. Tony hesitated. Obadiah was more than a business partner. He'd helped raise Tony. But one glance at Wanda told him resistance was useless. He sighed and retreated to his room, returning with a phone in hand. Jarvis already sent out a distress call, he said cautiously. No, Wanda replied. I erased it. Tony blinked. Oh. He tapped the screen and dialed. The call connected quickly. Tony. Obadiah's familiar voice came through. Hey, Stane. You remember that Jericho missile concept? You have a prototype? Of course. Want to look? God, Tony, you're a genius. I'll be there in 10. The moment the call ended, Tony turned to Wanda, disturbed. What did you do? She didn't answer. Instead, she stepped onto the balcony, staring out at the sea. Tony sighed and went to prepare juice, iced, non-alcoholic, and handed a glass to Pietro. I'm not handing you liquor, he said flatly, even if you could snap my neck. Pietro took the juice without protest. Tony walked to the balcony and offered the second glass to Wanda. She ignored it. He stood beside her, leaning on the railing, the ocean breeze sweeping through his messy hair. I went through the Sokovia conflict records, Tony said quietly. The official narrative is full of holes. Someone tampered with it. I failed to manage the company. Our weapons got into the wrong hands. Wanda didn't respond immediately. Pietro and I once believed you were the villain, she finally said. Our hatred gave us purpose, but he made me realize how naive we were. Tony raised an eyebrow. Wanda didn't elaborate. You're not the root of our pain, she said, but your weapons left scars. So for the next 5 years, congratulations, Tony Stark. You'll lose a certain function. Tony blinked. Wait, what function? 10 minutes later, Obadiah arrived, smiling, confident, unsuspecting. He barely had time to speak before Pietro moved like a ghost, his hand gripping Obadiah's throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Tony sat motionless on the sofa, dead-eyed. 5 years without women. How am I supposed to survive that? Pietro looked to Wanda. She nodded. He let go. Obadiah crashed to the floor, wheezing. What is going on? He croaked, eyes darting between Tony and the twins. Sokovia, Wanda said, stepping forward. Obadiah blinked, puzzled. In 2000, you sold weapons to rebels in Sokovia, Wanda said coldly. I pulled the memory from your mind. You treated Tony like a son and still planned to kill him for control of Stark Industries. Her tone was emotionless. Do you understand now? Why you must die? Obadiah looked toward Tony. It wasn't personal. I'm a businessman. They paid. What they did with the weapons wasn't my responsibility. If we hadn't sold, they'd have gotten them elsewhere. Maybe, Wanda said, but I still hate you. And that's enough. She raised her hand. Obadiah didn't get a chance to beg. In a heartbeat, he vanished, erased like chalk from a blackboard. Wanda and Pietro stared at the spot in silence. There was no satisfaction, no relief, only the knowledge that one more shadow had been removed. Without a word, they turned to leave. But before they could vanish, the air around the villa twisted. A wave of foreign energy swept across Marbury Beach. Wanda's eyes flared red. Pietro moved instantly, white lightning arcing across his body. Boom! A colossal explosion tore through the villa. Fire consumed the structure as shock waves shattered stone and glass. The earth cracked, and waves surged in from a sea. Far away on the coastal road, a bolt of white lightning skidded to a stop. Pietro stood, holding Wanda and Tony. Behind him were a dozen unconscious bodyguards, saved in the nick of time. My villa, Tony muttered. My stuff. He glanced at the ruined skyline, frustration etched into his face. Not because of the money. He had plenty, but because that place had meant something. Now it was gone. Wanda and Pietro stood silently, their attention locked on the sea, where figures hovered over the water. Who are they? Tony asked. I don't know, Wanda replied. But they've blocked the space. My mirror magic isn't working. Pietro frowned. We need to find the source of the interference. These guys are strong, and we have too many people to protect. Tony felt his stomach sink. He was a burden now, him and his bodyguards. All he could do was watch. Wanda's eyes narrowed. The intruders had pale gray skin, wore blue trench coats, and horned helmets. Faint red eyes glowed beneath their masks. Tattoos marked their necks, radiating dark energy. They floated above the ocean like wraiths. Wanda scanned them, recognizing something ancient and forbidden. Demons, perhaps, beings tied to dark magic. She reached out to Pietro mentally. They're here for me. I'll draw their attention. You observe, rescue, find the interference point. Pietro clenched his fists. His heart beat faster, not from fear but anticipation. Got it. Wanda didn't wait. With a sharp motion, she formed intricate sigils in the air. Boom! The ocean surged upward. Spinning vortexes of water lashed out at the intruders, while lightning forked down from above. The enemy leader raised a clawed hand. Kill the rest. Bring the witch to me, alive. Black tattoos across their skin lit up, their bodies swelling with demonic power as they surged forward, trailing darkness behind them. The real battle had begun.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
A strong wind stirred the chaotic airflow, creating a closed-off area filled with cutting blades. The dozen or so enemies charging forward were forcibly swept away mid-attack. The disorderly currents furiously slashed at their bodies, leaving thin scars that healed almost instantly as dark energy flowed through them. This relentless cycle of injury and healing meant these enemies weren't concerned with the magical attack's lethality. Instead, they were frustrated by the chaotic currents disrupting their movements, making normal actions impossible. Behind them floated their leader, who used immense dark power to create a relatively still space around his body, preventing the airflow from moving him. His eyes glowed dimly with dark light as he murmured an incantation, and a flash of black light appeared in his hand, which he aimed at Wanda. Boom! A dark beam of light shot towards Wanda, its overwhelming energy shattering Wanda's magic and creating a suffocating pressure that even Tony Stark found hard to bear. Wanda stood at the edge of the highway, forming a triangle with her crossed hands aimed forward. Buzz! A brilliant red magic circle appeared, composed of 4 overlapping layers. From the first layer, a powerful red beam shot through the remaining 3 circles, its force intensifying with each layer. The thick red beam shattered the ground beneath it, causing significant collapse along the coast. Tony was also swept off his feet by the sudden gusts, landing a short distance away. The wind pressure made it impossible for him to stand. He could only shield his face with one hand and watch the battle in awe. The terrifying combat between extraordinary beings filled him with an inexplicable fear. His eyes widened as he watched the black and red beams collide in midair. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the world, the earth trembling and the sea raging. The ground quaked violently, and stone shattered. Without Pietro's help, the bodyguards would have been seriously injured or even killed. The clash of black and red energies darkened the sky. The resulting shockwave sent the airborne enemies tumbling, many of them sustaining severe injuries. However, their faces remained expressionless as black energy passed over their wounds, healing them instantly. Despite their cold expressions, they seized the opportunity without hesitation. The sound of sonic booms exploded as they charged toward the highway's edge, targeting Wanda, who appeared vulnerable after using her magic. But Wanda wasn't alone. Sizzle! White lightning flashed as Pietro charged at the enemies. Enhanced by his speed force, Pietro could fly for short bursts. He matched his running speed with his aerial maneuvers, effortlessly evading the enemy's attacks. In midair, Pietro intercepted the enemies, his speed surpassing theirs. Moving like a specter, he struck their chests with lightning-quick kicks, the power of which was enough to shatter the ground. Caught off guard, the enemies were kicked into the collision point of the black and red beams. No! The leader instinctively shouted, unable to disperse the energy in time. He watched as his followers were consumed by the clash of pure energy, their screams echoing as they were annihilated. Damn it! The leader cursed softly. Despite his anger, he remained calm. The remains of his followers left behind ring-like objects, which ignored the energy collision and flew toward him rapidly. Seeing this, Wanda's eyes flickered. Before she could react, Pietro noticed the rings and decided they should not fall into enemy hands. Despite the distance of nearly 300 meters and the chaotic energy around them, Pietro took a deep breath, focused, and gathered his speed force. His right hand glowed with lightning as he punched forward. Boom! The force of his punch created a powerful updraft, disrupting the rings and sending them into the air. Using a small magical platform as a stepping stone, Pietro sprinted through the air, grabbing the rings with his speed force without directly touching them. As he retreated, he punched the leader with a force enhanced by his speed force and strength. The leader, having anticipated Pietro's attack, had layered himself with defenses, so Pietro's punch did not cause significant harm. However, continuing to stalemate with Wanda was disadvantageous for the leader. He shifted his focus, his eyes glowing with dark magic, casting a curse toward Wanda. Wanda, no novice, immediately detected the curse. With her vast knowledge of magic, she easily countered the dark spell. Not only did she neutralize it, but she also launched a series of attacks with her combination of white and black magic. Their battle turned into a spectacular magical duel, with black lava, flames, curses, tornadoes of fire and water, and mental shocks emerging one after another. Pietro occasionally intervened in their fight, adding to the excitement. Tony Stark, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. The battle felt like a live-action magical movie, shattering his worldview. In his mind, money, wealth, status, and power had always been everything. But now, everything he knew had been overturned. A person can actually fly, and their flight speed can create a sonic boom. What kind of concept is this? How strong must their body be to withstand that level of resistance? Moreover, there are all kinds of magic. Even just watching the battle, he felt it was difficult to breathe. In this short time, he experienced extreme environments such as storms, ice, and scorching heat. If it weren't for Wanda thoughtfully casting a protective spell on him and the dozen or so bodyguards, he would have died long ago. The sense of helplessness and despair caused Tony Stark to have a peculiar thought. He disliked having his life controlled by others, and he didn't like being so weak that he could be killed at any moment, even caught in the crossfire of two battling sorcerers. He still had wealth, and he wanted to live. So how could he protect himself? Learn magic? Tony dismissed the idea. Not to mention his age, just learning magic to reach the level of the girl before him would take many years. Besides, he had no way to learn. He was sure Wanda was a kind girl, but that didn't mean she would teach him. He could stand in front of her every day, and she might initially spare him, but eventually she would be reminded of past grievances and might kill him in annoyance. Tony would be utterly regretful and helpless. For the sake of his life, Tony decided it was best not to appear in front of Wanda anymore. Could he protect himself in another way? Tony's mind started to work rapidly, racking his brain to think of a way to create something to protect himself using his own knowledge. Weapons? Armor? Armor. Tony chose armor. Armor that could absolutely defend against magical destruction. And considering those who could fly, he also needed the armor to fly and exceed the speed of sound. Otherwise, he'd still be caught and killed. It should also have counterattack capabilities. Running away wasn't Tony's style, so he needed armor with attack, defense, and flight capabilities. What would that be? A mechanical suit. Tony immediately sketched a suit of armor in his mind that he could wear. But he also needed a power source to ensure the armor could fly, which reminded him of the big device in Stark Industries. The arc reactor. The arc reactor was a piece of technology created by his father. A large arc reactor could provide power for a city for a month or meet Stark Industries' power needs for years. That would be more than sufficient for the armor. But the arc reactor was too big to be mounted on the armor unless the armor was several times bigger than the reactor, which was impractical and ugly. Not to mention, it would compromise flexibility. So there was only one other possibility: miniaturize the arc reactor. As Tony watched the spectacular magic duel, he was also mentally designing his armor. Meanwhile, the leader fighting Wanda was nearing his limit. He could hardly believe his eyes. If he weren't personally fighting her, he wouldn't believe a teenage girl could know so much magic. Moreover, she used each spell effortlessly and combined them into various strange combinations. Although she didn't know many high-level spells, her combined magic was nearly as powerful, putting him at a disadvantage. All the spells he used, both obvious and hidden, including curses, were detected and neutralized by her. Terrifyingly, the girl had extraordinary combat intelligence. What started as an even match soon turned into her easily overpowering him. What frustrated him most was her seemingly endless energy. After such a long fight, he was exhausted, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. Damn, this target was too tough. He feared this mission would end in failure. Despite his reluctance, he knew he had no choice. He stopped channeling dark energy, his body turning ethereal. Wanda's light beam passed through him, striking the ocean and creating a long trench and a spray of water. The leader looked at the girl who had also ceased her magic, and then at the white-haired boy standing on a magic circle in the sky, glaring at him. He hated that boy. If only he could reclaim the rings from his subordinates and gather the power of his great master, his strength would continue to grow. Then completing the mission would be easy, no matter the cost he had to pay. "You're lucky," he muttered, abandoning the rings and preparing to leave. Wanda and Pietro watched him warily, aware of his strength. Even with Pietro's help, Wanda doubted they could detain him. Without confidence in capturing him, Wanda chose not to pursue. However, she memorized his aura and secretly retained his curse on her. This was a signal point she could trace back to him in the future. Women and girls never forget grudges. Currently, she had no choice but to let him go. But in the future, if she were strong enough, she wouldn't. She could torture him in many ways. Wanda could be terrifyingly ruthless. Thankfully, they gained something. Pietro collected the rings, which might yield useful information. Just as Wanda and Pietro were about to let him leave, a sudden change occurred. The leader's ethereal form solidified, and a pure white hand pierced his chest. He trembled, vomiting blood. He stared in shock at the hand through his chest, feeling a divine power that burned like being thrown into boiling oil, with the wound emitting smoke and intense pain searing his nerves. Recognizing his assailant, he grabbed the hand, muttering a curse. A surge of dark energy swirled, and storm clouds gathered, making him like a ticking bomb. He intended to self-destruct and take his attacker with him. This made Pietro's scalp tingle as he dashed to Wanda's side, and Wanda quickly cast layers of magical shields on herself, Pietro, and Tony Stark. A loyal dog, so twisted that even his soul is corrupted. What a pity! A gentle, magnetic voice echoed. Just as the leader was about to explode, another white hand coldly and mercilessly severed his head. The head spun in the air, blood splattering, mouth still uttering curses. The self-destruction sequence continued. I said, "You should not have darkness," the soft, magnetic voice declared, like a clear spring washing the soul. It was a proclamation. As he spoke, an invisible force extinguished the leader's dark power as if it never existed. Without dark energy, only death awaited. The head spinning in the air was caught by a hand, and the eyes saw a strikingly handsome man, dressed in thin white gauze, with pure white wings on his back. An angel had descended. The pure and holy light subtly dispersed the gloom of the sky, as if the light had become the ruler of this space. And the one who ruled the light was indeed that angel. What the hell? Tony's eyes were really about to pop out. The previous battle scenes had already seemed absurd to him, making him feel that this world was crazy. But now, something even crazier was right in front of him. The legendary angel appeared right before him. Even from a distance, he could still see those iconic white wings, and the radiance emanating from the angel stirred a sense of yearning within him. He had never believed in any religion. Angels were no exception. He only believed in himself. Buzz! With a gentle flap of its pure white wings, the angel's figure suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in the sky by the roadside, overlooking Wanda. At the same time, a flash of white lightning appeared, and Pietro almost simultaneously stood in front of Wanda, shielding her. The angel glanced at Wanda and then at Pietro. As for the human not far away, looking up with wide eyes, he was ignored. An ant-like mortal was not worthy of his gaze. Even a glance was a favor. Are you Gabriel?" The head held in the angel's hand suddenly shouted excitedly. Gabriel? This name shocked Wanda, Pietro, and Tony. Gabriel, the seraph and Archangel, was known for holding an important guard position in heaven, responsible for vigilance and delivering messages. The trumpet of the Last Judgment in the Bible is said to be blown by him, and he is also considered a symbol of wisdom. That one of the most famous angels would suddenly appear on earth was simply unbelievable. Calamized dogs, you heretics also want to covet that power, huh? The angel, known as Gabriel, raised his hand slightly, glanced at the head in his grasp, and said indifferently, without any visible action, the head began to burn with blazing platinum flames, emitting a terrible scream before turning to ashes. The remaining traces were thoroughly erased. Gabriel flicked his hand in disgust, as if to shake off the filth, then looked back down and coldly said to Wanda and Pietro, "You are far more exceptional than I imagined. Bearer of chaos magic." Gabriel immediately identified the source of Wanda's power, while Tony Stark silently observed from behind, bewildered. What is chaos magic? It actually prompted the renowned Archangel Gabriel to descend. The group that attacked earlier must have been after the girl, too. He realized he was dragged into this disaster unintentionally. What a nightmare. Tony looked dismayed. "Are you here for me, like those people?" Wanda's eyes narrowed. Her usually gentle and calm demeanor did not mean she was harmless. She indeed was shocked by Gabriel's arrival, but did not accept his condescending attitude. Chaos magic should not exist in a human. By the will of the Almighty, I will take you to heaven. Gabriel said calmly, "Heaven holds no appeal for me." "That is not up to you, girl." You have been exposed to their view. You will become the center of contention, and the world will fall into strife and chaos because of you. Disasters will arise because of you. Gabriel's tone was serene, but his words carried a moral implication. Unfortunately, Wanda's personality had changed completely. Influenced by accumulated knowledge and Pietro, she only trusted Pietro and Bai Xiao. Heaven, angels, to the girl, were no different from the attackers before. No matter how grand or empathetic their words, it was ultimately just about chaos magic. Wanda stopped talking, her eyes glowing red, expressing her intent. Gabriel gently shook his head, his voice ethereal with regret and inevitability. The will of the Lord cannot be defied. You have no choice. Buzz, a surging and turbulent holy power, swept across the land. At this moment, Gabriel exhibited the demeanor of an archangel, his overwhelming aura suppressing Wanda and Pietro. No matter how Wanda tried to wield her chaos magic or Pietro his super speed, their powers refused to heed their command. This was pure power suppression. No matter how much magical knowledge Wanda had or how fast Pietro was, when the gap in life level was vast enough, everything was in vain. Gabriel, a high-ranking angel in heaven, his power level was inherently at the Celestials. This time, he had fully descended to Earth, albeit through a dark space created by Kalamai's followers, which limited his time on Earth, but he could fully exert the Celestials' power. Wanda and Pietro had no resistance at this level. Gabriel calmly watched the two, with pure white wings spread, while dark clouds rolled behind him. Amidst the chanting, a massive gate to heaven slowly appeared, emitting a holy and resplendent golden light. As pure white feathers filled the sky, surrounding the slowly opening heavenly gate, a large group of angels emerged. For the first time in 10,000 years, you are the first humans to enter heaven. Welcome. Gabriel flapped his pure white wings, his handsome face serene. Wanda and Pietro's bodies began to float uncontrollably, as if the heavenly gate were a black hole pulling them in. Tony Stark watched helplessly, wanting to stop it, but the vast difference in life levels left him rooted to the spot, unable to move. Just as everything seemed to be ending, a pair of hands silently touched Gabriel's wings. Gabriel's body trembled instantly, and his calm face changed abruptly. The holy light radiated, but to no avail as the hands viciously tore at his wings. The terrifying strength was like a raging dragon. Blood splattered, and the hands ripped the wings apart. Gabriel, severely wounded, fell to the ground by the roadside. Blood rained down, creating a tragic beauty. Wanda and Pietro's floating figures stopped midair. Seeing the newcomer, both smiled in relief. Bai Xiao, wearing a coat, t-shirt, and jeans, held Gabriel's wings, examining them. The wings of an archangel had high material value, so he casually tossed them into a magical storage space. Gabriel, it seems today is another fruitful day. With joy in his tone, he glanced at the distant heaven gate, which slowly closed upon, sensing something. Bai Xiao's eyes gleamed gold, not paying attention to the closing gate. The heavenly gate, akin to Asgard's Bifrost, was both a portal to heaven and a superweapon. Destroying it would require the maximum power of the Golden City and would wipe out all life on Earth. So, Bai Xiao ignored the gate and focused on Gabriel, an archangel, making the trip worthwhile. Since Wanda's chaos magic went berserk, Bai Xiao knew many would be watching. As one of the universe's primordial forces, anything related to origins was coveted. Some big shots might not care about chaos magic, but many more would. After all, who wouldn't want something that even Elder God Thon valued? Bai Xiao had been waiting, even confining Wanda and Pietro in a manner with his magical barrier, making them vanish from Earth unless he allowed otherwise. When Wanda and Pietro told him about their desire for revenge, he knew the bait was set. Gabriel's appearance was unexpected. He anticipated bold moves, but thought they'd send proxies or possess followers instead. Yet, he hadn't expected followers of a mysterious, powerful demon lord to seal off a space. This sealed space, like a mirror dimension but more confined, allowed no entry or tracking except for those followers. The Demon Lord clearly wanted to take Wanda and Pietro quickly. However, Heaven, having watched since Wanda and Pietro appeared, acted upon discovering the sealed space, with Gabriel entering personally. In such a space, Gabriel faced no dimensional suppression. It was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But the mantis faced an eagle. On the roadside, Gabriel ignored the pain, rose from the ground, blood flowing from his back. The sacred blood made flowers and grass grow from the soil. Angel blood contained immense vitality, though not beneficial for humans. The blood's allure made Tony Stark feel a greedy impulse, but his survival instinct held him back. He didn't want to die. Are you that human? Ignoring the blood, Gabriel's holy light healed his wounds, but losing his wings, a source of his power, was a severe injury. Only a powerful being could sneak into this sealed space and tear his wings. Gabriel immediately thought of a mysterious human, rumored to have invaded Hell, killing Asmodeus and also Lilith. Heaven, though seldom seen on Earth, knew all about it, including Camartage and the Ancient One. But no one could find this human who had killed Asmodeus and Lilith. Gabriel was now certain this was the man Heaven and Hell sought. No ordinary human, not even the Ancient One, could so easily tear his wings. Does Heaven also care about chaos magic? Aren't you devoted to holy light? Bai Xiao, interested, looked down at Gabriel, roles reversed. Gabriel, unperturbed, stared back, memorizing Bai Xiao's face. It's the Lord's command. Yahweh. Gabriel was silent. Normally, he would punish anyone for calling God by name, but Bai Xiao's power justified it. All right, I don't care. Boom! A blast, and Bai Xiao's figure shot down at light speed, grabbing Gabriel's neck and smashing him into the ground. Boom! The impact resounded through the heavens, destroying the road, sending stones and dust flying, with shockwaves scattering. Tony Stark and a dozen others were thrown back, Pietro swiftly saving them and taking them to safety. Whoa! Tony, feeling the ground still shaking, looked at the distant shockwave, barely able to stand. Shattered stones sprayed everywhere as Bai Xiao grabbed Gabriel by the neck and lifted him into the air. As a celestial, Gabriel should not have been so vulnerable. However, from the start, Bai Xiao had ambushed him and torn off his wings, the source of his power, leaving him severely injured. Moreover, Bai Xiao had grown astonishingly stronger than before. Not to mention his ability to alter reality, even just his speed force alone gave him an exaggerated boost in strength. His overwhelming power was simply too strong. Given the disparity, Gabriel's defeat was not so unfathomable. But for Gabriel, it was impossible. His mind echoed with disbelief, and his handsome face was full of confusion. To him, Bai Xiao was just a celestial, not someone who could surpass a celestial, yet the opponent's power was astonishingly formidable. Indeed, there were distinctions among the celestials, just as Gabriel himself was to Yahweh. Yahweh was also a celestial, and besides Gabriel, there were other celestials in heaven. But no one dared to betray Yahweh. Even if there were conflicts of interest, they never involved Yahweh. This was because Yahweh not only held authority over heaven, but also possessed the strongest combat power among all celestial-level angels. Yet a human, an unheard-of human, had such exaggerated power, even comparable to Yahweh. Do you know what you are doing, human? Gabriel clasped the hand around his neck with both of his hands and calmly said to Bai Xiao, trying to muster the holy light within him to break free, but he found an inexplicable force continually suppressing him. Your behavior is tantamount to declaring war on heaven. You will bring about the apocalypse ahead of time. Gabriel sensed a murderous intent. He could not believe that this human before him truly intended to kill him. Unable to resist the human's power, he could only resort to threats in an attempt to make the other relent. Logically speaking, letting him go was the best choice. No matter how powerful Bai Xiao was, he could not possibly contend with heaven, as long as he was not foolish. Unfortunately, Gabriel was wrong. From beginning to end, heaven was just a side quest for Bai Xiao, and all the angels in heaven, including Gabriel himself, were merely nutrients for Bai Xiao's growth. The theories you like to preach, God created the world, created humanity, created matter, and created life? Bai Xiao exerted a little more force, pulling Gabriel's neck closer to himself, his gaze like a blade slicing through Gabriel's will, and said softly, "You call your words logos." God said, "How grandiose in your so-called apocalypse, cleansing humanity." The apocalypse is a rule set by the Lord. Gabriel frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable unease in his heart. "Thank you for your explanation. But now it's my turn to speak." A cruel curve appeared at the corner of Bai Xiao's mouth. "I say, strip you of your Archangel status." An invisible, formless power, like a cold-hearted deity, erased what was most important to Gabriel. The Archangel status, or rather, the divine status. An angel who loses their status also loses the power of the holy light. The information recorded in their soul by heaven would be erased, meaning Gabriel would no longer be an angel. He would have none of the attributes of an angel, unable to use holy light magic, and his soul would no longer be pure. He lost heaven's protection. He would be rejected by heaven and unable to return. For an angel, especially an archangel, this was undoubtedly the most cruel fate. Gabriel was no longer calm. His eyes widened in terror as he realized the holy light within him was gone. He could no longer sense the gates of heaven, unable to summon or open them. At this moment, Gabriel was reduced to nothing more than a mortal stripped of his angelic identity. He was just a human he once scorned. "This is impossible. You cannot strip me of my status. Only the Lord can do that," Gabriel shouted in agitated anger. Wisdom? The so-called wisdom no longer has any effect. The premise of true wisdom still lies in strength. Moreover, as an archangel, only Yahweh can strip him of his status. Not even the fallen Lucifer can do it. Yahweh can do this only because he holds the authority of heaven. In heaven, Yahweh is God, holding the life and death of all the angels. Why does a mere human possess such power? This means that if Gabriel dies now, he truly dies with no chance of rebirth. Because heaven no longer has his information record, it cannot reconstruct his body and soul through holy light. For an angel, this is both despair and humiliation. "Perhaps I am your Lord," Bai Xiao softly said, then released his grip. Gabriel began to wail as his body disintegrated, leaving only a glowing blue orb, his soul. The soul of an angel, which should have been protected by holy light, was stripped of its status, reduced to that of a mortal. Bai Xiao easily invaded Gabriel's soul, extracting the information he wanted. The vast information was Gabriel's entire life, containing many secrets of heaven that the faithful longed for. After reading the memories, Bai Xiao mercilessly crushed Gabriel's soul. At that moment, with Gabriel's death, a surge of immense life essence entered Bai Xiao's body. Boom! A transformation, an unprecedented metamorphosis began at that moment, shaking the entire world. A divine aura swept across the globe, causing the seas to surge. Countless marine creatures leaped out of the water, and the animals in the forests instinctively knelt in reverence. Humans felt a dreadful unease in their hearts. Just as they were about to kneel and worship, the divine aura vanished without a trace. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. The human world was puzzled and debated over this event that lasted less than a second. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, the cause, had successfully taken that step, fully entering the level of the celestial. Floating quietly in the air, he gazed into the distance. The sea beneath him surged, as if cheering for the birth of a god. What is he doing? Not far away, Pietro, who arrived beside Wanda in a burst of white lightning, asked in confusion. "He is observing," Wanda said thoughtfully. "Observing?" "Yes, he is observing this world, observing the truth of this world." "He is a god," Pietro, Wanda said, her delicate face full of excitement. She understood what had happened and knew the reason behind it. Wanda was happy for Bai Xiao's ascension to godhood. Her heart was full of admiration. Pietro, hearing Wanda's words, looked up at Bai Xiao in a daze, as if trying to see the results of his observation. As Wanda said, after Bai Xiao stepped into the role of the Celestial, everything became active. His immense mental power grew further, allowing him to see into the micro level and gain insights into some unknown aspects. The previously vague information became clearer. Keenly, he captured one clear piece of information. Massive data flowed into his brain, revealing something incredible. A giant, seemingly asleep, was slumbering at the Earth's core. It was a celestial being, a newborn of the celestial race, with Earth acting as its womb. When intelligent life, humans, reached a certain number, their life force would be absorbed by this celestial being, allowing it to fully mature. In essence, the life force of intelligent beings served as nourishment for this celestial being's growth and birth. The Earth would be destroyed with the birth of this celestial. These so-called celestials are actually the gods of the celestial host. One of the most powerful groups in this universe, the Celestials, is an almost immortal space deity race whose consciousness has existed in the form of living galaxies for over 1 million years. Once a celestial is deemed valuable, it is encased in nearly indestructible armor. This armor is called mystic principalities. Each celestial has its specific purpose. To achieve their goals, the Celestials traverse the universe, conducting genetic experiments. They then return millions of years later to evaluate the results of these experiments. If the outcomes are favorable, further experimentation is allowed. Otherwise, a reset occurs. The most well-known groups are the Eternals, the Deviants, and the Primordials. Over time, conflict between these three groups escalated into wars, eventually leading to the Deviants becoming the sole surviving race, now famously known as the Skrulls. These Celestials are extremely powerful. At least Odin was taught so. Bai Xiao speculates that he might be able to fight against a Celestial, depending on which one it is. Some Celestials are not particularly skilled in combat, making them manageable opponents. However, against a battle-hardened Celestial, the outcome would be as dire as Odin's, who lost an arm and was severely beaten. Although Odin's achievement of fighting 1v9 is impressive, it is surprisingly exaggerated. Receiving this information from an unknown dimension astonished Bai Xiao. He had previously suspected that Earth's core might be nurturing a sleeping celestial, given the infinite possibilities in this universe. After killing that Cthulhu-like monster and significantly boosting his psychic powers, he explored not only outer space, but also the Earth's core, finding nothing. So, Bai Xiao assumed there was no celestial within Earth's core. However, the new information suggested that there indeed was a celestial hidden in Earth's core, somehow shielding itself from his psychic exploration. Bai Xiao, rather than panicking, felt excited by this revelation. If a nurturing celestial could be killed, how great would the benefits be? As for the consequences of killing a celestial, he did not care. There are strong and weak celestials. Those who plant celestial seeds on Earth are usually experimenters, not powerful. The real threat lies with the more formidable celestials. He now understood why Dormammu and other evil gods from various dimensions were particularly obsessed with Earth. Apart from Earth's unique nature, the presence of a celestial inside Earth made it a significant source of nourishment for them. His biggest fear was that the celestial's strength and characteristics in this universe might differ from his memory. Perhaps some insights into the celestial's power levels could be gleaned from the Ancient One. If that doesn't suffice, he could inquire further after meeting Odin in Asgard. For now, let the celestial sleep. It is not going anywhere. Other than this information, details from the unknown dimension remain vague. However, Bai Xiao is convinced that the microdimensional plane is highly special, possibly the legendary Dark Dimension. The Dark Dimension records every piece of information about the universe, human thoughts, every action, past and future. If this dimension is indeed the Dark Dimension, Bai Xiao would gain information about the entire universe. And perhaps not just this universe, but other multiple universes as well. This is too interesting. Bai Xiao suddenly felt that this seemed like another unactivated golden finger. After memorizing this information, Bai Xiao floated down. Pietro and Wanda approached, and Bai Xiao glanced at the bewildered Tony Stark and his still unconscious bodyguards several kilometers away. You spared him. Wanda shook her head gently. He is not my mortal enemy, but I think the next 5 years will be tough for him. Turning a playboy into an ascetic for 5 years is certainly a form of torment. However, Bai Xiao felt that this might be a good thing for this guy. At least he saw a future in him. A different future awaits Tony Stark. But Bai Xiao did not care about Tony Stark. He extended his hand, and the air currents in the space swirled violently like a vortex. The dark forces that sealed this space gathered in his palm, eventually forming a silver horn the size of a hand. Intricate and mysterious patterns were etched on the horn. When Wanda saw the horn, it appeared completely ordinary, like an exquisite collector's item. She raised an eyebrow. Is this the item used by those called the Kaiselius followers to seal this space? This is one of Kaiselius' horns. It belongs to the Demon Lord, containing his power and various dark magic. It's quite a valuable item. Bai Xiao explained briefly. As a part of a Demon Lord's body, this item was very precious. If another demon obtained it and used or absorbed it, an ordinary demon could evolve into a high-level demon. Bai Xiao did not intend to discard such material. The Golden City lacked such precious materials. Using remnants of a demon lord's body to forge the city would make it even stronger. However, he did not plan to use it now. Just like Gabriel's wings, he stored it away in a magical storage space to gather dust. In the future, during their journey to Asgard, he might combine it with the craftsmanship of the dwarves and rune inscriptions to reconstruct these items into the Golden City. Bai Xiao didn't bother to restore the place and left with Wanda and Pietro. 10 minutes later, a convoy of police cars arrived, and armed helicopters hovered in the sky. On the coastal highway, Tony and the dozen guards who had just awakened were heavily surrounded. Of course, they weren't being arrested, but protected. In American society, no one would easily arrest a billionaire. Especially not a billionaire of Tony Stark's stature. The police were there mainly to protect him. When the space was sealed and the signal was lost, Jarvis could not contact Tony. Following the preset emergency plan, he assumed Tony was in danger and called the police. The rescue response was swift. Besides Tony's influence, there were also his annual donations to the police union and the NYPD, which ensured frequent patrols around his residence to prevent any danger. This practice is not uncommon in the U.S. Rich neighborhoods, often donate to the police union to receive special treatment, making such areas less prone to robberies and invasions. Burglars aren't foolish enough to target wealthy areas. Besides the police, there are also SHIELD agents nearby. With sirens flashing, the NYPD, fully armed, set up a perimeter and investigated the scene. The bodyguards looked miserable and were being questioned by the police. Regardless of the reasons, failing to protect their employer, especially one like Tony Stark, was a huge blemish on their security careers. They sensed their careers were over. What they didn't know was that Tony did not blame them. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with them. Considering the extraordinary enemies they faced, he had witnessed Wanda using magic to battle what seemed to be demon followers. The magnificent magic and destructive power made him believe that without concern for his safety, the entire area could have been obliterated. The intense clash of black and red beams was an unforgettable sight for Tony. The sense of powerlessness would be etched in his memory. Facing such formidable foes, he could not blame his bodyguards. Sitting casually on an ambulance stretcher, Tony, though not seriously injured, had cuts from flying debris on his forehead and other parts of his body. 2 attractive nurses were treating his wounds. If it were before, Tony would have flirted with these pretty nurses. But now, he found himself surprisingly calm, feeling nothing towards them. The thought of Wanda's mention of a 5-year issue weighed heavily on him. Damn, my 5 years. How am I supposed to endure these 5 years? Alcohol and beautiful women were Tony's essential escapes from boredom. Now, it seemed the women were leaving him. He even doubted if he could still perform. But this was not something he would share with the nurses. He didn't want the world to know that one of its wealthiest men and a renowned playboy had lost his prowess, as it would make him a laughingstock. "Mr. Stark, I'm Sheriff John. I need to ask you some questions." A strong, bald man in a police uniform approached Tony, who was having his wounds treated, and spoke steadily. "Okay, Sheriff John. Do you have any burgers? I'm a bit hungry." "Sorry, Mr. Stark, we don't," John replied, unfazed, clearly having anticipated such remarks from the arrogant playboy. "That's disappointing. All right, Mr. Stark, I need to know what happened here. Did you see anything we need to know about?" Tony's eyes flashed as he shook his head. "Sorry, I passed out in the villa. When I woke up, I found myself here. I suspect someone was playing a prank on me. You know, there are many who resent the rich." "Yeah," John nodded non-committally, then glanced at the enormous 7 or 8 meter wide gap in the road, and at the ruined villa that once stood in the distance. With a pointed tone, he said, "Using some unknown means to destroy your villa and the highway. Such a prank is quite sophisticated. You know, the times are changing so fast. There are always pranksters on the internet. Maybe it was them. Mr. Stark, do you think I would believe that a prankster could block all signals within a 10-kilometer radius for 18 minutes, knock you unconscious, and transport you to a highway 3 kilometers from your villa?" Sheriff John shrugged, wearing a look that said, "Are you kidding me? Even as an excuse, this reason seems like something a brainless idiot would come up with. The man in front of him is known as the most brilliant arms dealer and scientist, so obviously he's talking nonsense." Tony didn't care and said indifferently, "As a taxpayer, I think the duty of the NYPD is to protect people like us, not to question a victim. Moreover, I said that I was unconscious at the time, and I don't know how those pranksters managed it. Also, if possible, please catch them soon. That villa is my favorite." Sheriff John nodded. As an experienced detective, he could easily tell Tony Stark was lying, but he had no way to prove it. So far, Tony is indeed a victim, and there were no surveillance cameras capturing his state at that time. He stopped asking questions and turned towards the broken edge of the highway. The height from the edge of the highway to the sea below is about 40 meters, and the diameter of the break is between 70 and 80 meters. The depression even extends into the hillside, with large rocks occasionally falling into the sea below. Such a gap couldn't be caused by human effort. It must have been either the work of a powerful mutant or a very strong explosive. The latter can be ruled out because there is no smell of gunpowder. Therefore, it must be the former. A powerful mutant attacked Tony Stark? But if it was an attack, why didn't they kill them? And what about the dozen or so unconscious bodyguards? "Sir, we questioned the villa's 2 security guards. They said they saw a young couple, but then passed out." An officer came over with a notebook of recorded statements and handed it to John. John flipped through it and raised his eyebrows. Do they remember what those 2 people looked like? That's the strange part. They remember it was a young couple, but can't recall any details, not even their skin color, the officer said helplessly. John touched his bald head. This seemed to confirm that it was indeed a mutant, probably a telepath who erased their memories. But it still didn't explain the young couple's purpose and why collapse the highway here. To prevent the NYPD or others from rescuing them. Then why were Tony and his bodyguards left here? What's the point of it all? This is all very confusing. Don't be fooled by John's burly and fierce appearance. He is good at thinking, which is why he became sheriff at the age of 30. So, a group of people broke into Tony Stark's villa. The young couple had a unique meeting with Tony. Then a second group clashed with the couple, blocking the signals, possibly using electromagnetic abilities. To avoid harming Tony Stark and the bodyguards, they were thrown out of the battlefield. The 2 groups fought, resulting in the highway collapse and the destruction of a $1 million mansion. And the winning side did not harm Tony. Maybe the young couple did it for protective reasons or out of fear. Tony wouldn't reveal anything. John's thoughts were active, and he followed the logic to what he believed was the most likely answer. No matter how unbelievable, only this explanation makes sense. But if this is true, then these two groups of non-humans are incredibly destructive. God forbid I meet such criminals. John touched his bald head, feeling a headache coming on. He knew that if Tony Stark did not cooperate, this would be a dead-end case. Whether they find them or not, the NYPD would not pursue criminals with this level of destructive power. Mutant crimes are not unheard of, and every capture attempt involved casualties. It can be said that a significant part of the NYPD also resents mutants. Ordinary criminals with guns are dangerous enough. These mutants have various abilities, making them extremely dangerous, and it's easy to end up dead. John didn't have a good opinion of mutants, but didn't want to encounter them either. This kind of case is best handed over to other departments. The FBI or CIA might be more interested. John chuckled to himself. Forkstown. One day, after school, Bella was greeted by many people on her way home, and she responded warmly. During this time, her relationship with her classmates was quite good. Of course, there were also the Cullen family and Jacob. After that incident with Magneto, everyone had a mutual understanding. Entering the extraordinary always brings more topics of conversation. Because of this, the relationship between the Cullens and Jacob's wolf pack had slightly eased. Edward was still keeping an eye on Bella, but he silently kept his feelings to himself, treating Bella as a friend. Bella, riding her Ducati motorcycle, did not go home, but instead drove along the highway to the riverside 2 kilometers outside Forkstown. This river was beautiful, flowing through Forkstown and several surrounding towns. It was long and wide, with beautiful trees and scenery around it. The weather was still cold, but Bella's heart was clear and bright. Nowadays, her heart was brighter than anyone else's. She had a father who loved her deeply but was not good at expressing it, and a mysterious boyfriend who appeared and disappeared like a god, bringing her into a wonderfully exciting yet dangerous world. Bella stopped her motorcycle and stood alone by the river, wearing black jeans and sneakers. She increasingly disliked wearing skirts, or rather, when her handsome Asian boyfriend was not around. Facing the river, Bella, dressed in a brown jacket, took a deep breath and spread her arms. Click! With the sound of shattering glass, Bella entered the mirror dimension and began practicing magic as usual. She had become very proficient in various basic spells. The river in the mirror dimension suffered from Bella's intense practice. She only stopped when she felt some fatigue. Looking at the frozen river in front of her, Bella was not very satisfied but not disappointed either. She could feel her significant progress, though people are always somewhat dissatisfied. Leaving the mirror dimension, she was pleasantly surprised to see a figure smiling at her. It was the person she missed almost every moment. Her lover, John Shaw. Hey, are you here for a trip? Bella walked over with a cheerful step, looking as if she were asking if he was a tourist. Yeah, and I'm also here to find the one I miss. Bai Xiao embraced Bella, who rushed into his arms, and gave her a long, passionate kiss. What did you do? Bella buried her head in Bai Xiao's chest, listening to his heartbeat, and asked softly, What? What did you do? Why do I feel an indescribable excitement? I think maybe it's because of this. Bai Xiao gently stroked the girl's head, letting her listen to his heartbeat's rhythm. Bella smiled slightly and gently tapped the boy. Well, maybe it's because I'm already a god. What? A god in the sense you understand. Oh my gosh, so my boyfriend is a god? What kind of god? An Asian god. Indeed, it's quite a funny joke, but I prefer the god of hunting. The god of hunting should be Uller or Artemis, right? Maybe this title has welcomed its true owner. Wow, that sounds really exciting. Bella stepped out of Bai Xiao's embrace and rewarded him with a kiss, looking captivated by his boldness. Bai Xiao laughed. This girl was becoming more and more lively, but made sense. Bella's experiences from childhood left her with little sense of security. Though her nature was calm, she had always been brave and bold, a hidden Gryffindor, as they would say at Hogwarts. Well, beautiful princess, would you like to have dinner with your knight? Bai Xiao bowed, placing his left hand on his chest, and extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Bella, displaying an air of a proud princess, elegantly placed her small hand in his palm. To reward your bravery, I grant you the honor of dining with me, knight. Greatly honored, my princess. The two laughed, surrounded by an almost palpable pink aura. At night, the two enjoyed a wonderful barbecue, sitting by the beach with a bonfire blazing in front of them. A Ducati motorcycle was parked not far away. The night sky was exceptionally clear, or rather, Bai Xiao had forced the night to reveal a splendid starry sky. They whispered to each other, occasionally sharing affectionate kisses. Ultimately, it culminated in an exhilarating battle. The next day, Bella took the day off. Besides spending time with her boyfriend, Bai Xiao was also modifying Bella's core. By this time, Bai Xiao was so adept at the process that there was no chance of failure. In a mirror dimension, watching Bella float in midair, he could see the heart area gradually taking shape. A golden seed of magic sprouted within her heart, constructing magical corridors. Bella's physical qualities were visibly being enhanced. Descending from midair, Bella felt her heart was completely different, stronger, like the heart of God, circulating magic throughout her body. The sensation of transformation left her enthralled. Upon landing, Bella joyfully ran into Bai Xiao's arms, showing affection. In the mirrored space, Bai Xiao was planning to take Bella on a full day of fun, not just around Forks, but to even more distant places. However, just as Bai Xiao was about to leave with Bella, he suddenly looked up at the sky, a golden flash flickering in his eyes. Bella, puzzled, followed his gaze, asking, "What's wrong?" "We have a visitor." "Another demon?" "No, it's a rather well-known god." "Wow." Boom. As they spoke, a brilliant, majestic, multicolored beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the heavens and landing on the riverbank not far from them. In the dazzling light, a burly figure emerged. When the light dissipated, it left a circular pattern about 10 meters in diameter on the ground, mysterious and scorched. The visitor had long, flowing golden hair, a burly and strong physique, medieval-style armor, a red cape, and carried a hammer. His ruggedly handsome face complemented his strong build. Bella blinked her big eyes, wondering which god this was. Noticing the hammer in the man's hand, a name flashed through her mind. The man's next words confirmed her thoughts. "Great and esteemed guardian, I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin, father of the gods." His voice was magnetic and deep, with a rhythm and tone that had an inexplicable attraction to women. Few women could ignore such a man. "Thor Odinson from Asgard, I thought you might come looking for me sooner," Bai Xiao remarked, glancing at Thor and then at the mysterious symbols behind him. He recognized the profound wisdom contained in them. They were clearly runes, also known as runic letters. "Indeed, but Heimdall couldn't see you. If it weren't for what happened yesterday." Thor chuckled heartily. He wanted to come sooner, but Heimdall's eyes couldn't see Bai Xiao. How could he find him? He couldn't just fly around Earth with his hammer, searching endlessly. "So what is your purpose?" "I dreamt of the future, the end of Asgard. I saw a man wielding a black sword, slaughtering the entire realm. Corpses were everywhere. Loki, Sif, my mother, everyone. I knelt before that man." Mjolnir shattered. "I sought my mother's help, but she had no answers. My father is in a deep sleep, but I desperately need an answer." Thor spoke with grave seriousness. "The end? A black sword? Black Death's sword?" Bai Xiao stared at Thor, his pupils tinged with gold. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world changed, and he seemed to enter an unknown realm. The once magnificent kingdom had fallen into ruins, with flames of war burning everywhere. Even the majestic palaces had collapsed. Before the ruins, countless corpses lay on the ground. At the end of the sea of bodies stood a figure holding a black sword. Shadows of the dead roared around him. Among the bodies were Thor, decapitated, his face still bearing a look of resentment and anger. Frigga, Thor, Loki, Sif, the Warriors Three. Everyone had perished in Asgard, slaughtered by this unknown figure. As if sensing something, the figure suddenly turned around. The vision of the future shattered and disappeared. Bai Xiao stood there, stunned. The figure was none other than himself. That face was identical to his, yet the expression and aura were entirely different. The eyes were filled with a disregard for life, cold and indifferent as if they were devoid of a soul, just a killing machine meant solely for slaughter. Did his emotions darken for some unknown reason in the future? Or was it another version of himself from a different timeline? Immediately, Bai Xiao denied the first possibility. He was certain that no matter the circumstances, he could never become so dark. To be more brutal. Even if Bella, whom he had feelings for, were killed, he would not darken to the extent of slaughtering all of Asgard. Especially that merciless gaze. It could never be his own, unless he was being controlled by someone or his soul had been replaced. Another timeline wasn't impossible, but the probability was low. Given the current trajectory, unless he sought his own death, he wouldn't be foolish enough to slaughter Asgard. Moreover, if he slaughtered Asgard, why hadn't the old immortals in Valhalla appeared? He couldn't believe that Asgard had fallen to such a state without the old monsters in Valhalla intervening. So, either that person wasn't him, or he had been controlled and darkened, or perhaps his soul had been taken over. If what he saw in Thor's dream was true, Bai Xiao inclined to believe that the person wasn't him. Although the scene was brief, it provided plenty of information, at least from the wounds on the corpses and the destruction at the site. It didn't resemble the methods he currently mastered, nor did it reflect the magical system he created. Instead, it was all about penetrating wounds, destruction caused by pure force and speed. Moreover, that sword was problematic. That uniquely shaped sword had no connection to any sword he recognized from his memories. Interesting. Bai Xiao's eyes gleamed with cold light. Clearly, something major must have happened in the future. However, with the sacred timeline broken, the future had become exceedingly chaotic, and any potential event could lead to countless branches in the future. Bai Xiao decided to keep this matter in mind and pay close attention. I can only give you one answer, Thor. Bai Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Thor looked expectantly. Become stronger. You're not strong enough. You need to become stronger to face the possible future. From beginning to end, Bai Xiao adhered to one principle. No matter what happens in the future, if you are strong enough, you can handle any potential crisis. Just like Thor, according to the original timeline, why would Thor's future be filled with loss and destruction? Odin's death was unavoidable, but his mother Frigga and the people he protected, most of them were slaughtered, with only a few fleeing to Earth to seek refuge. For what reason? Because he wasn't strong enough. If Thor were strong enough, even facing Thanos with the Power Stone, he could have killed him outright, and the event of half the universe being slaughtered would not have occurred. Thor's recent dream followed the same logic. The best way to change the events in the dream was to become stronger. Of course, Bai Xiao was only referring to Thor. After all, Thor had the ability and opportunity to become stronger, while ordinary people might not have the means, the perseverance, or the intelligence to do so. People are different. If Bai Xiao didn't have his golden finger, he might have either laid flat or used his foresight to find camaraderie, or figured out a way to get some enhancement serum to survive the future chaos. The most likely scenario was that he would save Wanda, the Scarlet, which was truly the top ally in the Marvel Universe. And winning her heart meant she would focus solely on her man. These are all digressions that Thor wouldn't know. He received Bai Xiao's answer and fully agreed. Asgard prized strength above all, and any future crisis could be overcome with sufficient strength. To die in battle was to die in battle. Asgardian warriors never feared death. It was just another form of existence. Warriors who died in battle would attain eternal life in Valhalla. Every warrior who could enter Valhalla was honored, and this honor was what they most longed for. Can I seek your help? Thor, straightforward by nature, though respectful of Bai Xiao, wasn't one for formalities. When his father was not around, he considered Bai Xiao the strongest. As an Asgardian, Thor was always proud, even somewhat arrogant, but it depended on the person. The man before him was someone who could slay hell lords, a peer of his father Odin. Calling him a person was an understatement. He was a deity. Thor would naturally be humble towards a powerful deity. I suppose so. Bai Xiao agreed pleasantly, much to Thor's surprise and instant goodwill. Thor cheerfully said, "You will be Asgard's best friend. When you visit Asgard, we will welcome you with the highest honor. When can we start?" Thor looked eager. "Tomorrow," Bai Xiao replied, looking towards the sky as a golden light shot from his eyes straight into the clouds. Heimdall, far away in Asgard, suddenly received a message with a location. I gave Heimdall coordinates, so when you come looking for me, he will know where to send you. Thank you for your help, Guardian. Thor received the answer he wanted, glanced at Bella, gave a kind smile, and then did not linger. He shouted Heimdall's name into the sky, and a rainbow of light descended, enveloping Thor. When the light dissipated, he was gone, having returned to Asgard. Is he the legendary Thor, the god of thunder? Bella, who had been silent on the side, finally exclaimed in surprise after he left. Doesn't he look like it? He's a bit different from what I imagined. Seems more straightforward. Bella's wording was vague. She actually thought Thor's personality seemed rather simple. That's his character. He has many flaws. No one is perfect. That's true, but I think you are perfect, Bella suddenly laughed. Bai Xiao shook his head with a smile, his eyes deep. Regarding the so-called Asgard massacre, he had no clues for the moment and could only keep it in mind. As for Thor's request, it was understandable. First, if he wanted to benefit from someone, he had to show some friendliness and offer some benefits. Secondly, for an innate god like Thor, the best way to grow, apart from personal enlightenment and transformation, was through battle. Thor is the god of thunder, also the god of war, a true berserker by nature. At his core, he longs for battle. However, over the millennia, although it seemed he had experienced all sorts of battles across the 9 realms and grown quickly, in reality, he rarely faced powerful opponents or enemies, typically dealing with various rebel groups. Anyone with some ability and sense would not provoke Asgard. After all, the kingdom and reputation Odin built were not mere facades. At its peak, Asgard swept across the universe, with Odin's armies hammering all major civilizations. Don't let Thor's brash personality fool you. In truth, early Odin was even more warlike, with a domineering personality, akin to "if you look at me, I'll hit you." Even dogs passing by would get a smack from Odin. The glory Odin earned, the iron hooves of his army, left behind countless corpses, a truly warlike tyrant who ruled and conquered everything with an iron fist, colder than someone like Thanos. It was only after a lesson from the Celestials and growing old that Odin mellowed. How much Asgard was hated was evident from the lack of aid after Odin's death. Not only was there no help, but it was also good enough that no one came to kick them while they were down. These are just Bai Xiao's complaints about Odin's teachings to Thor, about kings needing to understand mercy. For Thor, battle is the best way to grow. Coincidentally, he had 2 young ones at home who also needed combat to grow. This was a perfect match. Thor, a warrior both tough and strong, was the ideal sparring partner. No matter how brutal the young ones were to Thor, this thick-headed warrior would not get angry or feel humiliated. Instead, he would be excited and respect them more. Fighting would help the young ones grow and stimulate Thor, a win-win situation. Winning was all that mattered. "Let's go, forget about them," Bai Xiao said, disappearing with Bella. The massacre and Thor were less important than enjoying their freedom. In front of the now-ruined Marbury seaside villa, the sky was clear and sunny. The NYPD had already withdrawn after their investigation, leaving a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arriving by helicopter carrying various instruments for detection. Coulson, still in his suit, stood before the ruins where the villa had collapsed into the sea, as if a large excavator had scooped out a chunk. The sea continuously surged and crashed against the rocks. Coulson, wearing sunglasses, observed as agents below worked from boats or ropes, creating a bustling scene. Behind him, Natasha, wearing a red leather jacket and tight pants, handed him an ice cream while eating one herself. "Thanks." Coulson didn't refuse, taking it before asking Natasha, who was licking her ice cream, "Any news?" "Bad news. We didn't detect any gunpowder residue or mutant gene signatures. It wasn't done by mutants." Natasha spoke while eating, We also reviewed surveillance from nearby areas in the sea, but found no trace of any presence. As for the young couple, there are no clues. They vanished like ghosts after the fight. So we have no leads at all, Coulson said, frustrated, losing the appetite for his delicious ice cream. With this level of destruction, we have no information at all. What can we do? We've mobilized everyone and still got nothing. Besides, I suspect it might not have been done by a human. Natasha remained calm. What are you implying? Coulson glanced sideways at Natasha. Don't look at me like that. You know it too. Eliminate all the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. I think you could start a Sherlock Holmes detective agency, Natasha. Coulson said helplessly. Despite his words, Coulson also knew that Natasha's points were not without merit. He also felt that this situation was beyond what ordinary people could handle. Therefore, the suspects and targets were already narrowed down to a certain range. It was likely those mysterious and supernatural entities, considering how frequently these things appear nowadays. For example, in Chino Town, Natasha and Hawkeye encountered a bizarre incident during a mission. Despite being top agents with S.H.I.E.L.D. support, they were left in a sorry state, with no ability to fight back. One could imagine how troublesome and exaggerated those entities must be. Coulson definitely did not want to deal with those things. The real battlefield for those people should be over there, Natasha said, finishing her ice cream and casually throwing the trash into a plastic bag, preparing to take it away. She wiped her lips with a napkin as she spoke. Coulson gazed at the sea, nodding. He had been virtually reconstructing the area from the damage site and could tell that the center of the battle was not on land but in the sea. The seaside villas and roads were just collateral damage. Even the aftershocks alone caused such destruction. One could imagine the terrifying energy clashes that erupted above the sea. The rough calculations made Coulson want to turn and leave immediately. Is that within the realm of human capability? If his small frame got caught in it, he'd be obliterated in an instant, not even leaving ashes. Coulson was frustrated that he was always assigned to investigate such tasks by the director. Although he appreciated the director's trust in his abilities, he wished for less of this trust, as his abilities were useless against these superhuman threats. Tony has a lot of records. I think he witnessed the entire event. Natasha said, given his personality, it would be hard to get the truth from him. He is somewhat different from when I first met him. Coulson nodded. Indeed, there have been changes, but only time will reveal what those changes are. Tony Stark's identity was too complicated. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't deal with him directly. They could only make covert contacts and observations. Do you think it has anything to do with him? Coulson proposed a hypothesis. Natasha pondered for a moment, neither confirming nor denying it. I don't know. It's possible he was involved, but why would he seek out Tony Stark? That person has rarely appeared since the Forktown accident. Occasionally, he dates that lady, but most of the time, he is nowhere to be found. I suspect he might not even be on Earth most of the time. What about your relationship with him? You know, Coulson, I approached him with an agenda from the beginning. After he found out, there was no chance of further development. Natasha shook her head helplessly. Although their contact was brief, Natasha could somewhat analyze his personality traits. Their relationship seemed friendly, but in reality, it was far from it. He merely saw her as a neighbor-like figure, perhaps even less. If she were to fall into a crisis and he saw it, would he save her or stand by? She suspected the latter was more likely. He appeared cheerful on the surface, but was very cold inside, with few people able to get close to him. Certainly not her. Now he's becoming increasingly enigmatic. The director wants us to keep a close watch on him, but we don't even know where he truly is. In reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already identified most of the properties he bought in New York. However, he almost never stayed in those properties. They seemed more like safe houses. It was known that he resided roughly in the wealthy areas of Long Island. After thorough investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D., there was no significant finding, which was illogical. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. concluded that one of the mansions or estates must belong to him, but was cloaked with some ability that affects human senses or memory. This led to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents being unknowingly influenced and overlooking it. Fury wanted to infiltrate and investigate, but considering his personality and power, he decisively refrained. If he tried something foolish and provoked the retired Butcher to return to his old ways, it would be disastrous. He feared that the Butcher's wrath might turn towards S.H.I.E.L.D., so he let him be. Nonetheless, both Fury and Natasha were itching for answers, especially after the incident in Chino Town and the appearance of the demon, which confirmed the existence of hell. Could other mythologies also be real? They sought answers, but he obviously did not care to enlighten them. During their conversation, Coulson received a call. As the report came through, Coulson's face showed astonishment. "I understand. What's the matter?" "Our people detected an unfamiliar energy in Forkstown and found this at a riverbank." Coulson showed a picture on his phone to Natasha, who immediately saw a circular pattern about 10 meters in diameter. The pattern was inscribed with incomprehensible symbols and lines. "I can't make sense of it," Natasha said bluntly. "Yeah," Coulson sighed. "Maybe we'll wake up tomorrow to news of angels descending to Earth. I'd rather work in logistics now." Thor. Pietro, who had just returned to the manor from training, looked shocked when he heard the news from Bai Xiao in the dining room. The Scarlet Witch, however, remained calm and continued to eat her meal gracefully, subtly noting Bai Xiao's preferred tastes. She planned to learn how to cook it later on. It's easy for women to master this unwritten rule. To win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. The Scarlet Witch had embarked on this path. As for Thor, she wasn't very concerned. She would do whatever Bai Xiao instructed her to do. You need an opponent. After the battle with the Kalamai's followers, it became evident that you still lack combat experience. Battles are the best nourishment for growth. Thor will be your best sparring partner at this stage. And this sparring will last a long time. Bai Xiao took a sip of the meat soup, savoring its delicious taste, and his expression brightened. Thor's current strength should not be inferior to Wanda and Pietro's. However, due to Pietro and the Scarlet Witch's unique abilities, they would initially dominate Thor in combat, perhaps even toy with him. Thor's combat intelligence and experience are high, but he has rarely faced such unique opponents like Wanda and Pietro. One is a sorceress with various instant cast spells, the other a combination of an assassin and warrior with speed and strength. Bai Xiao could already foresee Thor coming excitedly for the challenge tomorrow, only to leave frustrated after being beaten. However, he wouldn't underestimate Thor. Thor's innate advantages are substantial. His base stats are extraordinarily high, considered among the best in the universe. Especially after Odin's fall, if Thor absorbs Odin's power and gains his own, he would ascend instantly. Thor typically takes heavy hits in the early stage of a battle, adapts in the mid-stage, and defeats his opponents in the late stage. He's an exceptional combat grower. Pietro and Wanda, under his guidance, are also classified in this elite category. Thus, the final outcome would be that Thor and Wanda, along with Pietro, would grow rapidly through combat. Following the law of conservation, if one grows, the other grows as well, maintaining a parallel level. Wanda and Pietro would suppress Thor from start to finish. However, once Thor adapts, the fights wouldn't be as one-sided. They would likely be prolonged battles testing endurance, stamina, and on-the-spot combat reactions. Wow, okay. Hearing about the impending battle with the mythological Thor, Pietro was initially confused, then excited. A teenager full of energy and defiance, he was ready to fight Thor. He secretly resolved to beat Thor soundly, to show Bai Xiao his growth. Children cannot hide their feelings. Bai Xiao easily caught Pietro's determined expressions and didn't stop him, instead looking forward to a fierce battle. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. Right after Wanda and Pietro finished their meal, a dazzling rainbow pillar of light descended outside the manor, and Thor emerged. The housekeeper, previously informed, was already waiting outside. Seeing Thor's unexpected arrival, the housekeeper's expression remained unchanged. After a brief introduction, she led Thor on a modified electric cart along a long cobblestone road to the residential area, showing him the scenery of the manor. Thor, having traveled through the 9 realms, was not surprised. He had seen many beautiful places, with few on Earth matching Asgard's splendor. At most, it was a novel experience. The housekeeper brought Thor to the manor's mansion and into the living room, where Bai Xiao introduced him to Wanda and Pietro. They sized each other up. Thor's first impression of Wanda and Pietro was that they were young and somewhat immature. Though their physiques matched adults, their faces were still youthful. Yet, he sensed a dangerous aura from them, making it impossible to ignore their strength. Wanda and Pietro, seeing Thor for the first time, were not disappointed. From appearance alone, Thor gave off an impression of masculinity, warrior spirit, bravery, and forthrightness. But once Thor spoke, the impression crumbled. His various naive remarks would typically excite other youngsters, making them admire Thor's heroic persona. Pietro, being a young boy, was roused, eager to have a spirited spar with Thor. Men's battles. Wanda, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Girls and boys often have different thought processes. She felt Thor was naive and a bit silly, like an adolescent boy. Wanda feared that being around Thor would infect Pietro with his naivety. Pietro then shouted, "Let's have a one-on-one, real man's fight, Thor." "Aha, Pietro, son of Maximoff, I admire your bravery. At your age, you're the strongest warrior I have encountered. Our battle will be sung across the 9 realms and remembered in history." Thor walked up to Pietro and warmly embraced him. The Scarlet Witch's initial worry immediately became reality. She rolled her eyes dramatically and took a half-step back, deciding to distance herself from these two foolish men. Bai Xiao glanced at the Scarlet Witch, who had retreated half a step and was now standing close to him, almost pressing her small body against his. Amused, he reached out and patted her head, only to have his hand swatted away in a disgruntled and annoyed manner. She did not want to be treated like a child. She was an adult. Wanda straightened her back, trying to show the man beside her that she was serious. But Bai Xiao completely ignored her, which was not permissible. Even though she was still young, his moral compass did not allow him to be that flexible. "All right, brave warriors, are you ready?" In an instant, two intense gazes shot toward him. Bai Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Foolish young men were the easiest to manipulate. With a snap of his fingers, crack, the sound of shattering glass rang out, and the surroundings changed. The entire manor, including the buildings, ground, walls, and trees, began to move rhythmically like waves. Before long, the manor had transformed into a massive, luxurious dueling arena. The arena spanned tens of thousands of square meters, with tiered seating around the edges, resembling an enlarged version of an ancient Roman Colosseum. Bai Xiao and the other three were lifted to a towering platform. Bai Xiao led the Scarlet Witch to a seat that had automatically risen, sat down, and gestured to Thor and Pietro, indicating that they could begin their performance. "Rumble, come, Pietro, son of Maximoff, let us enjoy this battle together." With a burst of lightning and Thor's hearty voice, his figure descended like a bolt of lightning to the center of the dueling arena, over 100 meters below. Pietro, equally excited, followed in the same manner, intertwining blue and white lightning. Their descent did not stir up a single speck of dust. There was no conversation or exchange. The moment they landed, Thor and Pietro clashed like bolts of lightning. Boom! Thor swung his lightning-wrapped Mjolnir at Pietro, who gathered his speed force and, entering his berserk mode, refused to dodge, determined to meet Thor head-on. The collision of the fist and Mjolnir erupted in a massive shockwave, with an earth-shattering sound and a wave of lightning, shaking the entire dueling arena for a moment. "So fast," Wanda remarked, observing the intertwined white and blue lightning figures below, surprised at Thor's speed. "He is the god of thunder, who commands lightning. How could he be slow?" Bai Xiao was not surprised. In official settings, Thor's speed is at least light speed or even beyond. His speed is not inferior to Pietro's. That's why Thor's basic stats are rare even in the universe. His strength can clash with the Hulk, and his speed can compete with Pietro. Thor is also a well-rounded warrior, excelling in all areas. Underestimating Thor's speed is fatal. Most enemies facing Thor probably wouldn't even react before their heads are smashed by his hammer. Thor's disdain for other races is not without reason. With his abilities, few enemies can match him. Anyone lacking speed and reflexes is doomed to be hammered to death. Just charge through, no need for strategy or wisdom, just brute force. However, this time, Thor met a true opponent. Pietro, from the moment he was saved, took about 2 months to develop his speed force with the help of magical enhancements. Despite his life level not being as high as Thor's, his abilities and techniques compensated for his shortcomings. With speed force, he was faster than Thor. The magical core provided continuous power and speed force, and his berserk mode compensated for his strength. Even against Thor's immense power, Pietro did not lose out. On the contrary, there is a slight advantage. Thor's strength is currently constant. Although his power increases in battle, it does not rise as much as Pietro's. This is because, while Pietro lacks Thor's physique, his strength and speed depend on the infusion of speed force. Theoretically, as long as Pietro's body can withstand it and there's enough speed force energy, there is no limit. In reality, brute force is a divine skill for those who possess magic, and it is not inferior to any other high-level magic. When two opponents with similar strength and speed clash, their battle is highly spectacular. Of course, this is exciting from Wanda's perspective, but to Bai Xiao, it looks like child's play. Nevertheless, this does not prevent Bai Xiao from watching the battle. He is also observing how Pietro performs at this level of combat, and whether the modified arc reactor heart can unleash its potential in extreme conditions. After all, when he designed a magic reactor, he considered whether the heart would collapse under extreme conditions. Boom! Two passionate warriors collide without considering evasive maneuvers. It's pure collision after collision. Each punch hits the flesh. Neither evades the hammer blows. They either take the hit head-on or let it strike their bodies, responding with a counterpunch. As a result, the battle initially appears crude and unrefined, very monotonous and boring. This is only the surface. Thor fights straightforwardly, while Pietro is different. His physique and life level cannot match Thor's monstrous body. When Pietro takes on the Mjolnir or fist collisions, it appears hot-blooded, but he's also refining his speed force and muscle micromovements. Wanda is also observing these changes in Pietro. From the beginning of the collision, Pietro suffered minor losses, but his instincts and the super reflexes brought by high-speed movement allowed him to skillfully use the speed force and muscle changes. Each time Mjolnir hits a part of his body, he quickly channels speed, force, and muscle. He contracts and changes his muscles to instantly increase their hardness, using the speed force to withstand the damage caused by Mjolnir. Thus, Pietro no longer fears collisions and does not hesitate. The dragon-like reactor heart operates at its peak, fully converting and outputting energy, rapidly consuming and regenerating speed force. This consumption and recovery process is not an overdraft, but rather maximizes potential, growing through battle. During the battle, the wear and tear on muscles and cells are accelerated during self-healing, facilitating growth, and the speed force enhances this process. Wanda might only see changes in the reactor heart, but Bai Xiao can observe micro-level changes in Pietro. As for Thor, Bai Xiao notices the divine power within him, which is the legacy of the Odinson family, marked by Thor's imprint. Thor's divine power is not particularly special, but contains countless secrets of the Odinson family over the years. Multiple generations of royal family members have contributed to this. Simply observing to decode this secret is beyond Bai Xiao's current capability. If it were that simple, the secrets of the Odinson family's divine power would have been leaked long ago. Boom! Amidst passionate roars, Pietro, infused with speed force, ignores Mjolnir striking him and punches Thor's chest armor, causing a turbulent air blast. The tremendous force causes Thor to spit out a mouthful of blood, trailing long blue electric arcs, and crashes into a distant wall thousands of meters away. Bang! A loud crash creates a dent in the wall, embedding Thor into the outer wall, cracks spreading wildly, dust and rubble falling. Thor, with blood seeping from his mouth, pulls himself out of the wall and lands on the ground, his face filled with excitement, eyes blazing with fighting spirit, reflecting Pietro's figure. It's evident that the head-to-head clash battle has completely awakened Thor's innate battle genes. Haha, in this collision, I lost Pietro. I enjoy this kind of warm-up. Thor twisted his neck and roared excitedly with a grin. Admitting defeat is not a shame for him because Asgardians never fear failure, only cowardice and retreat. Admitting defeat is open and honest, and it further fuels their combativeness, vowing to win next time. Just like this time, warm-up is over. Let's start the real battle. Come on, Thor. Pietro also displayed a brave stance. Thor's hammer and fists made his blood boil. He felt his blood vessels pulsing throughout his body. Despite being struck numerous times, he sensed his body reaching its most active and peak state. He could feel himself growing during the battle. Blood surged, white lightning burst forth, causing his white short hair to fly wildly. He simply tore off his tattered vest, leaving only his shorts and shoes. Seeing this, Thor, as a warrior in the duel, realized that his armor gave him a considerable advantage. Recognizing this, with flashing electric arcs, he shed his armor. Bare-chested and in shorts, he said to Pietro, "This was my mistake, Pietro. My armor gave me an unfair advantage, which made our fair fight unjust. I apologize for this. A fair duel is extremely important to the Asgardians. One side gaining an advantage is unacceptable to the Asgardians." Thor's attitude was sincere. If Pietro truly wanted a breakthrough, Thor would let him fight until he was satisfied. Thor's serious demeanor, a sentiment unique to warriors, touched Pietro, bringing a smile to Pietro's youthful face. "I accept your apology, Thor. This was just a minor incident. We both know it wasn't intentional. Rather than dwelling on this, I hope we can continue to enjoy the fight ahead. As for your apology, I believe when I win, you'll willingly drink a few cups to express it." Pietro's straightforward and confident words also affected Thor, making him laugh heartily. "Yes, after I win the duel, I'll drink 10 cups to express my apology." "Then let's not waste any more words, Thor. Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures, wrapped in white and blue lightning, rushed toward each other again, colliding in the center of the arena. Boom! The turbulent shockwaves swept across the entire arena, sounding the horn of battle. This time, it wasn't just a matter of punches landing. What followed was a true fight, a battle comparable to a life-and-death struggle. The intertwining lightning and the continuous booming sounds heralded the unique music of this epic battle. From a platform over 100 meters high, Wanda looked down at the arena, where Pietro was immersed in the fight, and her expression became content and satisfied. This was the Pietro she wished to see. Although once a bit timid, he always stood in front of her in times of crisis, showing the protective demeanor of an older brother. She knew that beneath Pietro's exterior lay hidden bravery. She was very happy that Pietro could find his joy and was also pleased with Pietro's growth. She would not be jealous, only happy, because Pietro was her brother, even if he was only 12 minutes older, even if she never called him brother aloud. Because of this, her perception of Thor also changed. Initially considered a foolish, overly dramatic big guy, she now saw his infectious spirit and charisma in battle. He could inspire and uplift his opponents and teammates, making those around him braver. As a woman, Wanda was naturally sensitive to certain aspects. She could perceive Thor's strengths, even if sometimes she found him silly. "Do you find him interesting?" Bai Xiao's voice came from beside her. Without turning her head, Wanda replied, while watching the fight below, "He is excellent, even though his character has flaws. That's just a lack of maturity and thought. Or perhaps his perspective is still at an early stage. Considering Asgardian lifespans, you could see him as a 5-year-old human child, Bai Xiao said with a light laugh. 5 years old. Wanda rolled her eyes beautifully. The young witch was becoming more brazen with Bai Xiao, completely losing the initial timidness. Bai Xiao fondly remembered that initial look, like a deer in unfamiliar surroundings. Very adorable. He will become your best opponent. Opponent. Wanda was a bit surprised. His role for you is an opponent, because only as opponents can you maximize your improvement, Bai Xiao hinted. Faithful opponents can help each other grow, like Iori Yagami and Kyo Kusanagi, Naruto and Sasuke, Goku and Vegeta, etc. Opponents can make oneself grow faster. They can be friends in ordinary times, but on the path of pursuing power, they are only opponents. As for Bai Xiao's own opponents, there were too many to count, potential adversaries so numerous that he couldn't keep track. Or perhaps all those opponents were like bosses to him, full of experience points. So, my opponent is also him? Wanda asked with a bit of distaste. Your opponents are few others, though one of them is particularly challenging. Bai Xiao referred to Doctor Strange, the evil god Loki, and possibly even the monstrous Adam Warlock. This is a bit too extreme. Even for him, it would take a long time to reach that guy's level. However, there's still a long time before that individual makes an appearance. During this period, who knows how much Bai Xiao can grow? At the very least, if nothing unexpected happens, he should have already conquered hell and heaven. After conquering these 2 high-level dungeons, he has already surpassed the Celestial, reaching a higher level of a singularity. If he can defeat the Celestial in the Earth's core afterward, he might become even stronger. Once he completes these 3 tasks, his prey will not be limited to this universe, but will span the multiverse. These are his dungeon maps. As for Wanda, she has been altered beyond her original timeline. Bai Xiao has completely transformed her with his magic, believing that Wanda's future potential will not be inferior to Adam Warlock. Wanda didn't know who Bai Xiao's enemy was, but she nodded, her beautiful eyes full of determination. No matter who the opponent is, she will not disappoint Bai Xiao. She will strive to satisfy him, standing by his side and clearing all obstacles for him. Every enemy must die. Suddenly, a fire ignited within her. Bai Xiao looked inexplicably at the little witch before him, who seemed to be ablaze. This state of the little witch seemed a bit terrifying. Once she gets serious, it's indeed frightening. Every Wanda in the multiverse would kneel before her. Is she planning to overthrow me? Why did he suddenly have a bad premonition? Bai Xiao was somewhat suspicious. This little witch shouldn't have such grand ambitions, right? If she really had this thought, he would find a chance to spank her little bottom hard. Boom! The earth-shattering thunder interrupted Bai Xiao's thoughts. He saw Thor on the ground, raising Mjolnir, surrounded by endless lightning. The thunder from the hammer pierced the sky, with dark clouds swirling into a vortex. The lightning connected to the center of the cloud vortex, wreaking havoc. On the ground, Pietro sensed danger and realized that Thor was about to unleash a powerful move. But he wouldn't foolishly wait for Thor to finish charging. With his speed force, he ran madly, leaving behind white lightning trails as he charged at Thor. Thor reacted quickly, his dynamic vision capturing Pietro's approaching figure. He merely smirked and did not try to stop him. Instead, Pietro suddenly sensed a dangerous surge from the ground while running. The danger was from ground. In that instant, Pietro slammed on the brakes. His speed force created kinetic energy, allowing him to stomp the ground fiercely. With the added force, the entire dueling ground shattered instantly, breaking into countless irregular fragments. Debris and dust soared into the sky, and Pietro's sudden stomp interrupted Thor's charging. Thor's figure wavered with the upheaval of the ground, making it hard to stand firm. With his plan disrupted by Pietro's force, Thor simply stopped pretending and raised Mjolnir to smash the ground. Boom! A spectacular scene unfolded as countless uneven fragments were pierced by the powerful lightning Thor had stored. Bolts of lightning shot skyward from the cracks between the fragments, resembling fountains in a plaza, but made of lightning. The scene was filled with destructive beauty, But beneath this beauty lay deadly threats. The scorching heat disturbed the magnetic field and obscured vision. Standing on the platform, Wanda felt the nearby lightning's temperature almost set her vest on fire. However, her chaos magic rendered her immune to the intense heat. She gazed below, through the varying sizes of lightning bolts, and saw two figures fighting on the uneven ground around the lightning pillars. There were dozens to hundreds of collisions every second, each collision capable of shattering a lightning pillar. From the looks of it, Pietro was at a disadvantage. Wanda quickly noticed that Thor had utilized Pietro's destruction of the ground to unleash the hidden lightning, transforming them into pillars that restricted the battlefield, thus hindering Pietro's speed advantage. Each lightning pillar contained Thor's divine power. While a single hit might not severely injure Pietro, it would at least paralyze his muscles, significantly slowing him down. If Pietro didn't want to be at a disadvantage, he would have to carefully maneuver around these pillars, while Thor didn't need to consider them, using them to create blind spots to ambush Pietro. This battle seemed quite different from Thor's usual straightforward style. But in reality, this is combat. No matter the method, the goal is to put the enemy at a disadvantage to defeat or kill them. Clearly, Thor was serious about this battle, using every possible tactic to defeat Pietro. Wanda was neither tense nor worried for Pietro because she knew that with Bai Xiao around, Pietro would be safe. On the contrary, she was observing and thinking about how to win against an opponent like Thor. Pietro was currently struggling, showing his lack of experience in high-level combat, despite his raw power and speed. Wanda knew her physical abilities were far inferior to Thor's. Pietro, at least, had super strength and speed to counteract. She did not. While she had super strength, her close combat skills were far behind the two, especially in speed. However, her advantage lay not in close combat, but in magic. The chaos magic combined with Wanda's own abilities has merged into an incredibly powerful reality-altering capability. A mage who can cast all kinds of magic instantly and has the ability to easily alter matter is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Even more frightening is that her power is constantly increasing, and she is learning various white magic spells with the support of Bai Xiao. She might even study black magic in the future. For others, black magic is a double-edged sword. Its immense power can also distort the user's mind and will. There are two exceptions. One can either delve deeply into black magic, becoming a powerful dark sorcerer, or one can be like the Ancient One, mastering white magic to such an extent that black magic's corruption can be ignored. The Ancient One knows plenty of black magic, but remains unaffected. Wanda is another special case. As the source of chaos magic, she can dominate both white and black magic. Unless Wanda herself collapses due to some reason, black magic cannot influence her. The Dark Hold is an exception. This book is a remnant of the dark god Thon and contains incredibly powerful black magic. It also serves as a means for Thon to connect with Earth. If Wanda studies the Dark Hold, a bridge will be formed between her and Thon, making her a conduit for his arrival on Earth. Regardless, Wanda is unique. After her fate was altered by Bai Xiao, she became even more formidable. Unaware of her changed destiny and epic power boost, Wanda currently finds Thor strong but not difficult to handle. After observing his battle style, she has already calculated dozens of ways to torment him. Defeating Thor is easy, but killing him is difficult due to his incredible resilience. Wanda's current magic, though powerful, has limited lethality against a god like Thor. Unless she perfects the gate of Babylon magic she learned from Bai Xiao, she lacks the means to deliver a decisive blow. Thor's straightforward style makes him vulnerable to magic, as even Loki's mediocre spells can deceive him. However, his resistance to magic is as high as his physical defense, rendering Wanda's reality-altering powers ineffective against him. Thus, the only outcome is Wanda toying with Thor until he surrenders. Regarding Pietro, their battle won't last long. As Wanda anticipated, Pietro fiercely battles Thor amidst lightning strikes. While they appear evenly matched, Pietro knows his stamina is inferior to Thor's. The speed force from his heart enhances his physical abilities, but the intense battle rapidly depletes his stamina. Aware of this, Pietro realizes he must settle the fight before exhausting himself. Gradually adapting to Thor's combat style, he seizes an opening, evading Thor's hammer and striking Thor's chest with a powerful kick, sending him flying through the lightning pillars. Pietro swiftly pursues Thor, delivering a relentless barrage of kicks, propelling him further each time. The rapid and continuous attacks leave Thor unable to fight back, merely feeling the impact of hundreds of blows within seconds, even causing him to bleed. Though Thor tries to counterattack with his hammer, Pietro doesn't give him a chance. Finally, with a powerful strike, Pietro overwhelms Thor. When Pietro noticed that Thor's energy had weakened considerably, he delivered the final blow. Raising both hands, he clenched his fists, and with a flash of white lightning, appeared above Thor, capturing his flight path, and struck down forcefully. It was like a terrifying battering ram, crashing onto Thor's head. In an instant, a piercing whistle sounded as Thor plummeted violently towards the ground. With a muffled thud, Thor was smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, sending dust and debris flying into the air. The previous pillars of lightning had long dissipated. With a flash of lightning, Pietro appeared in the center of the crater, overlooking Thor lying on the ground. "Are you okay, Thor?" "Ugh, quite good. I just might need a rest for a while." As an Asgardian tough guy, despite the immense pain coursing through his body, Thor's expression was somewhat pained, but his words remained strong. Crack! The sound of a mirror shattering echoed, and the four returned to the manor, with Thor lying on the sofa, his cape trailing on the smooth, clean floor. At this moment, Bai Xiao snapped his fingers and signaled to a pretty maid nearby. She nodded and headed to the bar, instructing the bartender to mix a few cocktails, including a large mug of beer. Well done. Bai Xiao walked up to Thor, patted him on the shoulder, and then sat on a nearby single sofa. Thor, who was previously in severe pain, was surprised to find that the touch from Bai Xiao had brought a powerful, vast, and unfamiliar divine power. This power coursed through his body, accelerating his healing process. In an instant, Thor realized that all his previous pain had vanished, and he quickly sat up, thanking Bai Xiao. Pietro and Wanda sat on a nearby sofa, the former looking very satisfied. Obviously, the battle with Thor had given him great satisfaction. Fully engaging in a battle is a wonderful process for men, worth reminiscing about, and even becoming immersed in. No wonder some people love fighting so much, walking on the edge of a knife between life and death, feeling the adrenaline surge. I enjoyed this battle. Yeah, buddy, a warrior never leaves the battlefield. He bathes in blood and enjoys the thrill it brings, Thor said, smiling as he extended his fist. Pietro responded by bumping his fist. The collision of two strong fists signified that their battle was far from over. Wanda felt somewhat helpless with the rekindled spirits of the two men. The sudden sparks between boys were beyond her comprehension. She didn't like fighting at all, but her experiences since childhood had taught her the importance of strength. It was a path she had to walk. The maids brought the drinks over, and Thor plopped down beside Pietro, taking a big gulp from the mug, pleased with the taste. Putting his arm around Pietro's shoulder, he said, "Buddy, your punches and kicks are powerful and astonishingly fast. You are a naturally perfect warrior. I like your tough guy style, but you lack a tough guy physique." Thor spoke nonstop. Even though he had been beaten badly by Pietro's outburst, he keenly observed Pietro's weaknesses. For a warrior, the most important thing is a solid physique. Clearly, Pietro was still too young and not tough enough. "Your build is solid, but your fighting style is too direct. Buddy, all your moves seem full of flaws to me," Pietro retorted, not willing to concede. No. Trust me, I was deliberately showing you my flaws, because at that moment, my hammer could knock you down. But you didn't knock me down. That was a mistake. After all, mistakes always happen in battles. It can be said that even if the universe were to be destroyed, Thor's mouth would remain unscathed. The two engaged in a heated debate. "Boring argument," Wanda said, sipping her cocktail, leaning back on the sofa, and glancing at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao interrupted the debate. "Enough." Though he spoke quietly, for some reason, Pietro and even Thor immediately fell silent. Thor, realizing he had shut up, looked at Bai Xiao in surprise. He felt a sense of authority similar to that of his father, Odin, a profound and regal majesty. Or perhaps the power gap between Bai Xiao and Thor was too vast, making even a single word from Bai Xiao impossible to ignore. This realization was significant. Leave this argument for later. Combat is always the best way to address shortcomings. Next, it's Wanda's turn. Can I take a break? Haven't you rested already?" Bai Xiao retorted. Thor was speechless. In the following period, Thor endured a series of beatings. He frequently came to Earth to fight with Pietro and Wanda. Thor was particularly frustrated because he couldn't defeat the young twins. Pietro was manageable. At least he would confront Thor head-on, showcasing a tough guy style. But once the real fight started, Pietro would switch tactics, targeting Thor's combat flaws. Pietro was incredibly fast, faster than Thor. Speed here wasn't just about running. It encompassed all aspects like striking speed. In combat, Thor was continuously overpowered by Pietro, especially due to his wide-open fighting style, leaving him full of openings. Thor tried leveraging his strengths, like being the god of storms and thunder, controlling storms and lightning to limit Pietro. But this was merely a temporary solution. Once Pietro adapted to Thor's brute force approach, it was all over, with Pietro easily overpowering him. Wanda was even more troublesome. In their first battle, Thor experienced true frustration as he couldn't even touch Wanda. She combined various spells, including mirror dimension magic, making it a game just to get close to her. No matter what Thor tried, he first had to close the distance with Wanda. Otherwise, if there was a gap, Thor couldn't even touch her and would only get bombarded. Wanda even developed many spells specifically for tough opponents like Thor. Various magic traps, curses, and deceptive tactics made Thor want to cry. After consecutive defeats by the twins, Thor finally wised up, reflecting on his combat flaws and figuring out how to fight Pietro and Wanda's different styles. He significantly improved his battle habits, abandoning many unnecessarily flashy yet foolish moves. He had to. The cost of not doing so was too high. Thor's growth was rapid, keeping up high-intensity combat with Pietro and Wanda, greatly stimulating the development of his cells, bones, and muscles. Under the influence of speed force and chaos magic, his life force was rocketing forward. Bai Xiao observed the fights between the twins and Thor, but stopped interfering, instead seeking the Ancient One to understand the situation of a dormant celestial in Earth's core. As Bai Xiao expected, the Ancient One was aware of the ticking time bomb in Earth's core. However, she did not plan to interfere because, as someone who often manipulates time, the Ancient One knew the outcome if the timeline remained unchanged. Given that the timeline had already been altered, she did not care much. She believed in the wisdom of future generations. According to the Ancient One, a seed is planted in planets with intelligent life. When the population reaches a certain number, the seed activates, birthing a new celestial. Many such planets exist in the universe. The birth of these seeds is rare and significant. Reportedly, a powerful entity consciously devours such planets because the energy of a celestial is immense, making them the best food for many powerful beings. This process is managed by a powerful celestial named Erishem. The celestial in Earth's core is named Tiamat. According to the Ancient One, a new celestial is born every billion years, and such seeds are scattered throughout the universe. Hearing Erishem's name, Bai Xiao immediately recognized him as the Judicator of the Celestials, also known for defeating Odin. Erishem's goal is to expand the universe, which requires sacrificing lesser life forms. One of Erishem's tasks is to ensure the birth of new celestials. However, the universe is vast, and Arisham's methods are peculiar. He determines whether a planet is valuable. If he deems it so, the planet may be preserved by any means necessary, even halting the emergence of a new celestial. Upon learning this, Bai Xiao was intrigued and immediately asked if eliminating the celestial seed in Earth's core would provoke Arisham. The Ancient One assured him it would not. He didn't know about the celestial in the Earth's core. However, Bai Xiao would never pass up such a massive boss. After receiving a definitive answer, he began to search for the celestial Tiamat within the Earth's core. Previously, he was unable to locate this celestial using his psychic powers, evidently because Arisham the judge had used some special means to conceal it. This time, Bai Xiao straightforwardly did not use psychic powers to search. Instead, he personally delved into the core. With current human technology, it is impossible to explore the Earth's core, which remains largely speculative. The exploration of the Earth's core has always been a scientific endeavor. One can say that when scientists take risks, the resulting damage can be significant. Fortunately, no technology yet allows them to delve into the core. Otherwise, any mishap caused by these mad scientists might doom the surface civilization. As a celestial, he had means to penetrate the core's interior. The extreme conditions of the core were not a problem for Bai Xiao. The core's internal temperature reaches 6,000 degrees Celsius, as hot as the sun's surface. Such an environment is akin to a hot spring for a celestial. After spending a day searching, Bai Xiao discovered that the place where the celestial slumbered was indeed within the Earth's core. But it was not as imagined, a giant sleeping bathe in magma. Instead, it was a specially created structure. The building was situated in the center of the Earth's core, and using normal physical means to enter would require drilling through the crust, mantle, and core to reach this structure. For Bai Xiao, it was much simpler. He used mirror dimension to isolate the real world and break in. This structure was approximately 2,000 square meters in size, constructed from a rare and unique material that resembled a leak-free form, allowing a giant to sleep within. Mysterious patterns were carved around the walls. The giant, several hundred meters tall, lay on a massive bed, with strands of golden light merging into his body, breathing steadily. He appeared more like an energy body, glowing entirely in gold, eyes closed in deep slumber. Seeing this colossal giant, Bai Xiao could sense his immense power. This power was not in terms of strength, but genetically superior, far surpassing human genes, like a natural suppression of a higher being over a lower one. Although unable to suppress the current Bai Xiao, it did make him feel immense pressure. Bai Xiao, upon seeing this giant, realized that killing it might have dire consequences. He sensed that if he attacked Tiamat, the celestial would undoubtedly awaken and resist. Battling within the core was too risky. He could guarantee that if he killed this celestial, the entire core would be destroyed in the ensuing battle, leading to Earth's destruction. Moreover, if he took action, the Ancient One would likely appear to stop him. In the end, he decided to lure the celestial elsewhere to kill him. Bai Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he planned to act, but an ethereal, emotionless voice sounded in his ear. "Do you intend to kill me?" Bai Xiao looked up, seeing the giant on the bed still asleep, but a psychic force emanated from his body. "Your awakening would destroy this world, causing billions of deaths, so you must die." Bai Xiao firmly believed in righteous indignation. Death is not the end. Sacrificing a few will bring more opportunities to the universe. I believe this is part of the rules, so I shouldn't die. The giant's ethereal voice echoed again. He was discussing with Bai Xiao. Yes, discussing, not fearing or resenting death. It seemed that this celestial, Tiamat, had no concept of fear or anger, more like a fixed program or AI. He believed that sacrificing some for greater benefits was the correct and most reasonable choice. So he hoped Bai Xiao would not kill him. People always have emotions. Sacrifice, giving for greater benefits, that has nothing to do with me. I only know that your existence would lead to my planets and billions of death. Maybe it's my selfishness, but I still insist. Bai Xiao's attitude was resolute. I cannot understand your thinking, human. But you must know, if you try to kill me, this planet will still be destroyed. The arrival of the Celestial is inevitable. Not necessarily. Crack. In an instant, the mirrors seemed to shatter, forcibly pulling the Celestial Tiamat into the mirror dimension. After succeeding, Bai Xiao felt a heavy burden. The Celestial's energy was too immense, his status too high. Pulling such a Celestial into the mirror dimension puts enormous strain on maintaining the magic. However, this burden was within Bai Xiao's tolerance. He understood that to kill the Celestial Tiamat, he could not afford to delay. Without hesitation, Bai Xiao activated EX mode. Immense magical power surged through his body, immediately pushing it to its limits. The magic within him soared to tens or even hundreds of times its usual amount, causing a tremendous aura to shake the entire mirror dimension. Sensing Bai Xiao's skyrocketing energy, the sleeping Celestial Tiamat's programmed brain flashed with a question mark. A celestial level being attacked, while still in its infancy, might be understandable. But why did this little creature seem to go all out from start? Was it planning to kill him in one strike? If Tiamat had emotions, he would probably curse the inherently treacherous humans. Bai Xiao never cared for honor in combat. From his weak beginnings to now, he had always prioritized his target's elimination over any notion of honor. Boom! Floating in the sky, Bai Xiao gripped the sword of promised victory. Massive magical power poured into the sword, and in an instant, a torrent of golden energy erupted from it like a huge fountain, soaring into the sky before ruthlessly slashing down at Tiamat. The wind roared wildly, and air currents surged. The terrifying light cannon rained down upon the ground like a flood. Feeling the pure, immense, and destructive magical power, Tiamat finally opened his eyes, which shone as brightly as two suns. An unusual wave emanated, and he seemed to utter an obscure term. Immediately, a faint crack appeared above the Celestial, within which lay a galaxy-like expanse, devouring the vast magical power. This made Bai Xiao's resolve to kill even stronger. An infant Celestial capable of such power was just a biological weapon to him, devoid of emotion and driven only by programmed instincts. From a moment Bai Xiao attacked, Tiamat had marked him as a threat. To eliminate this threat and ensure his own birth, Tiamat would spare no effort to kill Bai Xiao. The conflict was to the death, with no room for reconciliation. Buzz! As magic continuously poured out, golden vortices resembling ripples on a water mirror appeared in the sky, numbering in the hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, completely covering the sky. As if in a sacred chant, countless weapons floated down, turning into brilliant meteors with long tails, bombarding Tiamat at light speed. Boom! 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 The power of thousands of divine-grade weapons bombing at light speed was so overwhelming that the infant Celestial was momentarily stunned, only able to instinctively defend with his immature power against the relentless onslaught. Tiamat's premature awakening meant he had weak control over his power, akin to a premature baby with inherent deficiencies. His divine status was undoubtedly high. Once fully grown, he would be a true Celestial with power surpassing a single universe. However, he had been prematurely awakened by Bai Xiao, disrupting his evolution. This also caused issues in his thinking. Under Bai Xiao's fierce bombardment, Tiamat was momentarily at a loss, only instinctively defending without knowing how to counterattack. Seeing this, Bai Xiao seized the opportunity to strike the fallen enemy mercilessly. With golden flames in his eyes, he summoned the Golden City. Buzz! The colossal shadow of the Golden City, existing between reality and fantasy, flickered. Epic chants and songs reverberated as if all beings were singing in unison. The death knell sounded. Within the Golden City, the constellations of the zodiac, such as Gemini, Aries, Leo, and Taurus, each shone with their unique light, linking together. The stars shimmered, transforming into a long river of stars, breaking through dimensional barriers, seemingly descending from a distant otherworld. The rampaging river of stars represented both beauty and mystery. It also signified death. Tiamat, engulfed by the stellar river, was completely obliterated, not even leaving bone fragments. What remained was a massive essence of life, dense and golden like mercury. This golden life essence collided with Bai Xiao's body. To Bai Xiao's surprise, this immense life essence did not significantly increase his life level, but only slightly, pushing him a small step further into the celestial level, about 1% by his estimation. While this 1% might take other celestials millennia or tens of thousands of years to accumulate, it still surprised Bai Xiao. Because this was a celestial, even an infant celestial, the life essence should not be so meager. Moreover, the peculiar light sphere should not yield such little benefit. Bai Xiao realized that the essence's focus must be elsewhere. He began to observe his body. Having reached the celestial level, his body had transformed into a god, with genes and cells perfected to near perfection. He was somewhat unique compared to other celestials. Due to his pathetically low starting point, humanity, despite being intelligent life, has a genetic sequence so low that it focuses almost entirely on reproduction and intelligence. Aside from these two aspects, such as lifespan, strength, and speed, humanity ranks at the bottom among intelligent species in the universe. But Bai Xiao is a unique exception, evolving comprehensively from this lowest genetic sequence. He has made up for genetic defects, continuously improving, to the point where few at this level in the universe can match him. However, beings of the celestial group, as universe-level life forms, certainly have differences. He can see his seemingly perfect genes being refined and optimized once again by that golden life essence. And this process is continuous. Bai Xiao immediately realized that this golden life essence is enhancing his most fundamental aspects. His magic and normal life essence drive this process. But the life essence of a celestial Tiamat directly acts on this aspect, thereby enhancing his potential and foundation. In essence, it is a transformation from a mortal body to various sacred bodies in the cultivation world. As a postnatal celestial transitioning to a prenatal celestial, his future offspring will be born as prenatal god with noble bloodlines. The stronger he becomes, the greater the potential of his offspring. The benefits are implicit. They are not apparent, perhaps eliminating bottlenecks in his future rise. Bai Xiao fell into contemplation, then finally sighed helplessly. Well, this thing is actually more beneficial to his future offspring, and although it is very beneficial to him, it is not as great as he imagined. Because he fundamentally does not need this, his golden finger can ensure that while his power grows comprehensively and rapidly, his genetic level will be simultaneously improved. What the celestial Tiamat provided at most allowed him to skip this process. Or maybe it enables him to awaken and grasp some other abilities unique to the celestial group in the future. This made him quite expectant. After Tiamat's death, Bai Xiao's eyebrows twitched. He released the mirror dimension and saw the supreme sorcerer Ancient One appear in front of him with a wooden expression, looking at him, then at the clean ground. She was genuinely numb. Your efficiency is indeed quick. The Ancient One sighed helplessly. Previously, when Bai Xiao discussed the celestial Tiamat in the Earth's core with her, she had a premonition, but she did not expect that after getting a conclusion from her, this brat would go and kill it without a word. Moreover, the speed was surprisingly fast, probably taking less than a minute for the whole process. Given the uniqueness of celestials, killing one within a minute, even if it was a sleeping juvenile, showed how exaggerated Bai Xiao's power had become, reaching the top level among celestial beings. Ancient One considered herself definitely unable to beat him. Probably only Odin could compete with him. Of course, it would be the peak Odin in his youth. Now, Odin is entirely a self-destruct bomb. If Odin strikes, it is basically a fight to the death. Bai Xiao is not a fool. If he encounters Odin, he will certainly run away first. With such a hidden danger on Earth, how can it not be resolved quickly? We can't rely on future generations to solve it, Bai Xiao said matter-of-factly. With his rhetoric, The Ancient One had no choice. What else could she do with her invested person? She could only pamper him. She glanced around, her eyes flickering slightly, seemingly receiving some information, then looked at Bai Xiao. Currently, their attention is not on Earth, but since you killed a celestial, The Ancient One was speaking when her eyes suddenly widened, looking at Bai Xiao with suspicion. Your aura? Did you consume him? Ancient One's sharp eyes immediately noticed something incredible about Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao remained calm. After the celestial died, some residual power burst into me. I'm also puzzled. It seems that power is modifying my genes. This was not a lie, just that the process was as active plundering, not a gift. You were actually given the power of celestial. This means you are transforming into a celestial. Ancient One was speechless. Bai Xiao understood Ancient One's meaning. This means that power is transforming his body into that of a celestial or close to it, indicating he might be assigned a celestial task. Every celestial has their mission. If he is marked as a celestial, the celestial group might come to him to fulfill its mission and task. Do you think they will detect my existence? This, refers to his current state of transformation, whether the celestials will detect him as a potential celestial. I don't know. They're almost cold beings executing predefined tasks. We cannot understand their thinking. The Ancient One shook her head. Unable to fully comprehend the thoughts of celestial at that level, Bai Xiao found it impossible to predict their actions with his own thinking. Moreover, these celestial are not constrained by time. They can alter history at will and travel far into the future. As for the transformation within his body and whether it posed a hidden danger, Bai Xiao was uncertain. From his conversations with Ancient One, it seemed that the celestial judgment hadn't immediately descended, indicating that the death of Tiamat wasn't of significant concern to them. It might be that they genuinely didn't care, or perhaps they were temporarily preoccupied with something else. Regardless of the reason, Bai Xiao knew one thing for sure. He would not die. The Celestials enjoy interfering with life, but it's not just life they like to meddle with. They interfere with everything. They fill the void with stars, light up the dark universe, and sow seeds of life on barren planets, bringing them to life. In this regard, the Celestials are definitely positive figures. After all, they have created many magnificent worlds and many unique beings. As previously mentioned, they observe a unique value. For example, after planting seeds of life on a planet, they wait for it to evolve, then observe 1,000,000 years later to see if the beings have succeeded. If deemed successful, the beings continue to exist. If deemed a failure, the Celestials destroy them mercilessly. Bai Xiao believed his own value wouldn't lead to their destructive thoughts. Furthermore, although he couldn't currently defeat the Celestials, those gardeners couldn't kill him either. When it comes to survival, Bai Xiao is always serious. His perception of the Celestials was straightforward. Any threat to him must die. If he couldn't win, he would run, fighting while fleeing. Many Celestials were not adept at combat, and many had died in the past. This gave him the confidence to kill Tiamat. Ancient One wasn't surprised by Bai Xiao's confidence. Considering how he had grown from a mortal to this level in just 2 or 3 years, his arrogance was understandable. She also believed that the Celestials couldn't act recklessly. Though powerful, they wouldn't easily face the combined force of her, Bai Xiao, and Odin without suffering. Upon confirming the Celestials' death, Ancient One chose to leave, acting as if nothing had happened. As for Bai Xiao, he returned to his estate to continue observing the changes in his body. He needed to understand the purpose of the golden life essence. If it was indeed a threat, he would not hesitate to remove it from his body. Loki had noticed something strange lately. He found that his beloved brother Thor had changed significantly. Loki, adept at observation and manipulation, had keenly detected Thor's astonishing transformation over the past 2 months. Thor's demeanor had become more mature and composed, and Loki sensed a new danger emanating from him, something that had never been there before. Despite Loki's numerous betrayals, Thor had always loved him unconditionally, never harboring murderous intent. which allowed Loki to be so brazen with him. This unconditional love was the reason Loki dared to manipulate Thor. However, since Thor's frequent visits to Midgard 2 months ago, Loki had sensed a growing, pervasive danger from his brother. In a moment of eye contact, Loki felt a flicker of fear and avoided Thor's gaze, realizing a sense of humiliation. Loki was proud. Having grown up with Thor, he believed himself equally excellent. Yet, everyone preferred Thor's radiance, overshadowing Loki's brilliance. Since then, Loki had always been jealous of Thor. Everyone believed Thor was the rightful future ruler of Asgard, never considering Loki for the throne or truly following him. To garner attention, Loki resorted to mischief, hoping to prove himself superior to Thor. Yet, Thor's recklessness and hammer always shattered Loki's plans. People loved Thor for his boldness, enthusiasm in battle, and charisma. Loki, however, saw him as a brainless brute, an unfit king relying solely on a hammer. Despite this, Loki felt a subtle shift in Thor's power dynamics, unsettling him. During a rebellion in the Nine Realms, Thor led Loki, Sif, the Warriors 3, and the Royal Guard to suppress it. Amidst the vast army, the Asgardians fought fiercely. Yet, all eyes were on Thor. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, moved through the enemy like lightning, each strike causing bloodshed. His punches and kicks held unprecedented power, and his combat style had become more efficient and potent. Facing a stone giant, Thor, enveloped in lightning, delivered a punch that obliterated it completely. At this moment, Thor resembled a god, and thus won the victory in this war. Thor stood tall on the battlefield, raising Mjolnir and roaring with anger. All the enemies around him knelt down, submitting to this deity. All the Asgardian warriors raised their weapons, shouting and cheering for their commander. The atmosphere reached its peak at this moment. Loki stood silently beside Sif and the Warriors 3, gazing at the radiant Thor ahead. It was always like this, always this scene and setting. What made Loki furious and helpless was that he clearly sensed Thor's growth. Loki realized that if he faced Thor, he might be easily defeated, which filled him with unwillingness. Why was it like this? With this doubt, Asgard welcomed the celebrations after the victory. Banquets were a common tradition in Asgard, often held for victories, dueling victories, and other celebrations. But there was never a lack of a lively atmosphere here. At night, the banquet in Asgard was filled with the shouts of the Asgardian warriors. Some were eating roasted meat and drinking while bragging about how many enemies they had killed and how many heads they had chopped off. Some were arm wrestling, some were dueling, and many Asgardians gathered to watch and cheer. Loki sat beside Thor, not silent, but at least not inferior to the crowd in this aspect. After all, Thor was deeply loved, and if he showed a cold and lonely demeanor, the throne would be completely out of his reach. Thus, the skilled actor Loki actually had considerable popularity among the Asgardian warriors and people, second only to Thor. But being second was enough for Loki to ignore those who supported him. Moreover, the most important people, whether it was Sif, the Warriors 3, or Odin, all favored Thor. Only his mother Frigga treated him equally. When the lively banquet ended, Thor had drunk heartily, but his strong physique kept him from getting drunk, remaining somewhat clear-headed. The warriors around him were lying about in various states of disarray, completely unrecognizable. At this moment, Loki questioned Thor. "You seem to have changed, Thor." "Haha, you noticed, Loki." Thor laughed, as he also felt his own growth, becoming more outstanding on the battlefield and clearer in his combat decisions. "Yes, you." Loki hadn't finished speaking when the burly Volstagg staggered over drunkenly, hugging Thor's neck and shouting loudly, "Our Thor is an invincible god. No one can withstand the judgment of Mjolnir. Our enemies will be torn apart by lightning under Thor's command." "Yes, my brother." Thor laughed heartily, echoing. Loki's eyes flashed. Volstagg shouted twice, burped, and then sat down on the ground, snoring loudly. Thor patted his good friend's shoulder with amusement, not minding, as Asgardian warriors could survive even in the most extreme conditions. Sleeping here for a few days was no problem at all. My brother, what do you want to say? He looked at Loki, who didn't hide his thoughts, directly asking, "Why have you become so strong in such a short time? You know this strength exceeds my expectations, my brother." Do you remember that time? Do you mean when the hell upheaval caused demons to escape to other realms? Yes, we all know that a powerful figure entered hell, killed a powerful hell lord named Asmodeus, and his wife Lilith also disappeared, reportedly killed by him. Thor didn't conceal anything. I'm not sure about that. This was the information we obtained afterward, costing a lot of money. This money was universal currency in the cosmos, which could be used to buy much information for brokers. This time, the information was bought with money, though Asgard had no concept of money because they were too rich, never lacking in wealth. Especially for a prince of Asgard like him. Mother once made us choose, and after that, I wanted to find him, but he was well hidden, and Heimdall couldn't see him until 2 months ago when he appeared, and I visited him on Midgard. So your change is because of him? Yes, he is a respectable warrior. Additionally, I met 2 interesting friends there. We fought fiercely and grew together in those battles. But you never mentioned this. Loki was somewhat dissatisfied, actually very dissatisfied. He didn't expect Thor to hide this from him. It had never happened before. Even when Thor met those women, he never concealed it. This inevitably led to some dark thoughts in his mind. Was Thor doing this on purpose? He didn't expect that Thor, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also play these little tricks with his brother. Thor did not notice Loki's venomous glare and continued speaking to himself. "I'm very sorry, my brother. Each battle with them has been a wonderful and thrilling journey, which made me forget many things, immersed in the joy of combat." Thor was lying. In fact, when fighting Pietro and Wanda, he was always beaten to a pulp. The first time, Bai Xiao helped him recover quickly, but afterward, Bai Xiao did not assist him. As a result, every time he was beaten, his body suffered severe injuries, and it took him several days to recover, even with his physique. After his defeats, he focused entirely on recalling the details of the battles, pondering how to defeat Pietro and Wanda. He had no time to pay attention to Loki. Of course, this did not stop him from embellishing the truth a bit with words, but Loki, who grew up with him, could easily see through his lies. This only confirmed to Loki that his seemingly guileless brother was wary of and guarding against him. Loki believed his excellence still posed a threat to Thor. Thor wanted to ascend to the throne, and Loki was the biggest obstacle. Thor did not want him to become more outstanding than he was. Loki's heart was full of bitterness. Indeed, the struggle for the throne was filled with conspiracy, cruelty, cold-bloodedness, and slaughter everywhere. The brother who once devoted himself unconditionally to Loki was now also starting to understand how to guard against, be wary of, and scheme for the throne. Was Thor preparing to frame and kill him next? Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Thor's conspiratorial expression seemed a bit amusing and somewhat unbelievable, but Loki knew he could not easily trust Thor. Perhaps in the future, he would have to kill Thor with his own hands. For the throne and survival, this was something he must go through. Loki's mind turned, but his face remained expressionless. He began to probe. "Those 2 friends are strong? They actually earned your recognition." "Yes, Pietro and Wanda are the youngest and most powerful warriors and mages I've ever known." Gathering critical information, Loki silently praised himself. "They sound like Midgardians. I didn't expect such a poor place to produce such strong individuals. This also surprised me. But Pietro and Wanda were excellent warriors trained by Shaw. They are very young and have great potential. In the future, they will surely become true gods like us." "Loki, don't underestimate them," Thor said solemnly. "Moreover, Midgard might not be what we think. Strong protectors have emerged there, and it will rise in the future. Though it may not surpass Asgard, it will become a legend." Seeing Thor speak so earnestly, Loki couldn't help but feel astonished. He had never seen Thor give anyone such high praise, which made him feel a bit jealous. I heard you mention there's a mage among them. Yes, her name is Wanda. She is a young, beautiful girl and an outstanding mage. She can proficiently use many spells and combine them. Many of her spells give me a headache, Thor said, looking frustrated. During his fights with Wanda, he had no chance to retaliate. He couldn't get close to her. Her reactions were too fast, and her spellcasting speed was extraordinary. She didn't need incantations or hand signs, casting spells instantly with just a thought. Moreover, her combat intelligence was high, using various defensive spells on herself and then bombarding from a distance while setting traps. This turned the fight into a game of trying to get close to Wanda. If he couldn't, he got bombed. She sounds incredible, a young and outstanding mage. Perhaps I should exchange a few words with her, Loki said, displeased with Thor's praise. He should be the most outstanding mage in Thor's mind. Thor suddenly seemed to realize something. Yes, Loki, maybe you should come to Midgard with me. Both you and Wanda are exceptional mages, and you could grow more by exchanging ideas. In reality, Thor wanted to see his brother get frustrated, believing the scene would be amusing. But Loki found Thor's words suspicious. Thor, whom he believed was guarding against him, actually suggested such a thing. Was there a hidden plot? Or was Thor planning to kill him when he reached Midgard? That didn't seem right. After all, Heimdall was not easy to deceive and would see through any plot. Though Heimdall was a guardian and never involved himself in the Odinson family's royal matters, loyal only to Asgard and Odin, Loki still felt Heimdall lean towards the most promising candidate for the next ruler, which was Thor. Could it be that the two are conspiring? Loki felt a pang of suspicion. However, considering the powerful figure from Midgard, someone of that stature wouldn't normally get involved in Asgard's internal matters, especially since Odin is still alive. No matter how powerful, the other party wouldn't cause trouble at this time. Besides, back then, a mere king of Asgard wouldn't have been worth their attention. As his thoughts churned, Loki finally said, "Give it some time, Thor. You know I have some matters to deal with. After I handle them, I'll go with you to Midgard." Loki decided to play it safe and observe Thor and Heimdall for a while. If he didn't notice anything unusual, it wouldn't be too late to go. If there were no conspiracies, Loki was quite keen to grow stronger. He was beginning to realize that he could hardly keep up with Thor. Though Thor wasn't the brightest, Loki was confident he could outsmart him, but only if their strengths were roughly equal. If the power gap were too large, no scheme would be effective. In Asgard, strength was always the priority. All right, Loki, you can tell me any time. However, I need to check with Shaw first, Thor said, pounding his chest. Shaw. Loki mentally noted the name. In a luxurious mansion in Los Angeles, there was a massive laboratory in the basement, filled with various instruments. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from outside the stairs, as a beautiful blonde woman in a suit walked over and waited by the floor-to-ceiling window for a moment. "Welcome, Ms. Pepper." At that moment, Jarvis's voice rang out. The woman addressed, as Pepper was not surprised, and watched as the glass door in front of her automatically opened. She walked in and greeted, "Hello, Jarvis. Is Mr. Stark available?" According to his schedule, he canceled his trip to Budapest. "Okay, I see him." Pepper walked in with documents, weaving through a disordered array of items, and found Tony Stark surrounded by holographic projections in the laboratory. Tony was wearing a sweater and looked surprisingly good-spirited, quite different from the Tony she used to see. At least, at this time, whenever she saw Tony, he would usually be accompanied by a woman. "Mr. Stark, I have some documents that need your attention," Pepper said softly, standing in front of Tony. Tony didn't respond immediately, but stared blankly at the holographic projections in front of him. Holographic projection technology was used this year, but wasn't widespread, and only Tony, as the director of Stark Industries, had this exception. Pepper herself hadn't seen it much, so she found it quite astonishing. The holographic projection displayed something very familiar to her, which seemed to be the arc reactor, one of Stark Industries' top technologies. However, the current projection showed it significantly miniaturized. What was this for? Pepper suddenly felt that the genius in front of her might be working on something extraordinary. Seeing Tony unmoved, Pepper didn't rush him. Though she hadn't been with the company long and had just been promoted to Tony Stark's assistant, she remembered Tony's little habits very well. At such moments, it was best not to disturb a genius's thoughts, as it could interrupt their brilliant ideas. Tony was precisely such a person. After a while, Tony seemed to have figured something out, muttering technical jargon Pepper couldn't understand, and gesturing with his hands. The holographic projection's motion capture followed Tony's ideas and gradually executed them. Eventually, a heap of scattered parts assembled into a miniature arc reactor. Great idea. Congratulations, sir. You've completed Mr. Howard Stark's unfinished concept. Its output power and energy efficiency are better than expected. Yeah, I'm always smarter than my dad. You should know that. We've solved the hardest part. Jarvis, maybe we should celebrate. Tony's expression turned excited. His idea could only proceed to the next step after solving the energy problem. Sir, I must remind you, your current physical condition. Jarvis, I don't need any more reminders. Tony snapped, his face darkening, his breath huffing like an angry bull. Yet this angry bull had lost its crucial ability, which was Tony's biggest headache. At this moment, Tony finally noticed Pepper holding the documents. Wow. Pepper, when did you learn to be invisible? Tony's exaggerated expression left Pepper speechless. Honestly, if she could, she would love to diss this boss, but she couldn't. She might lose this high-paying job if she did. Being Tony Stark's assistant was a dream job for many in the company. When she was promoted to this position, she had already been dissed countless times by petty people who even gleefully bet on how long she could stay by Tony's side. After all, being Tony's life assistant has always been a high-consumption position. Mr. Stark, I think there's a document you need to sign. Okay, I appreciate your humor, Tony said offhandedly as he took the document Pepper handed over. As he read through it, he raised an eyebrow. Is this about Obadiah's shares? Yes, more than half of the board members do not agree with young Obadiah inheriting Mr. Obadiah's shares. How realistic. I remember they were supposedly friends with Obadiah. After he died, these so-called friends immediately wanted to eliminate his successor's shares, Tony said disdainfully. Obadiah was one of the major shareholders of Stark Industries. His shares were worth billions of dollars. However, because of Obadiah's sudden death, the shares would be inherited by his direct relative, his son, young Obadiah. But the shareholders did not want young Obadiah to inherit the shares. According to legal provisions, if more than half of the shareholders disagree with the successor becoming the new shareholder of the company, they need to buy the deceased shareholder's shares at the determined price from the successor. It seems young Obadiah doesn't suffer a loss, but in reality, this is just a pack of hyenas tearing at a comrade's flesh. How valuable are Stark's shares? Stark Industries is not just an arms company. It also leads industries in various fields worldwide. Its estimated external market value is already in the hundreds of billions of dollars. What does hundreds of billions of dollars mean in this era? Wealth, rivaling nations. Last year, the total GDP of the entire United States was only $12 trillion. Remember, this is just one company, and the market value of Stark Industries rises every year with very few downturns, which is rare. The foundation of Stark Industries is very stable. As long as Tony Stark is alive, the market value will increase every year. The shares young Obadiah holds could earn a large amount of money each year. If they are forcibly sold, the financial loss would increase over time. One could say that the shares Obadiah left behind are a huge cake. Not only the shareholders of Stark Industries, but also other outsiders would divide this cake like hungry wolves. How could such a fat cake be eaten by young Obadiah alone? He does not have Obadiah's capabilities and connections. Even if he did, in the face of hundreds of billions or more in money, all feelings become worthless. Tony himself understands this well. Reality is this cruel. Others are hyenas, but aren't he? This opportunity also allows Tony to buy more shares, making it easier for him to completely control Stark Industries. He does not want another incident like the Marbury Villa. If it weren't for Obadiah's greed, the Marbury incident wouldn't have happened, and Wanda and her brother wouldn't have come knocking, causing him to lose his life. Moreover, Wanda had said that Obadiah was very greedy and even wanted to swallow his shares and kick him out. So naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Thus, after a bit of mockery, Tony cheerfully signed his name on the document. In reality, whether he signed or not, the outcome was already decided. If he wanted, he could indeed change everything. But that would cost a lot, a price Tony does not want to pay now. Obadiah isn't worth it. Pepper, hearing this, felt helpless. Mockery was fine, but he signed so decisively and quickly. But this kind of battle between big shots had nothing to do with her, a small assistant. After Tony finished signing, she asked, "Is there anything else I need to arrange, Mr. Stark? Cancel my schedule for a month. I need a month for experiments." "All right, Mr. Stark." After nodding, Pepper noticed Tony's dry lips and handed him a cup of honey water. Receiving Tony's appreciative look, she confirmed there were no other matters and turned to leave, needing to take the document to the board meeting. Watching the young blonde Pepper leave, Tony suddenly said, "I like her. Ms. Pepper is excellent. From her past preferences, she meets all the criteria. But your health still needs improvement. Perhaps I can relay your condition to the medical team." Tony covered his forehead. "Do you think science can solve magic, Jarvis?" "In some ways, it can, but it requires more advanced equipment. With the current technology available on Earth, it is impossible to analyze the nature and origin of magic." "All right, let's forget about that for now. I'm more concerned about the MK armor. After solving the power source issue, we need to build the armor shell next." "Sir, are you preparing to manufacture armor to counter external threats?" "Exactly. Right now, I'm too weak. A single bullet could kill me, let alone those terrifying beings." Just thinking about it made Tony feel a bit frightened. In battles of that scale, he was like an ant that could be crushed by the slightest breeze. He didn't like this feeling of helplessness, where his life was in danger and there was nothing he could do about it. The MK armor was undoubtedly the best choice to solve this problem. Having witnessed top-level confrontations, he didn't expect the MK armor to clash head-on with those monsters. As long as it could keep him alive, that would be good enough. He believed that with his intellect, he might eventually come up with a better solution. At this moment, he realized that after Wanda had removed some of his abilities, he might have more time and energy to devote to the MK armor. Tony actually thought this wasn't too bad. However, he might also need to find another hobby to deal with accumulated negative emotions. Maybe play some soccer or race cars. At the manor, Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking at Thor's brother, who was called the embodiment of deception. The other man's handsome, pale face was full of respect, and his every move was filled with elegance. Compared to Thor, this rough man truly had a prince-like demeanor. However, although the other man hit it well, Bai Xiao still caught some different thoughts. For instance, wanting to become stronger, just like Thor, through him. Of course, that was the only minor thought Loki dared to entertain. He wouldn't dare to try anything else, as he surely understood the vast difference in their levels. Any small misstep could lead to significant losses. Loki was a top expert in adapting to situations. Bai Xiao showed a kind smile. The future god of stories, seeing this humorous character fall flat, would undoubtedly be an amusing sight. However, Loki, looking at Bai Xiao's smile, couldn't help but feel uneasy. It seemed that this powerful figure, capable of killing Hell Lords, was up to something bad. Soon, Loki would fully understand the reason. In the mirror dimension, Thor stood in the distance, laughing heartily as he watched Loki awkwardly dodge Wanda's remote bombardment. Seeing his brother in misfortune seemed to bring him joy. Loki now felt utterly confused. Or rather, he didn't know what he was doing in this damn space. Facing that young but beautiful and fragile-looking girl, the moment the battle started, she transformed instantly from a seemingly weak little girl into a human artillery. Loki had never seen a mage like this. What happened to close combat? Why was he pinned in place and bombarded with all sorts of powerful magic? Each spell had terrifying power, with huge fireballs of over 100 meters in diameter causing massive explosions, creating craters thousands of meters wide. The shockwaves nearly blew him away. If one of those hit him directly, he doubted he would survive. He had reason to believe that the girl was acting. She was a madwoman, conspiring with Thor to kill him. While dodging the bombardment, he saw Thor laughing excitedly and the girl's expressionless face with terrifying, killing intent in her eyes. Loki understood. They were conspiring to kill him. Then Thor would ascend to the throne, and the guy named Shaw would completely replace Odin, controlling all of Asgard from behind the scenes. He had to survive and return to Asgard to inform his father, Odin, of Thor's conspiracy. Of course, no one knew Loki's thoughts. Wanda appeared to be happily displaying her power. Though she was young, her woman's intuition told her that this handsome and elegant Asgardian prince was not a good person. She had a vague feeling that he was up to something, his eyes filled with caution towards everyone. This made the young witch very uncomfortable. Clearly, he had come to Bai Xiao to become stronger. Look at Thor. Although a bit foolish, he was sincere and straightforward. Such a personality was at least not detestable. But this guy, while seeking help, was full of suspicion and arrogance, which made Wanda decide to teach this so-called prince a good lesson. What does an angry young witch look like? Just like this. Wanda, in full output mode, didn't care about the expenditure, effortlessly casting powerful basic combination spells. The bombardment of countless giant fireballs over 100 meters in diameter covered every direction. Loki tried to deceive Wanda with illusions and projections, but Wanda didn't bother tracking him. She directly used chaos magic, summoning heavy snow, forcibly changing the environment of the entire space. But this time, Wanda miscalculated. She suddenly realized that Loki seemed highly resistant to low temperatures, and his reaction and escape speed increased significantly in the cold, even allowing him to counterattack. Wanda quickly realized that the cold environment seemed to benefit Loki, so she immediately changed her approach, turning the cold into intense heat. The endless scorching temperature distorted the air in the entire space. Wanda's combat intelligence needs no further discussion. Even a warrior like Thor can't get close to her, let alone a mage like Loki, despite his being a tank mage. However, compared to the future's top mages in the Nine Realms, Loki's current level is merely intermediate. His close combat skills are quite good, but Wanda didn't give Loki any chance to approach her, bombarding him continuously and forcing him to dodge frantically. The fight turned into a survival game. Thus, the battle ended quickly. Wanda summoned binding chains, tying Loki up tightly. This binding magic, specially modified by Bai Xiao, had multiple magical imprints on each chain, capable of restraining even Hell Lords, let alone Loki. Loki was covered in scars, his once handsome and pale face now full of dust, making him look so pitiful that even Thor felt a pang of heartache. But after all, it was a battle. Thor himself had experienced worse outcomes fighting Pietro and Wanda. Despite the heartache, Thor acted nonchalant, believing that scars were a warrior's greatest honor and badge. Moreover, Loki wasn't dead. With his strong physique, he would recover in a few days. Wanda descended from the air, withdrew the binding magic, and the mirror dimension returned to the manor. Bai Xiao, sitting leisurely on the sofa, watched everyone. Though he hadn't entered the mirror dimension, he knew exactly what happened inside. Seeing Loki's state, he wasn't surprised. So, this is your recent training? I'd call it getting beaten up. Loki brushed the dirt off his body, looking like a refugee. Loki gave Thor an annoyed look, then glanced at the little witch sitting beside Bai Xiao, being patted on the head and looking obedient, with disbelief in his eyes. Although Thor had warned him about the twins' terrifying strength, he hadn't expected the Midgard woman to be so powerful. He had always been confident in his abilities, thinking himself the strongest in Asgard aside from the gods and Thor. This time, his pride was shattered by a girl from a primitive world. He couldn't even be angry because in Asgard, losing one's temper over a duel was considered disgraceful. Thus, despite losing, Loki accepted it with composure. You know, Loki, we grew up getting beaten up. This is no different. Thor shrugged. But she's ridiculously strong, and that power? Loki looked at the girl. He hadn't expected Thor to fight such a monster, explaining his rapid growth. He recognized the energy within Wanda. It was one of the universe's most powerful forces, chaos magic. Even in his understanding, such power was top tier in the universe. He never expected the host of chaos magic to be a girl from a primitive world. Yes, she surpasses many mages and is still very young. Thor leaned back on the sofa. Loki nodded and glanced at Pietro, the white-haired kid praised by Thor, knowing that if the girl was this strong, the boy must be equally formidable. It was unbelievable that Midgard had such exceptional warriors. And there were two of them. No wonder they were nurtured by someone as strong as his father Odin. Loki looked at Bai Xiao, realizing that both Wanda and Pietro's strength must have been due to this seemingly young man. Bai Xiao ignored Loki, considering him unworthy of attention. Allowing Loki to join was because he could be a worthy opponent for Wanda, which could stimulate her rapid growth. Loki's potential was undeniable. Additionally, having Loki and Thor as sparring partners also sent a friendly signal to Odin, indicating that Bai Xiao expected Odin to pay a corresponding price. This price was something Bai Xiao wanted. From the details of the battle, your combat style is a mess. Wanda, prompted by Bai Xiao, began critiquing Loki without mercy. Your main tactics are a combination of magic and melee, but both are mediocre. You want to integrate your style, but both aspects are quite weak. After being criticized by Wanda, Loki initially became angry out of pride, but his anger soon turned into contemplation. This was because his opponent had easily defeated him in battle, even though she came from a backward civilization and was just a teenager. Strength is strength, regardless of lineage or age. His opponent was stronger, so her critique humbled Loki. Moreover, he knew that this was Bai Xiao hinting at his shortcomings. One must recognize their limitations, and Loki understood this, so he nodded. So, you think I should focus on one direction? That's up to you. Wanda shook her head. I'm just saying that you should excel in magic rather than becoming a warrior like Thor. If you only want to be a warrior, you'll never be able to defeat me or Thor. Your future ceiling is already predictable. So, I should focus on magic? It's your best choice. Your combat intelligence is high. Although you were beaten badly by me in the mirror dimension, you still managed to hold out for a long time due to your adept use of magic. Wanda pointed out Loki's strengths. She then asked curiously, logically, your talent in magic shouldn't be bad, but you only know so little magic. From the start of the fight, Wanda noticed Loki's use of magic was quite rudimentary, with only a few spells executed proficiently. Asgardian warriors value bravery, you understand? Brave warriors. Loki blushed and emphasized. Was it that he didn't want to learn magic? No, it was just that in Asgard, few liked to use magic. They preferred charging at the enemy and cutting off heads with their weapons. Thor was revered because he always led the charge into enemy ranks, swinging his hammer to crush his foes. Such bravery inspired the troops. In Asgard, Loki was influenced by this trend. If he wanted to be king, he couldn't hide behind magic. He needed the Asgardians' favor. But isn't the goal of battle to win? Wanda was puzzled. What does bravery have to do with it if you can win the war? On the battlefield, whether through hand-to-hand combat or magic, participation is participation. Isn't that brave enough? Thor coughed awkwardly. It seemed like an open diss. He wanted to defend Loki, but Wanda's next sentence silenced him completely. And the bravest warrior still gets beaten. He was brave enough, Wanda said seriously, pointing at Thor, but he couldn't get within 300 meters of me the whole time. So what's the use of bravery if it doesn't win battles? Or does Asgard discriminate against mages? Thor was at a loss for words. Despite being Asgard's bravest warrior, he felt quite helpless against this little mage. Loki, however, brightened up. He glanced at Thor, thinking how his noble brother, who always boasted in front of him, also faced setbacks. Realizing this, Loki straightened up. He knew that as long as he could achieve the same results as Thor, any method was good. Bravery didn't suit him. He was born to be a mage. So what should I do? Loki asked respectfully. Expand your magic knowledge. You know very little magic, and most of it is not mastered. That's a flaw. You need to learn more magic, connect them, and form your own combat style. And to do that, Wanda smiled brightly. Just keep fighting strong opponents. She puffed out her chest, signaling that she was that strong opponent and would help him well. Beating up 2 Asgardian princes, 2 mythical gods, felt wonderful. Plus, she found Loki somewhat annoying, so having a legitimate reason to fight him was quite satisfying. Loki didn't expect such a cute little witch to have such a ruthless idea. He was thoughtful, determined. With Thor racing ahead on the path to growth, he couldn't stagnate. He had to keep up with Thor, or his chances of claiming the throne would diminish. If he couldn't catch up with Thor on one track, he might as well switch tracks. In the past, he could use various spells to toy with Thor. If he could master more magic, he would still be able to toy with or even defeat his brute of a brother. Moreover, the powerful spells Wanda uses in combat seem like devastating weapons on the battlefield, capable of quickly wiping out enemies more efficiently than Thor. Thinking of this, Loki looked at Wanda, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, Wanda immediately shook her head like a rattle. I won't teach you magic, and my magic is all related to chaos magic, so it won't be very useful to you. Wanda's words were half true. Her magic was all improved and taught by Bai Xiao, and they both had a shared lineage of power, making it easy for her to use. However, if taught to Loki, he would still need to adapt it himself. It's not as simple as changing an engine in a car to make it run. Loki wasn't disappointed. He was just thinking instinctively. While Asgard may not have many mages, it doesn't lack magic. Over countless years, Asgard has defeated many opponents, including mages, and the spoils of war contain a lot of magic. Determined to take a different path, Loki earnestly expressed his gratitude to Wanda and Bai Xiao. He wasn't foolish. Whether it was Bai Xiao, who was already a big shot, or Wanda, who would inevitably become one, it was essential to show goodwill and at least improve his standing with them. Otherwise, how could he receive guidance in the future? Having originally been full of caution, Loki now became cheerful. However, after watching the battle between Thor and Pietro, he quickly became serious again. The destructive power displayed in this battle, along with certain details, weighed heavily on Loki. It hadn't been long, yet the power, speed, and rapidly improving techniques Thor showed in full battle made Loki gape. He asked himself, how long could he last against Thor? It was an answer Loki did not want to acknowledge. Thus, Loki finally realized the harsh reality. He was far behind Thor. If he was behind, he needed to catch up for the throne, to prove to Odin and Asgard that he was superior to Thor. Bai Xiao hadn't noticed Loki's determined face. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Constantly comparing himself to Thor and falling short was typical of Loki in the early stages. There's no way around it. Loki was just a clown in the early stages. But Bai Xiao did not doubt Loki's talent for magic, though it wasn't enough to make him pay special attention. He was more focused on the golden life essence of the celestial he had finally started to decipher. As initially speculated, this essence was preparing to transform his genes towards those of the celestials. No surprise, even without killing to enhance his power. In the coming period, as his genes were fully transformed into celestial genes, his strength would soar rapidly, and some knowledge inherent in these genes would be unlocked. Mastering the knowledge within the celestial genes would establish his identity as a celestial. This discovery led Bai Xiao to a choice: to remove these genes. These genes were beneficial to other humans, as human gene sequences already contained deeply hidden celestial genes, a remnant of ancient celestial experiments on Earth. Humans, Inhumans, mutants, Skrulls, and Eternals all share a small segment of these genes. The genes of the celestial Tiamat are pure celestial genes. Being injected with these genes would cause anyone to take off instantly. But for Bai Xiao, it was entirely different. Being transformed into a celestial, bearing that identity, would likely saddle him with celestial duties and tasks. Bai Xiao did not want to be restricted. Although this essence could rapidly enhance his power, the drawbacks were unnecessary for him. Even without this benefit, his ability to grow stronger by killing meant his growth rate would not be slow. It was utterly useless. However, the knowledge within the celestial genes piqued Bai Xiao's curiosity. Removing Tiamat's golden essence wasn't difficult. In the past, he might not have been able to prevent it, but now, such a process was quite easy for him. Soon, a ball of golden energy formed in Bai Xiao's hand. The energy was bright and emitted an irresistible allure. I hope it won't disappoint me. As 2006 approached, what should have been a peaceful year was disrupted by a few events. The Hulk was born. During a military reverse engineering of a super gene serum, a scientist named Bruce Banner injected the serum and underwent massive gamma radiation testing, transforming him into a huge green monster over 2 meters tall. With superhuman strength, speed, and defense, the Hulk's birth even resulted in Bruce Banner's girlfriend Betty being hospitalized. What should have been an accident turned into something else, as Betty's father, General Ross, saw the Hulk as the perfect battlefield weapon and sought to capture Bruce Banner to extract genes for more super serum. However, during a crucial moment of capture, Bruce Banner turned into the Hulk and escaped from General Ross's soldiers. General Ross, furious, deployed a large army to hunt him down, bringing the Hulk into the sights of another group. The Great Hall of Asgard. After nearly 2 years of slumber, Odin the All-Father awoke. Seated upon his throne, adorned in magnificent armor, holding the eternal spear Gungnir, and wearing his eye patch, he radiated a profound sense of authority from his single eye. Although his hair and beard had turned white, and he seemed somewhat frail, neither Thor, Loki, nor any other warriors present dared to underestimate this king who had brought glory and splendor to Asgard. As long as Odin had not fallen, he remained the unparalleled king leading Asgard in conquests across the universe. Even with his last breath, none would dare to act presumptuously before him. Odin quietly listened to Thor and Loki report the events of the past 2 years, including recent disturbances across the 9 realms. However, when he heard of an anomaly in Hell, his eye momentarily flickered, betraying a slight change in emotion. Yet, he maintained his composure, so much so that even the astute Loki did not notice. Only after their reports concluded did Odin nod in satisfaction. "Your growth has exceeded my expectations, Thor Loki." Loki looked up at his father. Such praise, even shared with Thor, was rare and remarkable. Present were Sif, the Warriors 3, and Queen Frigga, all showing signs of agreement. Both Thor and especially Loki had changed significantly, so much so that it seemed they had become different people. As childhood companions, Sif and the Warriors 3 had always harbored doubts about Loki, noticing flaws in his facade that those close to him could detect. However, Loki, being a prince and Thor's brother, meant these doubts could not be openly expressed, especially as Loki had done nothing to harm Thor. Thus, they kept their suspicions to themselves. But since Loki accompanied Thor to Midgard, they observed changes in Loki. Like Thor, he had become more composed and was often seen quietly reading books. Loki was considered the most intelligent and thoughtful among the Asgardians, always studying and reading more than anyone else. However, after their campaigns, Loki's behavior changed. The frivolity vanished, replaced by a more genuine demeanor, no longer as elusive as an illusion. Recently, during the rebellion in the 9 realms, they witnessed changes in Loki's combat prowess. He had become stronger, his magic formidable, slaying countless enemies. His efficiency in killing was almost on par with Thor, though his style had evolved from reckless charges to strategic prowess. Strength remained strength, and they did not view Loki's change in fighting style as a loss of valor. They questioned how long they could survive against Loki, leaving no room for doubt. Sif and the Warriors 3 sensed this, and so did Odin. He saw even more, noticing the significant improvement in the brothers' demeanor and strength. They had shed much of their recklessness, frivolity, and arrogance. They had become steady, able to face challenges with calm and clarity. This was what Odin hoped to see in a king, knowing that benevolence must be built on a foundation of iron-fisted rule. Only after solidifying control would one consider mercy and compassion. Without such change, Odin would have set the brothers on their predetermined paths, ensuring their growth along those routes. Now, they had prematurely embarked on the correct path. This gratified Odin greatly. He also understood this was due to the goodwill extended by the one who altered the sacred timeline on Midgard. Recognizing the effort, Odin knew he must not withhold his own contributions. Otherwise, it would be akin to digging his own grave. Antagonizing that individual would be unwise for Asgard, which, while not lacking enemies, needed trustworthy, capable friends. Especially after his fall. The timeline had already been disrupted, a reality Odin could not change, thus compelling him to consider Asgard's future. Nurturing Thor and Loki was always part of his plan, even at the cost of witnessing severe sacrifices. Now, a better option has presented itself. Odin was no fool. If Asgard could be preserved while ensuring Thor and Loki's growth as future kings, sticking to the original script would be sheer folly. Father, Thor was just about to speak humbly, but Odin's single sharp eye flashed, illuminating the entire grand hall for an instant. Odin stood up, descended the throne steps, and looked behind Thor. Odin's sudden movement startled everyone, causing them to quickly turn and follow his gaze. There, standing behind them, was a figure, dressed in a brown coat with a white shirt underneath. His posture was upright, his face handsome, and his demeanor carried the same divine aura as Odin's, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze directly. It was none other than Bai Xiao, king of Asgard, guardian of Earth. Two unparalleled powerhouses met for the first time in the palace hall. There was no tension, only calmness, but beneath that calm, it felt as if a terrible storm was brewing. If the storm descended, it would be catastrophic. No one would be spared. Everyone exchanged looks in silence. At this moment, even Thor kept quiet, silently observing the two powerful figures. This atmosphere did not last long, as Odin was the first to smile. He stepped forward to greet Bai Xiao, with Frigga, his wife and the Queen of Asgard, following closely behind. "Welcome, Bai Xiao." Odin placed his right hand over his chest in a gesture unique to Asgard, and Bai Xiao returned the gesture. Bai Xiao's appearance intrigued many, including Sif and the Warriors Three. For their previously backward civilization to produce a figure comparable to Odin was astonishing. Moreover, they knew of Bai Xiao's impressive achievements, such as his solo venture into Hell to slay a Hell Lord, which was already legendary. Their curiosity was short-lived, as Odin soon dismissed everyone from the palace, including Frigga, leaving only him and Bai Xiao to converse privately. As they walked shoulder to shoulder down the palace corridor, Thor was curious. "I wonder what Bai Xiao and Father are discussing. I think whatever they discuss is beyond our reach, Thor. We're still far from their level." Loki responded calmly. In the past, he would have tried to guess what might happen between Odin and Bai Xiao. But now, Loki was indifferent to such meaningless things. He understood that until he reached that level, Odin and Bai Xiao would always see them as children, unworthy of knowing such matters. Loki preferred to continue his magical studies, eager to catch up with his less thoughtful brother. "True," Thor nodded in agreement, then asked Loki, "Do you want to find Pietro and Wanda today? I am studying a powerful spell. I'll join you after mastering it." "All right." Thor was not disappointed. If Loki wouldn't go, he would. Both Pietro and Wanda were rare opponents, growing even faster than him and Loki. Despite this, Thor had never truly defeated Pietro or Wanda. Wanda's growth was astounding, not just in magical prowess, but also in physical strength, nearing their level. Even purely in close combat, Wanda was formidable, once going head-to-head with Thor and ending in a draw. Remembering that encounter made Thor feel a bit embarrassed. His good brother and Pietro later mocked him, saying he was useless despite the chance. This drove Thor's competitive spirit and desire for combat even further, vowing to one day defeat Pietro and Wanda in a direct confrontation. Thor's fiery determination made Loki roll his eyes. His battle-crazed brother thought only of fighting, never of training outside of combat. Unlike Thor, Wanda and Pietro trained constantly, learning magic or engaging in high-intensity physical training to improve their abilities. Thor, on the other hand, relied solely on combat, growing stronger even when taking hits, a talent that left Loki exasperated. "Is that Bai Xiao?" Sif was curious. She had heard of Bai Xiao's fame, but never met him until today. Her expectations were not disappointed by the other party's demeanor and appearance. Though he appeared somewhat young, the profound and unfathomable aura he exuded made her shiver instinctively with just a glance, which was enough to prove his terrifying nature. As terrifying as Odin. Incredible that Midgard would produce such a powerful individual. "I'd love to spar with him." Volstagg, the big man, grinned, his eyes brimming with boundless fighting spirit. "Forget it, Volstagg. Xiao is a true god on par with the All-Father. I saw your performance earlier, and I'm afraid a mere glance from him would have you prostrate on the ground." Fandral mocked Volstagg. Hogan nodded in agreement, patting the mocked Volstagg comfortingly. "Believe me, friend, it's no disgrace. You know, for us to even retain our courage before such a formidable opponent is already quite remarkable." Are you kidding me?" The big man Volstagg was immediately displeased, waving his large hand angrily. "I'm the bravest warrior of Asgard while excluding Thor." Glancing hesitantly at Loki, he added, "And Loki too, of course. The honor of Asgardian warriors will never allow me, Volstagg, to lose courage, no matter whom I face," Volstagg declared confidently. But Thor bluntly dealt a blow, patting Volstagg on the chest with a comforting tone. "Yes, Volstagg, I have never doubted your courage. But you should know, no matter how brave a warrior is, when facing a truly mighty god, maintaining your courage is enough." In fact, Thor meant that Volstagg was boasting. Not just Volstagg. Even Thor himself had once, out of curiosity, proposed a spar with Bai Xiao, which ended disastrously. His good brother Loki still remembers it as a dark chapter. For that, Thor signed several unequal treaties to keep Loki from spreading the story. The reason was simple. When he made the request, Thor disregarded the bewildered stares from Pietro, Wanda, and Loki, who were all watching Bai Xiao lounging on the sofa, sipping a cocktail and looking at a laptop. Bai Xiao's expression didn't change, nor did he refuse. He just gave a glance. At that moment of eye contact, Thor felt a sudden change in the world. It was just a very simple glance. Bai Xiao's deep eyes looked at him calmly. Thor felt an indescribable pressure. It was a terrifying oppression beyond words, as if the entire world was pressing down on his body, almost crushing him. He even seemed to hear the crisp sound of his bones, and his supposedly steel-like what was crushed by that terrifying pressure. It was a complete collapse, extinguishing his once blazing fighting spirit. When Thor was about to falter, Bai Xiao withdrew his gaze, sparing him from embarrassment. Of course, by then, Pietro, Wanda, and Loki had already noticed. Thor's legs trembled like someone with Parkinson's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed those unequal treaties with Loki. It was then Thor realized that a warrior's steel will indeed hold under desperate circumstances, facing a formidable enemy without losing the courage to strike. But it's important to recognize levels of strength. Against someone like Bai Xiao, there was simply no chance. Even for Thor himself, let alone Volstagg, who would probably collapse on the spot or faint directly. He didn't spell it out, ignoring Loki's mocking gaze. Thor sincerely comforted his good brother Volstagg, but it seemed Volstagg didn't understand. Instead, he looked excited, as if he wanted to rush to the great hall of the palace and demonstrate his courage by challenging Bai Xiao. Thor could only cover his forehead and shake his head helplessly. He realized that he had once been just like Volstagg, truly fearless in his ignorance. He missed his former self. Thor lamented inwardly, realizing that the more he knew and matured, the more he understood how foolish his once fearless nature was. He wondered how he survived all these years. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered enemies like Bai Xiao, or he might have been crushed long ago. Sif, a valiant warrior, was no less brave than her comrades, but she had some sense and could at least notice the strange glances between Thor and Loki. Reflecting on the conversation between her comrades and Volstagg and their exchanged looks, Sif seemed to grasp something, raising an eyebrow and pondering silently. What had Thor and Loki experienced to change so much? Could it be that they had been repeatedly struck down by the Midgardian guardian called Xiao? All right, my friends, before my battle today, let's enjoy this beautiful time and wish me victory. Woo! The Arctic is located at the opposite end of the Earth from the Antarctic. It is one of the coldest regions in the world, with temperatures perpetually below freezing. The lowest recorded temperature can reach minus 59 degrees Celsius, although even lower temperatures have been recorded, such as minus 70 degrees Celsius in Verkhoyansk, Siberia, and minus 62 degrees Celsius in Prospect Creek, Alaska. Except for researchers, very few people venture into this inhospitable zone. Yet today, someone has entered. His name is Bruce Banner. At this moment, Bruce Banner is wearing a somewhat shabby down jacket. His face is full of fatigue, and he holds a gun in his hand. He kneels at the edge of a massive iceberg, surrounded by an endless expanse of white. Below the cliff, one can see unfrozen rivers. Bruce Banner looks at the revolver in his hand. His face is full of bitterness. An experiment gone wrong caused his body to mutate, seemingly giving birth to another terrifying personality. When he loses control of his emotions and becomes angry, this personality takes over, turning him into a horrifying green monster with the strength to easily flip a truck. He can run faster than the fastest car in the world. Undoubtedly powerful, but unstable. He is like a newly born, rage-fueled beast, wantonly destroying everything around him, whether human or structure. Every time he appears, it's a disaster. But what he considers a disaster, General Ross, his girlfriend's father, sees as a successfully created product, a super weapon for the battlefield. He fled the lab, and General Ross immediately assembled a team, equipped with weapons specifically to capture him. Banner didn't want to fight. He just wanted to escape. For over a year, he fled the borders into the Canadian wilderness and then to the South American rainforests. But he was soon discovered again. He continued to flee, hiding in Canada and Brazil, even traveling to East Asia and East Africa. During his migrations, he was often spotted transforming. Finally, with nowhere else to go, Banner arrived at the Arctic. Banner regretted personally conducting the experiment, which had led him to this dire situation. He had completely lost hope of living, knowing that as long as he was alive, his life of exile would never end. So he decisively picked up the revolver, aimed it at his mouth, placed his finger on the trigger, and slowly closed his eyes, about to pull the trigger. However, just as he was about to fire, a low, hoarse voice sounded in his ear. "You have no respect for life, coward." Startled, Banner opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the voice, instinctively pointing the revolver in that direction. Not far to his left stood several figures. They wore crude, indistinct clothing, and what frightened him most was their eye sockets, which appeared to be scorched black. Their gaze towards him was cold and grim. Despite the extreme cold of the Arctic, they wore only thin clothes, seemingly unaffected by the cold. For some reason, seeing these strangers made Banner uneasy. More troubling was the fact that he could feel the other entity within him stirring, ready to transform at any moment. Banner tried to control his emotions, suppressing the other personality. Taking a deep breath, he said to them, "You need to leave. Trust me, otherwise you might be in danger." As he spoke, he lowered the hand holding the gun. Banner understood his situation. Although these people seemed strange, he couldn't bring himself to harm them. To Banner's surprise, his words had no effect. The leading figure slightly tilted his head, giving a predatory look that made Banner very uncomfortable. "You." Banner wanted to say more, but the figure simply waved his hand. Suddenly, Banner felt the ice beneath him shift, as if it were alive, forming sharp ice spikes that fixed his body in place. The sudden change caught Banner off guard. The attack triggered his emotions to the breaking point. As a mutated human, he was more prone to emotional swings than ordinary people, and any action could cause his heart rate to spike. Once it reached the limit, the monster would take over. Banner's chest heaved as he took deep breaths, trying to suppress his emotions. He looked at the group and said, with a hoarse voice and lips cracked from the cold, "No matter who you are, this is your last chance to leave. You have the body of a strong man, but the heart of a coward. You were meant to be a hunter, but now you are the prey. Why? You should be the one chasing the prey. When did you become the prey?" The leader stepped forward, standing in front of Banner, who was kneeling, fixed by the ice spikes. He spoke in a low voice. "A strong body? He is a monster, a disaster," Banner retorted. But the turmoil inside him made him realize something. His eyes widened, turning green, and he looked up at the man before him. "You are speaking to him. You don't know the monster you are about to unleash." Banner's skin turned green, and his body began to expand. His voice grew deeper, filled with fear and helplessness. He never expected anyone to want him to release the monster within. What were these people planning? There was no time to think. The monstrous personality had completely taken over. Roar! A terrifying monster emerged, standing over 2 meters tall, with green skin and muscles like granite, roaring angrily. The monster flexed its arms, shattering the ice spikes holding it in place. Shards of ice flew everywhere. The immense power cracked the ice beneath its feet. Despite facing such a violent monster, the group's expressions remained indifferent. Only the leader showed a sinister smile. A truly perfect body. "Oh!" The enraged giant roared a name and swung a massive punch at the small insect before him. The immense force created a sonic boom, but the punch hit nothing but air, passing through the figure and smashing into the ice below. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, sending ice and snow flying everywhere, causing the entire massive iceberg to fracture and collapse. Huge ice chunks continuously fell downward, causing a tremendous upheaval. Amidst the icefall and snow, a roar rang out, and a green figure shot out violently, breaking through the icefall and snow, eventually crashing to the ground like a meteor in front of an ice river. The immense force created a large crater in the ground. The green monster, with a towering and imposing body, stood in the deep pit. His surging blood made him seem like a furnace, with steam constantly rising from his body. He slowly turned his head to look at the figures above the pit. His pupils, green and black intertwined, were ultimately covered by black. His expression completely changed, showing no anger, only gloom. "It is time to complete our revenge." "Yes." Meanwhile, in Central Park, New York, under the blue sky, the park was bustling and lively. At a seat in front of a food truck, a beautifully delicate girl in a red leather jacket with white lining, wearing sunglasses, was enjoying her meal when her hand suddenly paused. She abruptly turned her head to look at the sky. A flash of red flickered in her eyes, her delicate face full of seriousness, murmuring, "What is that?" From her perspective, she saw a scene invisible to ordinary people. What should have been a bright blue sky was gradually filled with surging blackness, spreading from the distant horizon toward her. Danger is coming. Several handsome young men nearby were about to approach and chat with her, but she suddenly stood up. To their shock and confusion, she turned into a streak of red light and disappeared. At the same time, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the century-old tree's leaves, casting broken shadows on the ground. Under the tree, Jean Grey was leaning against it, a laptop on her lap, preparing her lesson for the next day. In the distance, the laughter and chatter of students could be heard. Everything seemed so peaceful. At that moment, 2 figures walked shoulder to shoulder in the distance, seemingly saying something unpleasant judging by their expressions. Jean noticed their approach, a trace of helplessness on her lips. However, an inexplicable sense of immense panic surged in her heart, coupled with a strong sense of déjà vu, making her stand up, the laptop on her legs flying off without a second thought. She hurriedly took a few steps, moving out from under the tree's branches into the sunlight, looking up at the sky. Her eyes gradually became grave. Logan and Cyclops, Scott Summers, who had been mocking each other, noticed Jean's change. They immediately stopped their banter, ran over, and quickly asked her, "Jean, what's wrong? Jean, what happened?" Seeing Jean not responding immediately, they followed her gaze to the sky, seeing nothing but blue. Scott felt nothing, but Logan's heart inexplicably started pounding. His beastly instincts sensed an unspeakable danger spreading. Something's wrong. Logan's expression turned serious. If not for his control, his claws would have unsheathed instinctively. This feeling was rare, last felt only in the presence of that butcher, John Shaw. What on earth is going on? Scott, sensing nothing, asked in confusion. I don't know what it is, but I know danger is approaching. Danger? What kind of danger? I told you I don't know. Logan growled irritably, then looked at Jean. By now, she had lowered her head, her face heavy, turning to the two of them. We need to find the professor. Yes. Without further words, they followed Jean to the professor's office, ignoring the greetings of numerous students along the way. Their hurried pace puzzled the students. What's going on? Professor Jean and the others seemed very anxious. Are they going on a mission again? Judging by their seriousness, it seems more critical than before. Could it be a mission to save the world? Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? Who knows? Among the students, a black-haired Caucasian girl also felt a bit puzzled. She was none other than Christine, whom Bai Xiao had saved. However, she was currently very happy and calm. Despite this calmness, she wished more to follow the boy who had once saved her. I really hope I can see him again, Christine thought to herself. She then quickly turned around and left. She needed to work hard to control her abilities and become stronger, so she could help him. As for the teacher's hurried demeanor, she wasn't very curious. Meanwhile, Jean, Logan, and Scott hurriedly arrived at the principal's office. Storm was talking to the professor when the three rushed in. Storm was somewhat surprised, but the professor remained calm. Professor, you sensed it too, Jean? Professor X asked before Jean could finish her sentence. Jean instinctively nodded and then realized that the professor had also sensed it. While they were speaking, Beast, Hank, walked in. Charles? What's happening? Hank had also been informed by the professor. Once all the X-Men were present, Professor X looked at Jean. Jean nodded and immediately addressed everyone. Just now, I suddenly sensed a crisis spreading. A crisis? What kind of crisis? Everyone, especially Hank, was puzzled. No, it was more like I saw a very peculiar power expanding rapidly. It's now at a very alarming level, Jean said, shaking her head and then expressing her concern. What magnitude? I can't estimate it, but if it erupts, I think it could easily flatten a city, maybe more. Jean's vague and general description indicated that she indeed couldn't predict it. Everyone immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. That's right. I felt the same power at the same time and tried to trace its source. However, a special force blocked my perception, but I could sense that the power was not solely from Earth. There is also a very unfamiliar darkness, an evil, Professor X confirmed, solidifying the sense of crisis. Logan was puzzled. Is it like last time? Everyone immediately felt a chill at the mention of the last time, when a terrifying monster appeared at the Brotherhood's base, nearly causing a global crisis. Perhaps, but I'm not sure, Professor X sighed. Can you trace the source, Professor? Scott asked. The power has suddenly vanished, but the initial occurrence should be at some coordinates in the Arctic Circle. There is residual power there, the professor answered. Do we need to take action? Scott asked, frowning. Professor X pondered. Generally, the X-Men and he seldom intervened in crises that did not involve mutants. However, he was unsure whether this crisis would affect mutants. If it was like the terrifying monster at the Brotherhood's base, he couldn't ignore it. Whether for mutants or the innocent civilians on Earth, in a life-and-death situation that couldn't be avoided, they had to act. After a brief thought, Professor X shook his head. Contact Nick Fury now. Their organization specializes in handling such events. But be ready to act at any time. Understood, Professor. Scott and the others immediately nodded. In a seafront villa in Los Angeles, the sky roared as a red and gold figure streaked through the sky and rapidly descended. Following the winding path of the parking lot, it flew into the underground laboratory. With a crisp sound, the sci-fi-styled armor landed on the ground. Special machines on either side of the platform dismantled the armor, revealing the figure inside. A man in a simple shirt and sweatpants with a signature mustache. A calm male voice sounded in his ear. The armor has completed the final test. Congratulations, sir. You have created a piece of equipment far beyond this era. You're aware that this is not difficult for me, Jarvis. Yes, and what's even more gratifying is that your health has improved. Oh, please. Tony was quite exasperated at this topic. As the world's top billionaire, he naturally had a dedicated medical team. Even though his personal life was chaotic, his health was far better than that of the average office worker. After all, with wealth comes longevity and health as byproducts. Unless he was struck by a terminal illness. Tony had been a second-generation rich kid since childhood, with a medical team provided by his father, Howard. Now, ever since Wanda's influence led him to abstain, without a personal life, he channeled his energy into researching the MK armor and physical exercise. Intense exercise can be draining, but scientifically sound exercise brings health benefits. Nowadays, Tony is more energetic than ever. Of course, he still hasn't quit drinking. Otherwise, he'd be healthier. But for Tony, if he were to give up even this hobby, it would be a fate worse than death. Thanks to this, he quickly developed and successfully tested the MK armor. Based on the initial MK armor, Tony's subsequent derivative weapon concepts began to take shape, with weapons designed for various mutants with diverse abilities under development. However, the battle at Marbury Seaside Villa had a significant impact on Tony, leaving him both satisfied and dissatisfied with the initial MK model. Compared to his former self, wearing the MK armor gave Tony basic self-defense capabilities, but only basic. If a real fight broke out, he doubted the MK armor would keep him alive for more than a minute. Proud Tony Stark wasn't one to be satisfied with a mere extra minute of life. He wanted to develop more powerful armor, the ultimate single combat equipment, to counter formidable life forms. He had a long road ahead. Removing the armor, Tony approached his workbench, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and, holding the thick-bottomed glass, contemplated the holographic projection in front of him, thinking about the development of the second-generation armor and various weapons, identifying flaws, and planning improvements. Suddenly, the holographic projection automatically switched to a red warning display, indicating danger. The screen showed a coordinate point. What is this? The Arctic Circle? Looking at the coordinates, Tony immediately recognized the location and froze. But upon noticing the abnormal energy index on the projection, his expression turned serious. Sir, an unusual energy surge appeared just now in the western part of Greenland in the Arctic Circle. Due to weather conditions, military satellites couldn't capture the image. Ah, interesting. Jarvis, do you think we should join the fun? Tony was hesitant. In the past, he might have gone without hesitation out of curiosity. But now, having experienced so much, he knew the world was full of supernatural occurrences. Even with the MK armor, he was just a regular person. Facing that level of threat was asking for death. He no longer had the resolve to risk his life for innocent people. My suggestion is not a go, sir. Although the MK armor has passed tests, I cannot assess its risk in such an abnormal situation and remain cautious about the MK armor. Jarvis, being highly intelligent, immediately provided the best and most conservative advice. After all, one of Jarvis' core functions was to ensure Tony Stark's safety. However, Tony's rebellious nature led him to make up his mind despite Jarvis' words. He glanced at the disassembled armor parts on the platform behind him, his eyes filled with determination. Jarvis, we might face even more unimaginable opponents and enemies in the future. The best test for the MK armor is actual combat. We need to collect more data to improve it. Only then can we have more ideas for future modifications. With that, he turned to the other side of the workbench, took out a metal box, and retrieved a new arc reactor. He replaced the depleted arc reactor in the MK armor's chest piece. Standing on a platform, he was equipped with the MK armor by the robotic arms. Soon, with a roar, the red and gold armor soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, at a Long Island estate in New York, with a flash of red light, Wanda's figure appeared at the entrance of the manor residence. She walked in with her long legs, only to see a beautiful and delicate girl walking out toward her. A touch of unease flashed across Wanda's face, but she still greeted warmly. "Hey, Bella." "Wanda? Weren't you going to the park?" Something came up. I need to find Shaw." "Where is he?" "He's on the rooftop." "Thank you." As Wanda and Bella brushed past each other, Wanda looked back at Bella's disappearing figure, pursing her rosy lips. That woman is Shaw's girlfriend. Knowing this gave Wanda a complicated feeling. Perhaps it was jealousy, or maybe just discomfort. She liked Shaw, she was sure of her feelings. But she was still young, only 16, not yet an adult. Despite her growing body, Shaw often overlooked her. This made the young witch quite resentful. However, Wanda's personality did not lead her to resent Bella. On the contrary, her relationship with Bella was quite good, although sometimes there was a bit of discomfort. Shaking off these thoughts, Wanda reached the top-floor balcony of the manor residence. The balcony was large and luxurious, with a swimming pool, a gym, a private cinema, and so on. At that moment, Bai Xiao was sitting on a chair at the edge of the balcony, drinking coffee, gazing at the distant sea, seemingly lost in thought. However, upon closer observation, one could see an unfathomable expression flickering in his eyes from time to time. Wanda knew that ever since Bai Xiao returned from Asgard, he had often been in this state for long periods. He was digesting some knowledge he had learned in Asgard, the so-called divine scripts, the runes, or runic texts. "Shaw!" Wanda walked over and called softly. Bai Xiao snapped out of his strange state. He had been immersed in his mental world, processing and understanding the vast runic texts. Thus, he often appeared distracted, sometimes for hours on end. It was similar to students concentrating intently in class, but the subject matter and efficiency were different. Once Bai Xiao snapped out of his learning state and saw Wanda, he raised an eyebrow as if sensing something. A flash of golden light crossed his eyes, and information instantly flashed through his mind, making him understand the situation immediately. Seeing Bai Xiao like this, one understood right away. The words she had meant to say were swallowed back. "Huh, I didn't expect you'd come up with such an idea." Bai Xiao chuckled after realizing what had happened. Kaiselius, Dormammu's loyal hound, had never been a significant figure in Bai Xiao's eyes. When Kaiselius came looking for trouble, he was nearly killed by Bai Xiao. With Dormammu's help, Kaiselius escaped to some unknown place, making Bai Xiao unable to find him for a while. Over time, Bai Xiao gradually forgot about him. After all, at his level, Kaiselius was just an insignificant character, not worth his attention. Yet this small, overlooked character was now unwilling to give up, trying to stir up trouble. The target was to control the newly emerged Hulk. Moreover, as revenge, he even planned to open the gates of hell in the Arctic Circle. These gates of hell were vastly different from mere cracks. They were the real gates of hell. With a massive opening, millions of demons could descend in an instant. These demons would not be bound by the ancient gods' contracts with Earth. Once they descended, their powers would hardly be suppressed. Those demons coveting Earth would not miss such an opportunity. Even Hell Lords might personally intervene. As for Heaven's retribution, after taking their benefits, who would care about Heaven? In a scramble for interests, what contract? It was just nonsense. A contract only counts if it's adhered to. Otherwise, it's just a scrap of paper. However, Kaiselius alone could not open such gates of hell. He lacked the ability. The main reason he could bypass the ancient gods' contracts and tear open such a large hole was because he had found an ancient artifact. This artifact was similar to the cosmic cube, a kind of space-time portal. With Dormammu's help, Kaiselius could control and use this artifact to open the gates of hell. As for the motive, it was likely related to Bai Xiao's previous battle with Dormammu, where Dormammu was not only humiliated but also severely injured. This time, it was all about revenge. Open the gates of hell, create a passageway from Earth to hell, and once all the Hell Lord descend, it would mean that Bai Xiao and Ancient Ones would directly face attacks from those Hell Lords, and even all of Hell. And those Hell Lord powers are not suppressed. What would be the result? Regardless of the outcome, at the very least, Earth would fall into chaos, giving Dormammu the opportunity to have Kaiselius break through the three sanctums on Earth, shatter the Earth's barrier, and allow Dormammu to descend. Once Dormammu arrives on Earth, he can begin his path of devouring, consuming this universe. As for the threat of the Hell Lords of Hell, it's nothing to him. They are merely nourishment. This idea is not bad, but Dormammu underestimated one thing: his growth speed. For Kaiselius to open the gates of hell and fully breach the dimensional barrier between hell and Earth would take some time. Bai Xiao did not hesitate. A flicker of mental power swept through, and the next second, a white lightning bolt tore through the distance and arrived before Bai Xiao and Wanda, with another figure appearing right after. It was Pietro and Bella. What's going on? Pietro and Bella were puzzled, not knowing why Bai Xiao had suddenly summoned them. Bai Xiao explained the situation with Kaiselius and the gates of hell. The two were somewhat shocked. Their astonishment wasn't directed at Kaiselius, but rather at the opening of the gates of hell, which meant the possible descent of the Hell Lords, surprising them greatly. Go ahead, regardless. This will be a good battlefield for you. Bai Xiao included Bella in this statement. Since being implanted with the seed of magic, Bella's life level has been continuously advancing. Although she is currently not as strong as Pietro and Wanda, she is still very capable. Notably, the nature of her magic leans towards elemental attributes after the seed of magic was implanted in her. That means she can manipulate elements like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, similar to an elemental mage. When using elemental magic, her power can become extremely exaggerated. As long as Bella wishes, summoning a fireball could have the destructive power comparable to a nuclear bomb, capable of destroying a city. Compared to Loki, Bella is a true magical artillery. Give her a mage tower, and she is an army. When it comes to facing the demons of hell, Wanda and Pietro remain calm, but Bella appears somewhat excited, a contrast to her usual quiet demeanor. Bai Xiao understands Bella. She's inherently restless. Her character embodies courage, facing any danger without fear or hesitation. As for her excitement, it's simple. Since stepping into the extraordinary, her progress has been rapid. As the saying goes, armed with powerful weapons, one's mind is set on action, much like Bai Xiao had the need to unleash his power when he was rapidly growing. Go! Bai Xiao didn't say much more, just uttered 2 words, leaving the battle plan entirely to Pietro, Wanda, and Bella to figure out on their own. The 3 nodded, transforming into beams of light and disappearing from where they stood. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing gold, piercing through the clouds to see the surging dark energy and a familiar figure, Ancient One, in another dimension. What a pleasant surprise. Bai Xiao's lips curved into a smile. Is this a crisis? Isn't it just a delivery of experience points? Is he afraid of the Hell Lords descending? No, not at all. On the contrary, he looks forward to it. As long as the Hell Lords can't hold back, he can openly eliminate those guys. The Hell Lords of Hell are limited in number. Although there are many, it's not to an absurd extent. Bai Xiao's power hasn't yet reached the level where he can sweep through all of hell. Otherwise, he would have already stormed into hell and soloed all the Hell Lords. He absolutely loves Dormammu, who's practically an experienced delivery angel. In Asgard, Thor, Loki, Sif, and the Warriors 3 rushed to the control room of the Bifrost. As the guardian of Asgard, Heimdall was there as always, guarding the realm. Seeing Thor and the others arriving, he descended the steps and addressed them. Thor, Heimdall, what's happened? A crisis has arisen in Midgard. Someone has opened the gates of hell, breaking the ancient gods' covenant on earth. The gates of hell are expanding, and the demons within are growing restless. Heimdall's tone quickened slightly. These words caused Thor and Loki's eyes to widen. By Odin, who would be foolish enough to do that? Volstagg, the large warrior, exclaimed in anger. There should be no problem. With Bai Xiao, the strongest guardian, Midgard will be safe. Loki immediately responded, which also made everyone realize. Indeed, Midgard has a guardian. Father has said the guardian of Midgard is on par with him. Yeah, Thor, what are you going to do? Sif asked Thor. Thor didn't hesitate. Midgard was once one of the 9 realms, protected by Asgard. Asgard will never allow anyone to invade it. That would be a challenge to Asgard itself. Besides, Pietro and Wanda are friends of Asgard, and Bai Xiao has clearly allied with our father. Even for this, we cannot stand by. Indeed, Asgard will never abandon friends or the people we once protected. Volstagg shouted enthusiastically. Loki rolled his eyes. Nowadays, Midgard technically isn't under Asgard's rule, especially with a god on par with Odin now present. But Loki didn't say this aloud, because he knew, in this matter, both Bai Xiao and Odin must have reached a tacit agreement. Otherwise, the harmony between them wouldn't be possible. Then let's set off, Heimdall. Thor looked at Heimdall. Heimdall nodded, turned, and walked towards the steps, grasping the hilt of the sword embedded in the metal control panel, ready to open the Bifrost to transport Thor and the others to Midgard. Just us. Sif glanced at her companions and raised a question. What she really wanted to ask was why they hadn't brought an army. Just us, Thor said, offering no further explanation, and turned to walk into the vortex of swirling energy nearby. This left Sif and the warriors 3 bewildered. Loki began walking, turned his head towards Sif, and said softly, "Bringing an army would change the meaning, Sif." Hearing Loki's words, Sif and the warriors 3 began to ponder. The Arctic Circle, located near Greenland, has seen a sudden increase in abnormal phenomena, drawing significant attention. The sky was filled with rolling black clouds, churning like ocean waves, threatening to engulf everything beneath them. This was not just a visual spectacle. An oppressive and suffocating atmosphere accompanied it. Greenland, the world's largest island, is a Danish territory situated between the Arctic and Atlantic Oceans, northeast of North America. It is separated from the Canadian Arctic archipelago by the Baffin Bay and the Davis Strait, and faces the Greenland Sea and the Denmark Strait to the east, with views of Europe's Svalbard Islands and Iceland. Most of the island lies within the Arctic Circle, characterized by harsh climates and frequent snowstorms, with year-round temperatures generally below 0 degrees Celsius. The island covers 2.1756 million square kilometers. The population, mainly composed of Inuit with a minority of Danes, is just over 50,000, yet they were about to face a great catastrophe. People in the island's various small towns were expecting a peaceful day when a sudden, terrifying weather shocked everyone. They watched in astonishment as the rolling black clouds in the sky gradually spread, extending further and further. In a trance, they seemed to hear sounds that should not come from this world, like the roars of demons. Hearing these sounds, many residents felt their bodies uncontrollably tense, and their heads began to ache. Many even took out their phones to film the phenomenon and posted it on social media. Despite Greenland's small population, its unique geographical location and environment attract many tourists annually. Additionally, Greenland boasts one of the world's leading telecommunications networks, interconnected with European and North American radar defense systems. Hence, the network coverage here is excellent. Residents found the phenomenon eerie, but no one took it too seriously, at most reporting it to the authorities. However, disaster struck soon. Horrifying roars and growls echoed, and the entire population of Greenland suddenly saw a distant scene where the sky seemed stained with blood, with crimson waves mingling with a dark purple tempest, like a hellish lightning storm. Terrifying phenomena appeared one by one. In an instant, A dreadful darkness enveloped Greenland and its surrounding areas, replacing light with darkness. The oceans surged violently, as if heralding the end of the world. Panic ensued as people began to notice in the distance, within the blood-red, lightning-storm-covered area, a swarm of tall, evil, hellish monsters, densely packed like locusts. "Oh my God, what is that? Are those demons? Run! Run! Hide, they're monsters! Run! If we don't, we'll die!" People screamed in terror and began to flee, some hiding at home, others attempting to escape by boat or car. The pervasive fear and panic seemed like fresh prey to the demons, whose blood-red eyes gleamed with greed as they spread their wings and descended upon the humans on the island. To the demons, humans were the most delicious food, whether flesh or soul. In an instant, it was like wolves among sheep. Screams and cries filled the air. The occurrence of such phenomena and the presence of social media led to terrified residents who hadn't yet been attacked to continuously make phone calls, but the lines were jammed due to the volume of calls. They cautiously filmed the horrifying scenes outside their windows and uploaded them to social media, hoping to attract external attention and get assistance. This instinctive call for help was their best option. Within minutes, a flood of uploaded videos garnered significant attention on social media. Upon opening these videos, although the angles varied, the content was universally shocking and terrifying. Terrifying demons, never seen before, hovered greedily in the air, attacking those on the ground who hadn't managed to escape, accompanied by shrill screams and cries in the videos, along with the weak, tearful voices of the people filming. "Please, I don't know what's happening. There are so many monsters. Please save us. I have a family. My God, I saw Sarah killed by a demon. It's terrifying. Please save us. The apocalypse is here. We're all going to die. So many monsters. Please, someone save my family. I have a wife and 3 children." The languages spoken in these videos were mostly Greenlandic and Danish, with some in English or other languages from tourists. All the voices trembled with fear, expressing the same sentiment. A cry for help. These videos quickly caused a stir online, spreading rapidly to North America, Europe, and beyond, allowing people worldwide to see them immediately. With the rapid spread, various government agencies saw the videos and, under orders from top leaders, began swiftly verifying the authenticity of the content. Major organizations acted swiftly. It was not that the leaders of these organizations were particularly responsible. The most important reason was the principle of mutual dependence. If the scenes shown in the video were indeed real events, did it mean that those creatures, resembling demons, were frantically invading Earth for some reason? Did they come from the legendary hell? Why did they suddenly appear on Earth? How powerful were these demons? Could conventional weapons destroy them? Would the demons, after slaughtering the entire leadership of Greenland, start spreading to Denmark or set their sights on the entire Earth? Who could say for sure? If these demons were very powerful and conventional weapons could not destroy them, and if they began spreading across the world, it would mean that sooner or later they would target every country, and no one could escape. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that all major organizations, governments, consortia, and wealthy individuals were in a hurry. Especially in capitalist countries like the United States and the United Kingdom, the real decision-makers are not the presidents or prime ministers, but the interest groups behind them. These people are the real elites in the world. When their lives are threatened, they act faster than anyone and release terrifying energy. The entire world began to be shaken by the videos circulating online. As one of the world's top intelligence agencies, S.H.I.E.L.D. reacted exceptionally quickly. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury immediately received a report from the intelligence department of the Danish branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. They also sent a new video. This video was clearer, longer, and revealed more information than the one circulating online. In the Intelligence Department's control center, numerous agents typed on keyboards with serious expressions, occasionally communicating through headsets. In front of dozens of large screens, Nick Fury watched the video sent from the Danish branch. The video was filled with screams and the roars of demons. Everything seemed to plunge into darkness, with a gloomy tone pervading the heavens and the earth. The once elegant environment of Greenland Island was destroyed, its inhabitants fleeing in all directions like prey, evading the demons playing in the sky. The scene was tragic, causing many in the control center to show discomfort. Fury, however, remained expressionless as he noticed the video progressing, showing the demons emerging from a storm of scarlet and eerie purple lightning. He realized that these creatures definitely came from another place, not Earth. The storm and the crimson sky indicated a portal, an entry point for the demons, which was expanding over time as more demons emerged. Issue the highest red alert and order all global branches to gear up and heavily surround Greenland Island, Fury commanded. A female agent immediately nodded, turned, and relayed the orders to the communication agents. At this moment, an elderly man in a suit approached Fury, looking at the screen with a serious expression. "Is this what you wanted me to see?" "I need your support," Fury responded without turning his head. "This crisis threatens the entire world and will change our understanding. We cannot afford to be arrogant, and I believe no one will be arrogant in the face of such an unknown threat. I will contact the members of the International Council and present this information to them," the old man said, pausing. But if Fury understood the unspoken message and remained silent. The old man smiled slightly, unfazed, and turned to leave to carry out his task. Fury took out his phone and dialed a number. "Professor, I need your help. I will clear the way, but I need you to get to Greenland Island as quickly as possible. I don't need you to fight the demons. Our advanced troops and military will secure the area until international forces arrive to contain the threat. I need you to find out what these things are and why they are on Earth. I need a solution." The person on the other end was silent, but the sound of a plane taking off could be heard. Then a voice said, "We are on our way." The call ended. "Hill, recall all agents on active missions. Natasha, Barton, and Coulson do not need to return to headquarters. Send them directly to Greenland Island." "Yes, sir," Hill responded loudly. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions triggered other organizations to move swiftly. Nick Fury knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. alone could not suppress this crisis, and even if they could, the losses would be immense. It was better to bring everything to light. They quickly shared the intelligence with the United States and other governments worldwide. After receiving S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detailed report, countries understood the severity of the crisis, which might threaten the entire world. Thus, world leaders quickly convened a meeting. Due to the urgency, they held an unprecedented video conference involving over 100 countries. However, most countries were mere followers. The real decision-makers were the major powers with military capabilities. This time, the world reached a consensus and decided to deploy military forces. This marked the first time in history that the world cooperated fully, at a time when the whole world was in an uproar over Greenland Island. Time passed bit by bit. Gunshots and explosions gradually echoed around Greenland Island, clearly indicating that armies or armed forces were fighting against the demons. These sounds gave some hope to the people who were trembling and hiding inside Greenland Island. Moreover, the population of Greenland Island was rapidly decreasing because the demons, newly arrived on Earth, had an enormous need for food and were eagerly hunting humans. It is also worth mentioning that the residents of Greenland Island were actually quite fierce. Living by the sea and relying on fishing and hunting, almost every household had its own hunting weapons, including shotguns. Although they were afraid of the demons, their desire to survive made their resistance quite strong. It might not have had much effect, but it did buy some time. The cold and gloomy atmosphere made the surroundings of Greenland Island appear even more terrifying. The flying demons and those wreaking havoc on the ground, capturing residents and causing destruction, quickly ruined the originally beautiful environment of Greenland Island. Just as dozens of demons were destroying a residential building and preparing to kill and devour the hiding residents inside, a terrifying red light flashed by. This red light flickered and swept across the world, making time seem to stand still for a moment. All the flying demons, the ones causing destruction, and those grabbing terrified humans with their mouths wide open to eat, were all frozen in place. In the next second, an invisible force disintegrated these demons like sand. In an instant, all the demons on Greenland Island were decomposed and killed by this invisible force. The sky and earth were cleared, and the sounds quieted down significantly. The surviving humans looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what had happened. Those residents who had been caught in the sky by the demons began falling to the ground after the demons vanished. However, before they could scream, an invisible force gently brought them down safely to the ground. These people, with faces full of disbelief, had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Less than 100 meters above Greenland Island, several humans were clearly seen floating and looking down. Although the distance was far, making it hard to see their faces, their shapes and clothing made it obvious that they were humans. Did they save us? Oh my God, they're like angels. No, they're sent by the sea god to save us. They're the children of the ocean. While I'm very grateful to those people for saving us, I think the most important thing right now is to get out of here quickly, guys. Let's run and leave this place. Finally, someone realized that despite their gratitude, escaping was now the most important task. If he hadn't been a tourist without escape tools, he would have been the first to leave with his family. Reminded by this tourist, the residents and other tourists on Greenland Island immediately reacted, rushing towards the docks in a frenzy. Some shouted at their relatives and friends to hurry. In an instant, the survivors began filling any available means of transportation, including yachts, fishing boats, cars, and anything that could help them leave. Watching the noisy and chaotic scene below, Wanda, Pietro, and Bella floating in the sky had few thoughts. Kind-hearted Wanda, seeing that there were too many people but too few escape tools, immediately used her powers to create more boats and cars out of thin air. Although she could directly teleport people, the large number of people and the uncertainty about the potential effects of her reality-altering abilities, along with the potential significant energy consumption, made her decide to create escape tools instead. After doing all this, Wanda and the others looked towards the further part of Greenland Island, at a location in the Arctic Circle. The purple storm spreading in the sky, stained scarlet, exuded a terrifying and ominous aura. "Let's go." After Wanda finished speaking, she turned into a flash of red light and flew towards the target point, followed closely by Pietro and Bella. The frightening purple lightning storm, full of destructive power, was expanding and spreading. The ice was melting and breaking, causing the environment to change drastically and become unsuitable for human habitation. Wanda, Pietro, and Bella were all well aware that this was the result of the collision between two dimensions. Or rather, Hell's forces were invading and infecting the Earth. This was, of course, related to the demons that had appeared. They had simply accelerated this process. Breaking through the purple lightning storm, the demons that continuously flew in their path all met their demise before Wanda, Bella, and Pietro. These demons were instantly killed and were generally weak. Typically, the stronger the demon, the larger its body, since only a large body can contain vast energy. Only a few powerful demons can freely change their size. This might be due to their innate talent or some learned ability. As of now, these demons are all low tier, the lowest of the low in Hell, essentially mindless zombies acting on instinct alone, such as hiding from stronger enemies or hunting prey. Hence, they rushed forward as cannon fodder. Such demons exist in vast numbers in Hell, countless and never-ending. The smarter demons either have bodies too large to fit through the passage for now, or are waiting for the cannon fodder to scout ahead and ensure there's no significant danger before making a move. Caution is the key to survival for demons in Hell. This gave Wanda and her companions the chance to proceed toward the area where the Hell Gate was opening without encountering powerful foes. They slaughtered countless low-tier demons along the way until they finally reached the location of the Hell Gate, situated hundreds of kilometers away from Greenland Island in the Arctic Circle. Beneath an expanse of ice, there appeared a massive pit with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. The depth of the pit is unknown, but at the bottom of this crimson-tainted pit lies the connection to the world of hell. Crimson light pervades the pit, with streams of red vapor rising and spreading, transforming the surrounding area. The ice around the pit has begun to melt. Demons continuously pour out from this hell gate. More critically, Wanda, Pietro, and Bella can clearly sense that an invisible force is expanding the pit, causing the gap to widen. If left unchecked, the diameter of this opening will be unimaginably large. Where's the thing causing this gap? Do you see it? The white-haired young man, now more composed, wore a specially crafted black outfit adorned with mysterious inscriptions. It looked quite appealing, but was more than just a simple garment. It resembled Asgardian armor, though unlike the medieval-style Asgardian armor. This was more akin to a garment with less defensive power, but more convenience and some auxiliary functions. Wanda wore a red coat, and Bella wore a plaid shirt jacket of the same type. All of these were crafted with Bai Xiao's support. Pietro scanned his surroundings sharply, using a searching spell through his vision and senses to gather the information he needed. Unfortunately, he found nothing. I can't find it either. It's strange. Wanda and Bella, after searching around, also shook their heads. Frowning, their expressions were serious. The object that could open the Hell Gate was an ancient artifact, a tangible item that couldn't be hidden. But despite searching the area, it wasn't found, implying that. Wanda, Pietro, and Bella quickly understood. Their eyes turned towards the pit, or rather, towards the other side of hell. They actually threw it over there. So we have to go in. Pietro scratched his face, looking eager. Hell was somewhere he had never been. Are you serious? Wanda gave a beautiful sidelong glance, displeased with her foolish brother. There are countless powerful demons watching from the other side, including many Hell Lords. If you go in, aren't you just walking into a trap? If Pietro went in alone, he would first face an enormous army of low-tier demons, with no known upper limit to their numbers. Following them were the powerful demons, and even more terrifying Hell Lords watching from the shadows. Any Hell Lord with malicious intent could easily capture Pietro. He wouldn't stand a chance. Quick, what good is being quick? A single glance from a Hell Lord, or a casual use of black magic or a curse, would immediately turn Pietro into a weakling. The difference in levels of life is not so easily challenged. Pietro is not the protagonist of some TV show with a lucky aura. So what do we do now? Pietro, scolded by his annoying sister, immediately changed the subject, looking somewhat troubled at the demons continuously emerging from below, only to be promptly eliminated by Wanda and Bella's magic. They couldn't just ignore this. Even if they stayed here, the gates of hell would continue to expand. Eventually, stronger demons might emerge instead of these cannon fodders. Seal off this area for now. We need to understand the situation on the other side first. Wanda thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up as she suddenly came up with a good idea. Just as she was about to take action, suddenly, a terrifying energy quietly surged in from afar. Wanda and the others immediately sensed it and vanished from their positions without looking back. Boom! In the next moment, a huge, terrifying figure passed through the spot where Wanda and the others had just been and crashed into the ground far away, creating a massive crater and shaking the earth. Amidst the billowing dust, a faintly visible figure could be seen. The three of them hovered in the air, forming a triangular formation, staring below. As the dust settled, their pupils contracted. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, was looking up at them. His skin was pitch black, his muscles were terrifying, and the huge crater proved his immense strength. He was wearing something resembling a wizard's robe, though it looked somewhat out of place on him. Wow, what a disgusting guy. Suspended in the air, Pietro looked full of disdain, but his eyes were serious. He could feel the overwhelming energy emanating from the figure, pure darkness and evil. Especially the malice and coldness in his eyes, which showed this guy was not to be trifled with. He was extremely dangerous. Kaiselius. Wanda uttered the name, recognizing that the body wasn't originally Kaiselius. The other had occupied it through soul invasion. A powerful dark sorcerer who had pledged allegiance to the Dark Lord Dormammu and now occupied a physically strong body. This combination of power was not just additive, but exponentially increased. With a flash of red in her beautiful eyes, Wanda glanced at Pietro and Bella, and the three of them immediately formed a tacit understanding to attack and kill this guy at once. However, before they could act, the sound of space shattering suddenly echoed. Wanda, Pietro, and Bella reacted immediately, ready to counterattack, but a mysterious force momentarily restrained them. In that moment, Wanda and the others were pulled into a strange world, a space isolated from reality. The mirror dimension, a magical space where one can see reality but cannot touch it. Wanda, Pietro, and Bella were pulled into this mirror dimension, a powerful gravity pressing down on them. The three immediately plummeted to the ground. Fortunately, their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary humans, reaching a superhuman level. As they fell, their bodies twisted in a fluid motion, ultimately landing safely with a brief slide on the ground, dissipating the impact of the fall. They quickly stood up, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, adopting defensive stances back to back. The first thing they noticed was a faint group of figures in the distance. The Dark Sorcerer cult, Bella said in surprise. It was her first encounter with these people. However, they didn't quite match the description she had heard. The sorcerers who had embraced darkness typically had eerie expressions and charred, blackened eye sockets. But the Dark Sorcerer cult before her was entirely charred, resembling cracked, scorched lava, with strange purple light emanating from the cracks. Their bodies were filled with a terrifying energy, as if they might explode at any moment from the overwhelming power. The Great Master has bestowed upon them immense power and a mission. Upon completing their mission, their souls will ascend to the dark dimension, granting them eternal life and supreme authority. A deep voice reached their ears. Looking up, they saw a giant, entirely black and clad in sorcerer robes, step from the real world into the mirrored space, standing less than 100 meters from them. This ambiguous distance alone demonstrated that Kaiselius had extensive combat experience. You're the closest to Shaw. Killing you will surely cause him grief and anger. I am eager to see such a scene. Kaiselius, occupying the body of the Hulk, had a face full of malice. In essence, he had no real desire for revenge. He did not hate Shaw. Whether he joined Camartage to learn magic or embrace darkness, he had only one goal: eternal life. He did not want his life to be so fragile. Bai Xiao had prevented his great master Dormammu's arrival, so he could not receive Dormammu's gift of eternal life. Thus, Bai Xiao was merely an obstacle, an enemy. All his actions aimed solely at eliminating Bai Xiao, his greatest adversary. As for revenge, it was just a task from his master. I will handle him. You two deal with those guys. A flash of white lightning, and Pietro appeared in front of Wanda and Bella, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he spoke. He wasn't skilled in magic. To leave this space, Wanda and Bella had to resolve it. Although Kaiselius was dangerous, Pietro was no pushover. Wanda and Bella exchanged a glance and nodded. Then let's start with you. Kaiselius clenched his fists and smashed them into the ground. Seeing Kaiselius' action, Pietro's eyes sparked with electricity. Time seemed to slow, the power of speed force taking hold, white lightning crackling as he tore through the air toward Kaiselius. However, the oppressive gravity in this space immediately slowed Pietro significantly. Yet, he still managed to reach Kaiselius before his fists hit the ground, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, surrounded by white lightning and monstrous strength. Boom! The immense force sent Kaiselius flying back like a cannonball. Pietro pursued, tearing a long white streak across the ground, chasing the airborne Kaiselius. Meanwhile, Wanda and Bella sprang into action. Wanda's eyes glowed red as she floated, chaos magic surging from her body. She tried to control the mirror dimension with countermagic, but found the returning force just as strong, if not stronger, than her own. She realized that the dark energy forcibly infused into the dark sorcerer cult by Dormammu, before their lives were consumed, made them more powerful than her. Fortunately, she wasn't without help. Seeing Wanda's actions and the trembling mirror dimension, Bella immediately understood Wanda's intentions and let out a sharp cry. With hands crossed in front, a golden glow appeared, and a beautifully inscribed long spear materialized in his hands. The spear rotated once in his hand, and with his right hand gripping the spear, he raised it high. Boom! In the mirror dimension, dark clouds gathered in the sky in an instant, and terrifying electric flashes erupted densely. Endless thunder transformed into an ocean, and thick lightning bolts struck the group of dark sorcerers. However, within the dark sorcerer cult, a man and a woman, both dark sorcerers, murmured while holding black, crystal-formed instruments. They smashed them onto the ground. Bang! The earth shook, the ground cracked, and from the densely packed fissures, endless purple lightning spewed out, shooting straight into the sky. The lightning clashed, causing a spectacular display of electric light and sparks. For a moment, the entire world was intermittently lit up by the explosions. The whole scene was incredibly magnificent, yet behind this splendor lay a terrible crisis. Boom! In the background, Pietro, entwined with white lightning, was struck by a massive black fist, sent flying and eventually crashing into a huge ice boulder, shattering it and causing ice shards to dance wildly. The next moment, the white lightning burst out again, landing on the ground. The lightning from a speed force melted the ice covering Pietro. He looked seriously at the black monster about 1,000 meters ahead. Previously, he had kicked the opponent and followed up for further attacks, but he hadn't expected the opponent to react just as swiftly, with frightening speed, power, and explosiveness, striking him with a single punch. With his speed, coordination, and reflexes, it was rare for any attack to hit him. Yet Kaiselius managed to do it. Pietro could feel that the punch had indeed injured him, but thanks to his self-healing ability and speed force-enhanced healing, the injury didn't slow him down. Where did this monster come from? Where did that guy find this creature to possess its body? Pietro pondered, noting that the opponent's sheer physical prowess, strength, and speed were not inferior to Thor's, perhaps even surpassing him. Why hadn't he heard of such a person on Earth before? Could it be a being from another dimension? Regardless, Pietro knew this battle would be extremely tough. He glanced up at Wanda, shining brightly in the sky, and at Bella, who was fiercely battling the male and female dark sorcerers in the distance, wielding powerful magic that bombarded the ground like a missile strike. Clearly, this situation would be at a stalemate for some time. What a bother. Feeling the difficulty, Pietro had no choice but to speed up. Without any hesitation, white lightning exploded as he charged towards Kaiselius. Meanwhile, in the real world, due to Wanda's sweep and clearing of Greenland Island, even though Kaiselius arrived, she instinctively cast a spell before being pulled into the mirror dimension, significantly delaying the demons from invading Greenland Island. This allowed the residents of Greenland Island to escape smoothly. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and armed forces were advancing slowly, but the fastest were Tony Stark and the X-Men members. One representing the pinnacle of human technological achievement, the other a Blackbird jet, both flying at maximum speed towards Greenland Island without any obstacles. The distance from the U.S. to Greenland Island is just 320 kilometers, and at Mach 4 or 5 speeds of the MK armor and the Blackbird jet, it only took about 10 minutes to arrive. Both groups noticed each other in the sky. Tony Stark was fine, although the MK armor scanners didn't yield results since the Blackbird jet, developed by Beast Hank, was equipped with anti-scanning coatings. However, through the glass windows, he saw Beast Hank, Phoenix Jean, and others, quickly identifying them. The X-Men members in the Blackbird jet were more wary of the MK armor flying alongside them, surrounded by supersonic vapor cones. What the hell is that thing? Logan, feeling uneasy from his fear of heights, was wide-eyed, seeing the supersonic MK armor flying beside them. Is it some kind of aircraft? A drone? Storm and Scott were puzzled, while in the main cockpit, Beast Hank hesitantly concluded this is some kind of flying armor, probably piloted by a human. Holy crap, a flying armor? With a person inside? How did he solve the energy and power issues? Such a small piece of armor, and we are flying at Mach 5. Although Scott does not understand technology very well, he at least knows the basics. Flying at Mach 5 speed, and doing so in that armor configuration, at least the energy source would be the biggest problem, not to mention the output power and how the person inside could withstand the pressure from such high flight resistance. With current human technology, who could create such a thing? This should only exist in future technology depicted in movies. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the thing on the chest of that armor. That's the power source, Hank observed carefully. Although the distance was far and the flight was at high speed, both sides maintained a relatively static position. Additionally, being a mutant with enhanced vision, Hank quickly noticed some important details. Just that little thing, Storm said in surprise. Jean touched her temple with one hand, trying to use her psychic power to communicate with the other side, but soon shook her head helplessly. There should be a device in the armor that defends against psychic powers, making it impossible to connect. However, Hank, who was piloting the plane, soon discovered that the plane's communication channel had been hacked. A voice came through. "Hey guys, want a race?" Tony Stark. Hank immediately recognized the voice, confirming his earlier suspicion and named Tony. "Wow, you actually recognized me. I must say, man, your skin is impressive." "Thank you." It sounded a bit sarcastic, but Hank, being good-tempered and knowing Tony Stark's personality, didn't get angry. He just responded helplessly. "The thing on your chest should be a miniature version of the arc reactor. I have studied it, but without the design blueprints, I can't replicate it. It seems you have a lot of confidence. I remember your name is Hank, right?" "Yes, Mr. Stark. Are you planning to go to Greenland Island? Something unusual has appeared there, and I need to check it out." "Mr. Stark, are you really sure? You should know those things might be the legendary demons," Hank said hesitantly. The armor technology was impressive even to a tech expert like him, but it seemed to be just a flying device. Against enemies, which could be the legendary demons, it might be of no use at all. "Trust me, buddy, don't forget my other identity." Tony's confident voice came through the communicator. "All right." Hank didn't argue any further. After all, they didn't know each other very well. They had already entered the vicinity of Greenland Island, and while speaking, they were already near the Arctic Circle. At the appropriate distance, the Blackbird jet slowly descended, landing on an ice mountain. At the same time, Tony Stark's MK armor also slowly floated down. Boom! The hatch opened, and the X-Men members walked down from the deck one by one. Turning their heads, they saw the MK armor descend. "Cool." Scott confirmed the coolness of the armor. After all, few men could resist such a thing. Tony landed, opened his mask, revealing his iconic face, and responded with a smile. "Thanks for the compliment. I think it's pretty cool, too." Standing on the edge of an icy cliff, Phoenix, Jean Grey, Logan, and others gazed ahead alongside Tony Stark at the enormous pit and the strange, flowing scenery. As Tony removed his mask, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The mask automatically lowered back down. "Jarvis." "Sir, the air contains unknown gas mixtures harmful to humans. The armor has activated its internal survival module. Be careful, the air contains unknown gas mixtures harmful to humans," Tony warned the X-Men members. Everyone's faces changed. How can this be? They were here to explore and resolve the root of the issue, only to find that this place contained gases harmful to humans. How were they supposed to complete their mission? Jarvis's analysis shows that the gas causes minor damage to humans, but its concentration is increasing. It is estimated that an average person would suffer cellular and organ damage after 45 minutes in this environment. Listening to Jarvis's analysis, Tony shared the findings with the X-Men members. He did not persuade the X-Men, but left the decision to them. Everyone, set a timer for 45 minutes. Regardless of the outcome, everyone must evacuate immediately. Scott quickly made a decision. Understood. Everyone set their watches for 45 minutes. We must find the cause first. Look, that thing is continuously expanding, Logan said grimly, staring at the enormous pit ahead. That group of disgusting things should have surged out from here, but now they are blocked by some force. Could it be those kids? Jean sensed something and discovered an inexplicable force around the giant pit, like some kind of barrier preventing the demons from surging out. She immediately recalled the images seen earlier on the Blackbird. S.H.I.E.L.D. had unconditionally shared intelligence with the X-Men. This included real-time footage recorded by agents on Greenland Island, where a massive demon army was wiped out by a mysterious force, and the agents saw 3 figures floating in the sky. The X-Men members had also seen it clearly. Those kids are quite special. Tony had been hacking into the local network through Jarvis and saw Wanda and the others, just like the X-Men. Tony didn't recognize Bella, but he couldn't forget Wanda and Pietro, especially the former, who had removed one of his abilities. Mr. Stark knows those kids? Yeah, in a way you could say I know them. Logically, they should have arrived before us. But why don't we see them? Tony laughed awkwardly, looking around and finding the surroundings empty. Could they have gone inside? Scott pointed to the giant pit ahead and guessed. No matter what Tony wanted to investigate from above, but before he could finish, the ground shook violently and a terrifying black energy column shot up from the giant pit into the sky. The black energy column broke through Wanda's magical barrier around the pit, allowing a large number of demons to surge out. Tony and the X-Men were stunned, but quickly reacted. Let's go, activate combat mode. Without wasting time, Tony's MK armor took off, heading towards the demons. As an arms dealer, Tony Stark never lacked firepower, especially knowing there were many monsters here. He carried a large number of missiles. The shoulder armor retracted, and numerous micro-missiles streaked through the sky towards the demon army. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, massive explosions and flames erupted, killing many demons. However, the number of casualties was unexpected for Tony. Damn, these things are really tough. Sir, the skin of those monsters is extremely hard. Standard missiles cannot destroy them. Yeah, I can see that. It's hard to imagine how Wanda managed to eliminate so many monsters at once. Tony felt that his weaponry was insufficient, especially lacking in lethality against such extraordinary creatures. Fortunately, the MK armor's flexibility was quite evident. The demons had targeted Tony, pursuing him relentlessly, but he managed to evade them with agility. At this moment, boom! A terrifying red beam pierced the sky in the distance, incinerating countless demons along its path. The beam changed angles effortlessly, clearing a large swath of the sky. But it didn't end there. Thunderclouds roiled in the sky, and lightning poured down like rain, striking the demon army and decimating them further. Thanks a lot. In the sky, Tony nonchalantly fired a particle pulse cannon at a demon trying to attack him. He glanced at the decimated demon army, and then at Storm Ororo and Cyclops on the distant ice mountain. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The destructive power and lethality were far greater than his own, inspiring Tony. It seemed these abilities could be worth emulating. For example, high-frequency particle-cutting beams or electromagnetic pulse cannons. While just concepts, incorporating them into his armor would make for formidable weapons. Of course, Tony couldn't afford a daydream, as the demon army, previously cleared, surged out of an expanding pit. They covered the sky like locusts, making Tony's face turn pale. Damn it, we need to find a way to shut that thing down, or we'll never stop killing them. Tony grew anxious, relying solely on himself and the X-Men, who knew how long they could hold out against such a massive demon army. Besides, the environment only allowed the X-Men to stay for 45 minutes. Tony anticipated that if the portal wasn't closed, the only solution might be to use a nuclear bomb. He never doubted the power of humanity's most destructive thermal weapon. However, whether it could destroy the portal was uncertain, and it might have worse consequences. The result might be that the explosion enlarges the portal, leading to despair. Humans, fresh and delicious humans. Food, I smell food. I want souls. A group of mindless, low-level demons, oblivious to Tony's thoughts, greedily eyed him and the distant X-Men, eager for flesh and souls. They flapped their wings and rushed toward them. Facing the overwhelming demons, Tony felt his scalp tingle. He ignited his particle jet engine and fled without hesitation. His MK armor's small frame would be torn apart if surrounded. The X-Men, however, were in a much better situation. With 2 stationary turrets clearing the battlefield, Storm Aurora controlled the weather, unleashing endless lightning and occasionally sending tornadoes to scatter the demons. Cyclops Scott was even more at ease. As his name suggested, his eyes connected to another energy-filled dimension, emitting powerful laser beams. He expended no physical or mental energy, so he kept his eyes open, firing laser beams that incinerated or pierced any approaching demons. Logan, Beast Hank, and Phoenix Jean stood guard, handling any that slipped through. Despite the apparent chaos, the expanding pit brought out more demons, increasing the pressure on both sides. These low-level demons, though mindless, sensed danger. They started to circle the attack range, making Storm and Cyclops busier. Beast Hank and Logan struggled. They were strong but insufficient against the demons, while Jean used telekinesis to repel them, but with limited effect. Tony Stark continued to flee, fighting and dodging in the sky, looking increasingly desperate. The pressure and danger surged, but reinforcements arrived at that moment. Boom! A dazzling 7-colored light beam descended near the pit, its terrifying energy piercing many demons. Next, a hammer crackling with electric sparks flew out, circled the ice mountain, and incinerated the attacking demons. It even flew into the sky, rescuing the beleaguered Tony Stark, destroying the demons chasing him. The hammer returned to the beam and was caught by a strong hand. The sudden change caught Tony and the X-Men's attention. They saw a group of armored figures, like actors in a medieval play, holding hammers, spears, swords, and axes, radiating danger and determination. Jarvis, unable to detect, sir. Okay, seems like another group of unexpected guests, but they should be on our side? Tony wasn't surprised, knowing Jarvis was limited by current technology. Many things like this situation were undetectable. However, Tony planned to upgrade Jarvis. On the ground, Tony Stark and the X-Men were watching. In fact, the unexpected visitors also glanced at them, but their attention ultimately remained focused on the huge pit ahead. Thor, that thing is indeed a passage. Someone forcibly opened a dimensional portal, and it will continue to expand. If we don't stop it, it could affect the entire Midgard. A handsome man dressed in a green robe, wearing a golden horned helmet, and holding a spear said softly. He was none other than Loki, the god of mischief. This group of people had come from Asgard to Earth via the Bifrost Bridge, led by Thor. We need to find that ancient artifact first. Thor looked around curiously and asked, "Where are Wanda and the others?" At times like this, I believe they wouldn't ignore the situation. Someone has trapped them in the mirror dimension. Loki immediately understood the situation. "Can you see what's happening inside?" Thor asked without turning his head, his eyes flashing with lightning as he looked at the demonic army that had once again covered the sky. "No, this mirror dimension has a power from another world. This world is in chaos, and it seems Wanda is fighting for control over it." Loki shook his head. "Then it means we can't help them. Maybe they don't need our help." Loki smiled lightly. "All right, let's deal with that army first." Thor didn't mind. He laughed heartily, swung his hammer, and turned into lightning, charging into the sky. The lightning tore through the air and began to slaughter the demonic army. Loki, Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun looked at Loki. "Enjoy this battle, gentlemen." Loki wasted no words. He immediately floated up, raised his spear, and instantly the weather changed. A violent ice storm swept through, and the spinning ice shards in the air pierced the demons like sharp knives. Sif and the warriors 3 whistled. Next, from the sky came the cries of horses. 4 white-winged Pegasus flew down, and the 4 of them mounted their steeds, charging at the demons in the sky. These were Asgard's unique creatures, the Pegasus, with wings allowing them to fly. Pegasus were the dream mounts of every knight. It said that they are from the lineage of Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged horse. Despite being horses, they could easily crush their enemies. As part of Odin's mount lineage, their bloodline was extraordinary. Each Pegasus was extremely strong in endurance, strength, and flight speed. They also had powerful abilities to assist their riders in battle. Once, Asgard had a royal guard entirely mounted on Pegasus, known as the Valkyrie. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie were disbanded or all killed for unknown reasons. Though the Pegasus remained, without their former partners, they were put aside. Luckily, Sif and the Warriors 3 had different relationships, and each had their own Pegasus. As they lacked flying abilities, the Pegasus compensated for their air combat deficiencies. The Asgardians fought fiercely, whether it was Thor, Loki, or even the slightly weaker Sif and the Warriors 3, they all had the divine bloodline of Asgard. Their combat abilities were extremely strong. The low-level demons were no match for them. It was essentially a massacre. This scene left Tony Stark and the X-Men in disbelief. Storm stared at the man wielding lightning within the army, her face full of disbelief. That guy's control over lightning is terrifying. She could control lightning, but her power was nothing compared to Thor's. Thor's lightning was unstoppable. It killed any demon it touched, injured any it grazed. Its power, several times greater than hers. In comparison, her only possible advantage was the large range and number of her lightning strikes. But then she saw the man raise his hammer, summon endless, terrifying lightning, and clear the sky. Okay, she couldn't match that advantage either. Wow, those horses have wings. So cool. Hank was envious and curious. He couldn't believe there were flying horses in this world. Moreover, those horses were formidable. He saw a Pegasus carrying a large man, opened its mouth, and shot a beam of energy that pierced several demons' heads. One kick sent a demon flying. This indicated that the Pegasus's combat ability was much stronger than his. This is more like mythical figures and creatures. Cyclops Scott, with one finger on his visor, continuously fired laser beams to kill approaching demons, speculated. The way Thor and his companions arrived, along with the Pegasus and their formidable combat abilities, clearly didn't belong on Earth. Especially Thor's fighting style with the hammer reminded him of mythical figures. Thor, the god of thunder. Thor and his companions, Tony Stark, and the X-Men reached a mutual understanding during the battle and began fighting against the demon army. The battle was intense, yet no one noticed a figure standing quietly on a nearby, icy mountain peak. Clad in a brown coat with his hands in his pockets, the figure's coat tails fluttered gently in the wind, and his gaze was as sharp as a torch, looking ahead. Despite the lively battle scene, his expression remained unchanged. In the mirror dimension, Pietro and Bella were fighting Kaiselius and 2 dark sorcerers. One must admit, Kaiselius was quite the genius. He managed to find the Hulk and, by using soul magic, took over Hulk's body. Kaiselius, as a dark sorcerer of his level, excelled in manipulating souls. Bruce Banner was just an ordinary soul, and Hulk had only recently emerged. There was no way they could contend with someone like Kaiselius. Their souls were imprisoned in no time. The Hulk is a unique existence in this universe. His special body mutated under gamma radiation, turning him into a monstrously powerful being. Most notably, Hulk's strength increases infinitely with his anger, having no upper limit. However, there is a limitation. Though he becomes angrier and stronger, if the opponent's strength is overwhelmingly superior, Hulk can be defeated instantly. A prime example is Thanos. According to the original timeline, Hulk was nearly beaten into submission by Thanos. And this was when Thanos only used pure fist and combat skills. Hulk's characteristic of infinite anger and strength wasn't even fully utilized. Kaiselius, using the dark energy granted by Dormammu, further stimulated and transformed Hulk, maximizing his potential. Thus, Hulk's strength was greater than in the original timeline, especially when paired with a sorcerer of Kaiselius' caliber. This combination was a true fusion of magic and martial prowess, challenging even Pietro, who found himself at a disadvantage. The downside was that without Hulk's soul, his characteristic of infinite anger and strength couldn't be fully expressed, essentially trading immediate combat power for this trait. Kaiselius was shrewd. He seemed aware of Wanda and Pietro's existence. He had his dark sorcerers absorb a large amount of dark energy, almost to the point of self-destruction, temporarily enabling them to contend with Wanda. He then dragged the three into the mirror dimension, creating a standoff. However, he hadn't accounted for Bella's presence, which forced the dark sorcerers to split their forces against her. Originally, Kaiselius aimed to kill Wanda and Pietro, but ended up only delaying the three. Ultimately, the goal was to fully open Hell's Gate and allow the Hell Lords to enter. Kaiselius planned it well, with the Ancient One occupied by Dormammu, and only Bai Xiao and a dying Odin left, Earth was left wide open. With even a hint of greed, the outcome was inevitable. Would those Hell Lords not be greedy? Of course they would. Previously, without the opportunity, they sought every way to smuggle onto Earth. Now, with the door wide open, they would certainly seize the chance. The only outcomes for Bai Xiao were either to face the onslaught of Hell Lords or to flee, while Kaiselius would then attack the Sanctum Sanctorum, breaking the magical barrier that protected Earth, allowing Dormammu to descend. For Kaiselius, it was a win-win situation either way. Kaiselius planned well, but unfortunately, he and Dormammu underestimated Bai Xiao. Kaiselius, a minor figure compared to Dormammu, couldn't possibly fathom the extent of Bai Xiao's power. As for the minor skirmishes before him, Bai Xiao paid them no mind. Kaiselius and Dormammu ignored Bai Xiao because they believed that once the Hell's Gate was opened, Bai Xiao would be attacked by the Hell Lords if he tried to close it. While the Hell Lords might be cautious and not immediately intervene, they would never allow Bai Xiao to easily close the gate. Bai Xiao understood this, but was already several steps ahead. Would he close the gate to Hell? Not likely. He preferred to keep it open and let the Hell Lords come through. Whoever emerged first would have to face his wrath. He was waiting to see which unlucky one couldn't resist. Bai Xiao wasn't just standing there watching. He was preparing as well, setting up offensive spells or trap spells quietly. He wasn't afraid of the Hell Lord's attack, but worried that if he killed a few too quickly, the rest would flee. He needed to draw out as many Hell Lords as possible. Once he dealt with them, the remaining ones would likely hide in Hell, never daring to come out. Bai Xiao continued to observe and prepare. Over there, as the Hell's Gate continued to expand, the number of demons increased, and some intelligent demons began to appear. This indicated that powerful demons could no longer resist taking action. This also led to the result that Thor and his companions were finding it somewhat difficult to fight. Originally, when facing the low-level demons who were mere cannon fodder, both Thor and Loki were absolute killing machines, with Loki being even more efficient at slaughtering than Thor. However, with the appearance of those powerful demons, they immediately recognized the threat posed by Thor, Loki, and others, and naturally aimed to eliminate them first. These demons were very cunning and often did not charge directly at Thor and his companions, but rather hid and launched sneak attacks. However, they were ultimately countered and killed. After being intensely trained for so long, Thor and Loki's strength had increased significantly, making them adept at dealing with such ambushes. Especially Loki, who, despite appearing fragile, was actually very resilient. His body was incredibly tough, and he had developed a defensive mechanism during intense battles with Wanda and Bella. Before engaging in battle, he would first cast a series of defensive spells and trigger trap spells on himself. His strategy was one of caution. As a result, those demons attempting sneak attacks met with disaster, being incinerated by the triggered spells almost instantly. Thor's approach was even simpler. His training with Pietro, Wanda, and Bella had sharpened his senses and reaction speed to an extraordinary level. As soon as a sneak attack was attempted, he would react immediately and counterattack with his hammer. With his current level of power, these demons could not withstand his blows. However, Sif, the Warriors 3, and the X-Men were struggling. Sif and the Warriors 3 were only slightly injured, injuries that wouldn't weaken their resolve or combat strength. Fighting while injured was common for them, and blood and wounds would only fuel their fighting spirit, making them more courageous in battle. Tony Stark and the X-Men were having a rough time. Despite being an arms dealer, Tony found himself running low on firepower due to the limitations of the MK armor. The sheer number of enemies quickly depleted his ammunition, leaving him to rely on basic attacks like the particle pulse cannon. He soon found himself in a desperate situation, repeatedly saved by the X-Men's timely interventions. The X-Men were also struggling. With Thor and his team, plus the heavy hitters Scott and Storm, they should have been safe. However, as the Hell's Gate expanded, their situation worsened. Scott was furious, and Storm was unleashing her powers continuously, sending lightning everywhere. Phoenix Jean Grey, Beast Hank McCoy, and Wolverine Logan could only watch and provide protection for the heavy hitters. Scott was fine, as using his powers didn't drain his stamina, but Storm was exhausting herself rapidly. Aurora is about to collapse. We need to retreat. Phoenix Jean noticed Storm's strained expression and immediately shouted Scott. The current objective was irrelevant. They had to retreat now. Scott continued firing his powerful red beams, clearing the demons in front of them. After a brief respite, he adjusted the power regulator on his visor and nodded, "Immediate retreat." "Reinforcements are coming," Logan interrupted Scott. The roar of engines followed, and everyone turned to see fighter jets and armed helicopters approaching. Missiles were launched, tearing through the sky and striking the demon army. Boom, boom, boom. In the eyes of Jean and the others, explosions lit up the sky, accompanied by the screams of demons as countless of them perished. Machine guns from various types of armed helicopters also opened fire. A storm of bullets swept across the sky, mowing down the demons pouring in, marking a clash between modern human technology and supernatural beings in an epic battle. The X-Men and Tony Stark were both witnesses and participants in this human-demon war. With the support of air forces from various countries, Tony Stark and the X-Men found their situation much easier. High above, Thor and the others were nearly caught in the explosion shockwave. They turned back in surprise, witnessing the scene of bullets colliding with the demon army in the distance. Boom! Thor swung his Mjolnir in a sweeping arc, causing a massive burst of lightning that obliterated the surrounding demons, leaving countless dead and injured. Floating in the sky, he remarked in surprise, "Midgard doesn't seem as weak as I thought. These weapons are quite powerful. It appears the Midgardians are not as backward as I imagined." Backward civilizations are evaluated comprehensively, including factors like lifespan, cultural heritage, and weaponry, among others. Asgard's previous disdain for Midgard stemmed not only from its outdated weaponry and weak military, but also from its short lifespans. Humans reproduce abundantly, much like pigs, but does that make them useful? Pigs are merely considered food. Asgard's view of Midgard was similar. Weak military, short lifespans, barely reaching a century, and extremely fragile, prone to premature death from illness or accidents. A typical backward civilization. Even with powerful guardians like Bai Xiao, comparable to Odin, and exceptional warriors and mages like Wanda, Pietro, and Bella, they couldn't change Thor and the others' perceptions. However, the explosive power of those aircraft missiles in this battle was truly formidable. At least, their basic military strength was somewhat decent. Of course, just decent. To gods like Thor and Loki, those aircraft were mere toys. But with aerial support, it did ease Thor and the others' burden. Loki wielded his spear, launching a blazing fireball like a meteor into the demon army, incinerating hundreds of demons. He commented, "Those Midgardians are too fragile. The aircraft are not very effective against those demons. They can break through in a single wave. Just as Loki described, despite the concentrated fire from the assembled air forces of various countries, the low-level demons were simply brutes using sheer numbers, falling like harvested wheat. However, the more intelligent demons were different. They were not mere targets. They used black magic, moved with incredible speed, and knew how to dodge and defend. Soon, the demon army broke through the Air Force's firepower, rushing forward and tearing apart the formations. Fireballs burst like fireworks, signifying the loss of many lives. Damn! Tony, who had retreated to the X-Men for repairs, saw the entire Air Force annihilated, and his expression darkened immediately. Scott and Storm couldn't hold back either, unleashing laser beams and devastating lightning, sweeping through the demon army, but soon found themselves surrounded by the demons. They were now truly in a crisis. Scott and Storm fought desperately, while Tony used his particle pulse cannon to kill the approaching demons. However, while the cannon could penetrate flesh, it only knocked the steel-skinned demons away. The demons, slightly dazed, shook it off and continued their assault. "We might need support. Do you have any solutions?" Tony shouted to the X-Men as the demons surrounded them completely, the sheer number of demons filling the sky and ground, triggering anyone's trypophobia. Tony was not ready to risk himself for Earth. He was merely here for combat data. Unexpectedly, he was quickly surrounded and anxiously shouted at the X-Men. In fact, he wondered why the famous Professor X hadn't intervened yet. Given his telepathic powers, he should have been able to control the battlefield directly. Professor can't use his telepathic powers here. This area is heavily contaminated. Using his powers would result in immediate contamination and damage, Jean explained, as if reading Tony's mind. Though she had telepathic abilities, she refrained from using them, instead relying on telekinesis to fend off demons. The area was special, with an invisible force that burned any telepathic probe, potentially harming the user's mind. Thus, Professor X hadn't come. Damn it, Tony cursed, especially seeing the rapidly depleting energy on his screen, knowing he couldn't last much longer. Once the arc reactor's energy was exhausted, only the backup power remained, which wouldn't suffice. They needed to break through the encirclement to escape. The projected screen showed the skies over Greenland Island, where air and naval forces and land soldiers were supporting the battle against the demons. The fight was fierce, but the casualties were mounting. The demons' iron-like skin could only be pierced by 20mm cannons or higher. Missiles caused damage, but the demons kept coming in waves. Tony foresaw that if the situation worsened and the defenses were pushed back, a nuclear strike would be inevitable. A nuclear strike was tolerable, but he would be caught in it. He wouldn't survive a nuclear blast. This time, Tony and the others were utterly trapped in a desperate situation. Storm and Cyclops were using their powers to the fullest, and Tony Stark was tirelessly circling their small group, firing particle pulse cannons to knock down any demons that try to break through. But no matter how many they killed, the number of demons kept increasing, and they grew stronger. It was no longer as efficient as mowing down grass. Cyclops was still effective, his red beams incinerating any demons they touched, but stronger demons kept filling in. He couldn't clear them all. Storm's powers were strong, but lacked the endurance of Cyclops. Over time, her strength waned, making it increasingly difficult for her to use her abilities. The situation grew more critical. Hank and Wolverine Logan were doing their best to guard the two heavy hitters. Logan was fine, as his adamantium claws could easily tear through the demon's skin. Beast Hank was less effective. Though his strength and speed were many times that of an ordinary human, he still struggled against the extraordinary demons. In one-on-one fights, Hank had to spend considerable time just to take down a low-level demon. Essentially, Hank was merely a side player. Jean could feel the enclosing circle. Their lines were being overtaken by the demons, and the situation had become extremely dire. Yet, she was powerless. Her telekinesis had little effect on the demons. The denser the object, the harder it was for her to control. The smallest demons were 4 to 5 meters tall, the larger ones 7 to 8 meters, and some over 10 meters. Controlling even one demon took all her strength, and she could only push them away, not crush them on the spot. Feeling the impending crisis, a trace of hesitation flashed in Jean's eyes. She was uncertain whether to release the terrifying personality imprisoned within her. No one, not even Professor Charles, knew that she had recently probed the deepest part of her mind, or rather, had been pulled into it by that entity. Her inner mind was like a prison, separated by a barrier, where she saw someone who looked exactly like her. But that Jean was crazy, dark, evil, violent, and full of primal desires. She was desperate to take over Jean's body and imprison the main personality. Jean could feel the terrifying power of this persona, not just its personality, but its immense strength. A power that seemed familiar, yet strange to her. This power could destroy everything, and if she could use it, she could undoubtedly solve the current crisis. But Jean also knew that using this power would release the terrifying persona, and she might be defeated by it and be imprisoned in her own mind. Jean hesitated, but then her eyes became resolute. A surge of red flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, who was silently laying traps in the distance, suddenly sensed something and looked towards the densely packed demons. Through them, he saw the X-Men surrounded by demons. His attention was drawn to Jean. That kind of cosmic-level power, no less than chaos magic, another form of energy. The Phoenix Force? In this moment of crisis, Jean Grey, the Phoenix, actively used the hidden power. Bai Xiao was not surprised. In life-and-death situations, Jean's outburst was normal. As the host of the Phoenix Force, the Force would not let its host die. Yes, the Phoenix Force is a high-level intelligent life form, presented as a cosmic-level energy. The Phoenix Force is one of the most feared entities in the multiverse. It can slice through or regenerate entire realities. It embodies the concepts of life and emotion, carrying the power of creation and destruction. It has the highest level of perception and intuition, allowing it to sense everything. As the link point of all life's minds in the infinite multiverse, it has immense psychic power, capable of all psychic abilities, like multiverse-level telepathy and telekinesis. It can freely create, manipulate, and destroy all space and time, such as teleportation, time travel, space freezing, and altering space dimensions and time axes. It can also easily destroy or create any space-time dimension and travel freely through them. It has the power to control causality, weave destiny, and manipulate everything, even rewriting history at will. This multiverse-level power is on par with chaos magic. However, due to certain reasons, the Phoenix Force was dispersed and vanished into the universe. Jean Grey is an incomplete host of the Phoenix Force, but due to her own limitations, she cannot fully control it. Her childhood experiences prevented her from mastering the Phoenix Force, leading her to cause destruction to those around her and developing an inexplicable fear of this power. She resisted the Phoenix Force, repressed from a young age, inadvertently creating a dark persona within her, one filled with primal desires and violence. This persona never resisted the Phoenix Force. Instead, she could easily wield it. Before this persona grew, Professor X detected and found Jean, sensing the dark persona's existence. Unable to eliminate it, he used his strong psychic powers to seal it deep within Jean's mind. He even erased some of Jean's repressive memories. Due to some negative emotions from Jean, her dark personality grows stronger. The idea is good, but unfortunately, no matter how powerful Professor X's psychic abilities are, he cannot forever suppress the growing dark personality. Thus, the ultimate outcome is inevitably the dark personality taking over the body. At that time, the first thing the dark personality, imprisoned for over a decade, would do is seek revenge and destruction. The Phoenix Force is very special, and so is Jean as its host. However, as far as Bai Xiao is concerned, he only pays slight attention to it. After all, an incomplete Phoenix Force is not very powerful. If it were him, he would have 1,000 ways to kill Jean or even strip away the incomplete Phoenix Force. But he is not very interested in this power. The main issue is that the Phoenix Force and Jean Grey herself have become entangled with karma and causality. This woman is destined to be accepted by the complete Phoenix Force in the future. Even if he stripped away the Phoenix Force, it would not recognize him and might even become hostile. If he could analyze the Phoenix Force or kill it to plunder its life essence, he wouldn't mind doing so. However, this is only a part of the complete Phoenix Force, similar to Dormammu's previous descent to Earth. Killing it would not yield life essence. At most, it would only damage the Phoenix Force itself. The Phoenix Force has a bug. It cannot die. If injured or killed, it returns to the white-hot room to manipulate cosmic energy into a giant egg to heal until it is reborn. It's essentially an unkillable cosmic monster, so it's not on Bai Xiao's hunting list at all. Otherwise, he would have had the ability to kill this incomplete Phoenix Force years ago. Bai Xiao withdrew his gaze as the Phoenix Jean finally erupted. At the most critical moment, she no longer resisted the Phoenix Force. Her eyes flashed with a red glow, and a brilliant phoenix silhouette, burning with energy flames, appeared behind her. A phoenix's cry resounded through the heavens, and a vast energy swept across the world. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands, even millions of demons in the sky were disintegrated and completely erased without a sound. This strange scene stunned the X-Men, Tony Stark, and Thor, who were in the middle of battle. While they were fighting fiercely, the increasing number of demons all suddenly died, leaving Tony's eyes wide in his MK armor. He stood there, glancing at the now empty surroundings, then at the expressionless Phoenix Jean. Then he looked at the energy index marked as unmeasurable by Jarvis on his panel and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What's going on? In this era, are women getting scarier one by one? Every now and then, they show such terrifying abilities. Wanda is like this, that woman who appeared out of nowhere, riding a Pegasus, covered in scars yet fighting more fiercely. Now, this mutant, suddenly going berserk in a desperate situation, clearing the map with a massive move, instantly wiping out hundreds of millions of demon armies. Tony suddenly felt that losing his abilities for a few years wasn't so bad. At least he wouldn't accidentally provoke such terrifying women one day. While he was lost in thought, the other X-Men members were also astonished by Jean's outburst. Jean. Logan looked at Jean in disbelief. For the woman he had feelings for, he had always been very clear about her abilities. She was a telepath and a telekinetic mutant. However, her abilities were neither particularly strong nor particularly weak. Compared to the first-tier mutants, she couldn't compete, and even among the second-tier mutants, she wasn't particularly strong, though she had a very proficient control over her abilities. But achieving the effect just now was something he had never imagined. Scott and Storm had similarly bewildered and shocked expressions. Beast Hank, however, was different from the others. He looked at Jean with a frown. As one of Professor X's earliest companions, he knew some things about Jean very well. Professor X had even discussed this with him before. So, when Jean went berserk, Hank immediately realized the reason. This made him very alert. Jean was undoubtedly an extremely gentle, outwardly soft but inwardly strong woman, very competent, and even fulfilled the Mutant Academy's external diplomatic duties. Clear-headed, calm, rational, gentle, the students all liked Jean. However, he was very clear that beneath this exterior, a terrifying personality was hidden, a dark personality wielding horrific power. Once this personality took over Jean's body, it would undoubtedly be a huge disaster for the world and the entire Mutant Academy. Boom! Before Hank could speak, a thunderclap rang out, and a lightning bolt pierced the sky, landing in front of the X-Men. As the lightning dispersed, it revealed none other than Thor. Then, a green flash appeared, and Loki stood beside Thor. Sif and the Warriors 3 descended on their Pegasus, slowly landing. The Asgardians were sizing up the X-Men, or rather, they were mainly observing the expressionless Jean. Incredible power. I didn't expect that in Midgard, apart from Wanda, Pietro, and Bella, there would be such excellent warriors like you. Thor praised heartily, introducing himself. Thor Odinson from Asgard. Loki Odinson. Sif. Fandral. Volstagg. Nice to meet you, mighty warriors. For the strong, Asgardian warriors have always shown great respect. Clearly, in this recent battle against the demons, the X-Men's performance has earned everyone's respect. As for Tony, well, he's just a side note. After all, that iron shell of his isn't all that impressive. The X-Men showed basic vigilance toward Thor and his group, but out of politeness, they introduced themselves, including Jean, who maintained a blank expression. Jean's expression was mainly due to her effort to balance her resistance to the power she had unleashed within her body. Jean could feel she needed to stay calm, or else something bad would definitely happen. However, basic communication wasn't an issue. Asgard? The Asgard I know, Tony Stark suddenly asked. I think I've heard of that name. Logan, not well educated, had heard of it, but didn't know much. Scott, standing worriedly by Jean's side, habitually mocked his old rival. Spend less time chasing women and learn something, Logan. Asgard is the realm of the gods in Norse mythology. The ruler of Asgard is Odin, the All-Father. At this point, Scott also realized, looking in astonishment at Thor and the others, especially Thor's iconic armor, hammer, and his ability to control thunder. You're Thor Odinson, the son of Odin, the god of thunder. Surprising that some humans still remember this. I thought with the passage of time, few would remember us. Thor's answer was a tacit confirmation. Damn. Scott cursed under his breath, feeling his worldview being refreshed once again. It wasn't just him. Everyone felt the same. First demons, and now Asgard, Thor, Loki, Sif, and the Warriors 3, all legendary figures from Norse mythology. Does this mean that the myths are real? There was some doubt, but not much. Primarily because of the power displayed by Thor, Loki, and the others, and the restive Pegasus snorting and pawing the ground before them. Such a creature seemed unlikely to exist on Earth, especially considering that a Pegasus's displayed combat power was far superior to Tony's. What benefit would there be in deceiving them? Besides, if demons could appear, the existence of Thor, Loki, and Odin didn't seem out of place. Quickly accepting the facts, Hank was the first to ask, Thor, are those things demons? Yes, they come from hell. Someone used an ancient artifact to open a portal between Earth and the hell dimension. This portal is expanding, and if not closed soon, demons will keep pouring out of hell. Thor glanced at the vast army of demons spewing from the giant hell gate in the distance and said gravely. After speaking, his expression became even more serious as he added, moreover, these demons are just low-level demons, cannon fodder. Over time, higher-level, intelligent demons will appear. I don't believe those demons will remain patient for long. Hell. Listening to Thor's words, everyone gasped, shocked. Tony, his mind racing, pointed out a key question. Thor, are there demon lords in hell? Demon lords? Thor was taken aback, then suddenly understood and said, You mean the rulers of hell? Demon rulers? Yes, hell rulers are the masters of a hell dimension or kingdom. They possess omnipotent powers. There are indeed many of these demon rulers in hell, and this portal breaches the ancient contract signed by Earth's gods. Their powers wouldn't be suppressed if they came to Earth, so they could also descend to Earth. This news left everyone speechless, their hearts in turmoil, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness and despair. If they struggled so much against just a group of cannon fodder demons, and if the air forces of various countries were quickly annihilated, how could they possibly contend with even more omnipotent demon lords? How could they possibly fight? A single demon lord is already enough to cause despair, and now there's a group of demon lords. Perhaps the best course of action is to go home, wash up, and sleep, waiting for the end to come. It's not just the X-Men and Tony Stark. In fact, the X-Men, equipped with communicators, are connected to S.H.I.E.L.D., and their conversations are being clearly heard by Nick Fury in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building. The expression on his face changed. Usually calm and composed, he was now sweating profusely. What did he hear? Nick Fury, who once thought he had control over the situation, now felt that the situation was complicated and difficult, but still believed that after resolving this incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. could barely maintain the balance of this world. But now, he has completely abandoned that idea. Maintain what? With what means? The appearance of the mythical Asgard, Thor, Loki the god of mischief, and Odin indicated that many things had become completely chaotic. How could Earth contend with the demon lords? Although he had never witnessed the power of the demon lords, from Thor's literal description, he highly doubted that even one of humanity's most advanced technologies, the nuclear bomb, could pose a threat to them. Nick Fury wiped his hand on the specially made communicator hanging at his waist. This was his biggest trump card, his single eye flashing. His finger was already on the communicator's button, ready to summon the trump card he hadn't seen in many years. But Thor's next words dispelled his thoughts. However, I believe there's no need to worry. The demon lords are indeed powerful, but you also have a powerful guardian here. If those demon lords appear, the guardians of Midgard will drive them away. Guardians? Everyone's expressions changed. Obviously, Midgard referred to Earth, which was the Asgardian term for it. But who were these guardians? Who could possibly contend with the powerful demon lords? Unconsciously, a name flashed in everyone's minds. Thor did not continue on this subject. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the sky, where the demon army was once again densely covering it. Frowning, Thor said, "We must find a way to close the portal, or else those things will be endless. There are too many of those cannon fodder in hell. Will finding that ancient artifact close the portal?" Tony asked. "I'm not sure." Thor shook his head and looked at Loki, knowing his brother understood this area better than he did. As expected, Loki provided an answer that was beyond everyone's expectations. Loki seriously said, "Finding it within a certain time might close the portal, but once it expands to a certain extent, the entire power of Hell will support the portal's opening. Hell will then invade Midgard, turning it into a part of Hell." "How much time do we have left, Loki?" "How would I know? But I estimate that there isn't much time left." Loki rolled his eyes. How could he calculate the exact time? Did they really think he was an all-knowing magic mirror? Thor felt a bit of a headache as he looked at the X-Men in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the powerful warriors before him did not look well. Puzzled, he asked, "Your bodies can't withstand the environment here?" "We can't hold on here for much longer," Scott said helplessly, glancing at the countdown numbers on his wrist. "That's surprising," Thor muttered. After all, the abilities displayed by Scott, Storm, and Jean were among the stronger ones, even in Asgard. According to his understanding, those with such powerful abilities generally had strong physiques. Ordinary harsh environments shouldn't affect them. Even for a sorcerer like Loki, it was the same. Unexpectedly, these few warriors, despite their impressive abilities, had such fragile bodies that even a bit of the hellish environment could affect them. However, as comrades in arms, even though they had just met, Thor was willing to show goodwill. Perhaps it was also because Wanda, Pietro, and Bella were Earthlings. Thor signaled to Loki. Loki was helpless. He didn't know when his brother would change. However, recent events had made him much more stable, and the abilities of these people had indeed impressed even the proud Loki, especially Jean, in whom he saw something remarkable. Since that was the case, he was willing to show some goodwill. He extended his hand. Buzz! Green light appeared, instantly merging into the bodies of all the X-Men, including Tony Stark. This spell will provide a basic protection for your bodies, allowing you to endure this environment for a few days. Ordinary means won't break this protection. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Thor, Mr. Loki," Scott said gratefully. Roar! Suddenly, the roars of demons came from the distance, their inhuman growls sweeping across the land like sound waves, creating a sense of oppression and heaviness. "We can't afford to get entangled with them any longer. While dealing with these troubles, we also need to find the location of that artifact," Thor, as the leader, naturally began issuing orders. He looked at Loki. Loki, you need to provide long-range support and find a way to locate that artifact. Sif, Fandral, and Volstagg, you will charge with me to intercept them. When Loki finds the artifact, support him. After speaking, he looked at Scott and the others, especially focusing on Jean. Scott immediately responded, I can support you. Jean. He looked at Jean. She did not speak, but nodded. Okay, let's begin. Boom. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and Thor, wielding Mjolnir, transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the demon army. Sif and the others followed closely behind. Loki stood in place, a green flash passing through his eyes as he began searching for the artifact. The entire Greenland island was engulfed in flames of war. Thor, Sif, and others showcased the bravery of Asgardian warriors. Thor, in particular, demonstrated why he was known as the God of Thunder. Among everyone present, his level had reached an unbelievable extent. His strength, speed, and mastery of thunder were completely overwhelming, no matter the demon he faced. Even those demons attempting to ambush him were struck down with a single blow. He moved through the demonic hordes as if playing a mowing game, transforming into lightning and darting among them. Although Sif and the Warriors 3 fought valiantly, their efficiency was not as high. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Pierce were coordinating efforts, and various national armies continued to launch missiles, causing significant damage to the demons. The nations had become wiser. After losing their air forces earlier, they realized that conventional weapons like machine guns were not particularly effective. Only missiles could inflict substantial harm. To avoid unnecessary losses, they provided long-range support by firing missiles, not wanting to throw away lives recklessly. Moreover, with Thor and others on the front lines, the nations were curious about their origins. However, the most important issue at hand was the Hell Gate, so they temporarily set aside these questions. For the time being, the battle was at a stalemate. Under the relentless bombardment of missiles, the beautiful environment of Greenland Island was almost completely destroyed. Loki, using his magic vision, tracked the ancient artifact that opened the Hell Gate. Suddenly, he frowned and focused on the Hell Gate, which continuously spewed out demons. The gate had expanded to over 10,000 meters, with more and more demons emerging. Loki wasn't concerned about these. His focus was on the other side of the Hell Gate. This is troublesome. After searching around, Loki couldn't find the ancient artifact. Such an obvious item couldn't have escaped his tracking. If it wasn't here, the only possibility was that it was on the other side of the Hell Gate. Loki knew this would be a problem. That artifact contained immense energy, making it impossible for an ordinary person to close the portal. Even Loki himself was not confident. He might need to team up with his foolish brother to have chance. But the artifact was in Hell. Given Asgard's previously domineering style, Loki had no doubt there were Hell Lords in Hell who held grudges against Asgard or Odin. Odin had beaten more Hell Lords than one could count on one hand. If he and Thor ventured into Hell, some Hell Lords would be thrilled. In Asgard or the Nine Realms, those Hell Lords wouldn't dare make a move because they were Odin's territory. In Hell, however, those Hell Lords wouldn't be weakened. They could capture him and Thor, making it impossible for Odin to save them without embarrassing Asgard. Odin would be left with two choices: act for honor, which in a state would have dire consequences, or not act and reveal Asgard's decline to everyone. Once Odin fell, a swarm of greedy eyes would be ready to carve up Asgard. It was a perfect trap. This was why Loki and Thor had never ventured into Hell, or rather, why Odin had never allowed them to. Aware of this, Loki immediately dismissed the idea of going to Hell. But if they didn't destroy the artifact, the Hell Gate would continue to expand. That's why Loki found it so troublesome. The mastermind behind the Hell Gate was indeed meticulous. Loki then glanced at the silent Jean behind him, his eyes flickering. The host of the Phoenix Force was undeniably powerful, even with an incomplete Phoenix Force. However, Loki knew that the beings in Hell would recognize her power as well. She could destroy the artifact, but might end up trapped in Hell, with dire consequences. Loki never saw himself as a good person. He would sacrifice anyone to achieve his goals, especially someone he had just met. But upon reflection, he rejected this idea. Firstly, Thor would never agree, and it might provoke the wrath of Earth's guardian, Bai Xiao, as Jean was human. To be opposed by someone of Odin's level, especially a young one, would not end well. He had to think of another way. Boom! With a casual wave of his spear, Loki unleashed terrifying electric chains, destroying countless demons. He slowly spoke, "Thor, I know where the artifact is." His voice reached Thor, who was fighting in the distant sky. Thor continued his slaughter, but replied, "Where is it?" "Bad news, it's on the other side." Boom! Thor's hammer swept in a circle, burning demons within a radius of several thousand meters to ash. Standing tall, his cape billowing, he looked down at the enormous, grim Hell Gate. "Loki, do me a favor." Without hesitation, Thor prepared to charge in, but Loki's urgent voice stopped him. "No, no, no. Don't even think about it, Thor. Have you considered what will happen if you go in?" Thor paused his hammer spin. Previously, his pride would have driven him forward. Hell or no hell, you have charged in. Now he understood the need for caution, aware of beings in the universe far stronger than him. Hell, being a powerful dimension, housed innumerable mighty demons. Thor immediately grasped why Loki refused. "Damn it, Heimdall, can the Bifrost destroy this portal?" Thor thought for a moment and let out a thunderous roar. "Thor, you know only by Odin's command can we do that." Heimdall's deep voice echoed in his mind, causing Thor to choke. "Then what should we do?" Thor was at a loss. Boom! As he pondered, a sound like shattering glass echoed from the distant horizon. A pitch-black figure broke through space, colliding with missiles launched from afar. Amidst the explosions, the figure streaked past Thor and plummeted towards the ground. Thor glanced instinctively, raising his eyebrows. Boom! The figure hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a massive crater. A familiar voice reached his ears again. "Hey, Thor." A flash of white lightning stopped in front of Thor, standing on a magical circle. Pietro. It was indeed Pietro. And not only Pietro, but also Wanda and Bella appeared. Wanda, Bella. Thor. Wanda glanced at the approaching demon horde, her eyes gleaming red. She extended her right hand and clenched it suddenly. Boom! The whole world seemed to be within Wanda's grasp. The immense pressure caused the swarming demons to explode into dust, their blood and gore bursting like macabre fireworks. This brutal method made the X-Men and Tony Stark below flinch. Holy sh**T. Storm couldn't help but curse. The scene was too intense. Tony remained silent, sweating profusely. If he could, he would have returned to his villa immediately, regretting ever coming to this place. Wanda's power cast a long shadow over him. After easily crushing the demons, Wanda turned her gaze, and the thousands of incoming missiles vanished in an instant, completely obliterated. This shocking scene left countless onlookers speechless. In the joint military command center of various countries, all the uniformed commanders stared blankly at the big screen. The camera zoomed in, capturing Wanda and the others standing tall, especially Wanda, whose godlike power was beyond belief. What? Is that girl even human? Our missiles just gone? Disappeared? Who is she? How did she do that? The commanders were shaken. Thousands of missiles, capable of destroying a city, were nullified by a single glance. Though they didn't understand how, Wanda's nonchalant expression suggested it was effortless for her. One of humanity's most powerful weapons, rendered useless by a mere look. This left all the commanders speechless. They promptly ordered a halt to missile launches. After all, from the girl's actions, any further missile launches would be futile. It was better to save the missiles, considering their high cost. Moreover, they feared provoking the girl, worrying she might obliterate their armies too. Wanda's mere glance intimidated the world's mightiest military forces. But she felt no ripple in her heart. At this point, Wanda was far beyond ordinary human levels. What is that creature? It feels very evil. Thor wasn't overly shocked, knowing Wanda's power, but was curious about the ugly creature climbing out of the crater. It seemed formidable. That is a sorcerer possessing that monster's body. He is a follower of the Dark Lord Dormammu. This plot is his doing, aiming to bring Dormammu to Earth, Wanda explained briefly. Thor realized, his expression turning serious. The Dark Lord Dormammu was a renowned top-tier being, even stronger than his father Odin. He hadn't expected this crisis to be orchestrated by Dormammu's followers, which explained its difficulty. What should we do? To close that thing, we need to enter Hell first, Thor said, troubled. Why close it? Bella suddenly spoke. Thor looked over with a face full of confusion. Bella shook her head and whispered, Have you forgotten about Shaw? Shaw? What about him? Thor still hadn't figured it out. Loki's disdainful voice came through. My foolish brother, haven't you noticed that Shaw has never appeared? Thor turned his head and saw Loki standing beside him, though he hadn't noticed when Loki had arrived. He thought for a moment and immediately found it strange. Yes, in such a major crisis, why hasn't Shaw, as the guardian of Midgard, shown up? It was because Thor knew Earth had a guardian like Xiao that he didn't bring his own guard. With Loki's hint, he suddenly realized. Although on the surface Midgard is under Asgard's rule, Shaw's presence actually makes it completely independent of Asgard. Bai Xiao might not care about these matters, but Thor couldn't casually lead an army to Midgard without Bai Xiao's consent. Such an act would be seen as provocative. In some sense, this is a form of mutual understanding. Bai Xiao might not care, but Thor had to be considerate, especially as he was the Prince of Asgard, representing Asgard. His every action was significant. Yet, in the face of this crisis, Bai Xiao, the Guardian, hadn't shown up. Don't you think this feels more like a game? Bella said with a smile, while Loki, helpless, added inwardly that his foolish brother was indeed clueless and would be ridiculed if he became king in the future. Loki was more determined to outperform Thor and gain Odin's favor to become the king of Asgard. A game, you mean? Thor finally understood. Exactly. Seeing Thor finally get it, Loki rolled his eyes. Bai Xiao, at his level, wouldn't care about the demons pouring out from the gates of hell. For him, Wanda, Thor, Loki, Pietro, and Bella could easily deal with them. Perhaps only the high-level demons that would come later might pose some challenge. For someone like Bai Xiao, those demons were merely fodder. The real game was whether the big players in hell would step in and win. Bai Xiao had to consider this. Loki couldn't guess many of Bai Xiao's thoughts, but he suspected that Bai Xiao's absence meant he was waiting, possibly setting a trap for those Hell Lords. If they showed up, it would lead to an epic battle. This was the core of the current crisis. If those Hell Lords stepped in, the war with Bai Xiao would determine the resolution of the crisis. Closing the gates of hell wasn't the issue. The outcome of this war was. If the Hell Lords didn't show up, the crisis would pass quickly. If they did, and the war broke out, Midgard's safety would be at stake, and Odin's involvement would be in question. This was Loki's concern. All right, it seems the key isn't with us. All we can do is hold off these demons here. Thor understood the key point and didn't lose heart. Leave it to Loki and me. Wanda spoke, then glanced down at Kaiselius, who was grinning wickedly at them. You must hold him off and keep him from disturbing us. Hey, leave it to me. Thor waved his hammer, eyes filled with excitement. Don't underestimate him, Thor. With Dormammu's support, he's terrifyingly strong. If Wanda hadn't seized the mirror dimension, we would have struggled to get out, Pietro reminded him, knowing their opponent was thorough. Without Bella's appearance, they might have been stuck in the mirror dimension. Fighting Kaiselius, Pietro noticed his opponent's tenacity. His speed, strength, and reflexes matched Pietro's super speed, and he could use various dark magics and curses. Pietro had a tough time. Even if he hit Kaiselius, the body's defense was so strong it wouldn't be harmed, and if it was, it healed instantly. Pietro felt that if it were a one-on-one fight, it would take days to determine the winner, with a high chance of his own loss. However, Kaiselius would also struggle to kill or defeat him due to his speed force. Kaiselius can draw unlimited power from the dark dimension without burden due to his powerful body, Wanda added. So, if we can't kill him instantly, he can keep fighting indefinitely? Thor raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Wanda nodded. That makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? Thor became even more excited, finding such an opponent worthy. Sif and the Warriors 3 arrived on their Pegasus, full of fighting spirit after hearing the situation. Then let's begin. After saying this, Wanda and Loki exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. With a flash of red and green light, their figures disappeared from the spot. Boom! Thor let out a roar. Lightning erupted, transforming into a meteor-like bolt crashing towards the ground, aimed directly at Kaiselius. Pietro, Sif, and others followed closely behind, while Bella remained floating in the sky. As an elemental mage, she disliked close combat and preferred long-range bombardment. The ferocious attacks from Thor and Pietro made the Dark Hulk Kaiselius below grimace. It was already challenging to deal with Pietro alone, and now Thor and others joined the fray. However, determined to execute his plan, Kaiselius steeled himself and met the challenge. He suddenly raised his right hand. A dark purple magic circle appeared on the ground, and a torrent of blacks surged upward. Thor narrowly avoided being hit directly by this sudden onslaught, thanks to his quick reflexes. Pietro was even less likely to be caught, and the swift reactions of Sif and the Warriors 3, riding their Pegasus, also allowed them to dodge completely. Kaiselius' move turned out to be ineffective. However, Kaiselius had never intended to hit anyone. His goal was never to strike Thor and the others. Bella, floating in midair, noticed the rising black torrent resembling a mudslide starting to cover the sky. She immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, she pointed her spear. A massive fireball, over 100 meters in diameter, burst forth, charging directly at the black torrent. Boom! The terrifying flames illuminated the sky, the intense heat burning the black, mud-like torrent. To Bella's surprise, the black torrent was not afraid of the heat. Instead, it seemed to catalyze and thrive on the flames. Soon, the fire extinguished and the black torrent, now falling as black droplets, descended from the sky. The air was filled with the pungent smell of these black droplets. Bella sensed the evil and dark power within them. Without hesitation, she made a hand gesture, and a beautiful golden lotus-like shield enveloped her. The black droplets fell on the shield, creating ripples and then evaporating into black smoke. Seeing this, Bella narrowed her eyes and warned, "Be careful. Each drop contains a curse." In reality, her warning was unnecessary. Everyone had already sensed the strange nature of the falling black droplets. After speaking, Bella extended her palm forward. Buzz! A golden magic circle expanded from her palm, layer by layer, forming a magnificent 7-layered lotus-like shield that stood in the sky. The black droplets that fell on it were neutralized by the holy power within, dissipating into black smoke. Thor looked up at the sky with a slight smile, and then down at Kaiselius. Kaiselius' face was gloomy. He hadn't expected a woman he had never met to so easily counter his dark magic. Reflecting on the power displayed by the girl in the mirror dimension, Kaiselius realized that if it weren't for her forcing 2 members of the dark sorcerer cult to separate, the mirror dimension wouldn't have been taken over by Wanda so quickly. With this in mind, Kaiselius added Bella to his kill list. Boom! Thor, ignoring Kaiselius' thoughts, raised Mjolnir high and charged as lightning towards him. Kaiselius, after quickly formulating a plan, responded with a punch. In an instant, a massive black fist collided with Mjolnir. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the area, with shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The ground rolled like waves, and even Sif and the Warriors 3, who were coming to join Thor in the battle, were thrown back. Pegasus neighed, struggling to regain balance in the air. After spinning several times, the white wings finally stabilized. Kaiselius and Thor were still locked in a stalemate. Pietro, unaffected by the shock waves due to his speed, charged through the chaos and appeared behind Kaiselius. His right foot crackling with white electricity, He aimed a high kick at Kaiselius' head. Tom seemed to slow down. Kaiselius saw the kick coming, but was too late to react. Bang! The kick landed on the side of his face, sending Kaiselius flying. He spun through the air, eventually crashing into a massive iceberg, shattering it into pieces and causing a large section to crack, as if ready to collapse. Meanwhile, Wanda and Loki flew above the Hell's Gate, overlooking the red glow and hellfire, from which countless demons emerged. However, these demons were instantly erased by Wanda's reality manipulation powers. Loki watched with apprehension. He seldom saw Wanda use this power, but whenever she did, it guaranteed victory, leaving him powerless to resist. Thankfully, she was not an enemy. Loki thought to himself, then raised his spear high, exuding a majestic aura like a god from ancient myths, holding not a spear but hope itself. Of course, this was just Loki's imagination. In reality, Loki's raised spear was merely to cast a spell to contain and stabilize the area above the Hell's Gate. Wanda clasped her pale hands together, and mysterious red symbols began to appear around them. Loki couldn't help but glance at the densely packed, mysterious characters. He recognized these characters. They were runes, revered as the writing of the gods. In Asgard, these weren't common at all. Only a select few could use them. Ordinary soldiers couldn't learn them at all. Odin, the All-Father, had hung from a tree for 9 days and 9 nights to obtain the wisdom of the well, contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Finally, he gained the wisdom of the runes at the cost of losing his right eye. When he descended from the world tree, he comprehended the secrets of the runes. I know that I hung on a windy tree 9 long nights, wounded with a spear dedicated to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree of which no man knows. For where its roots run, no bread did they give me, nor a drink from horn. Downwards I peered. I took up the runes, screaming I took them. Then I fell back from there. This passage was a historical record passed down in Asgard. It shows just how precious these characters were. Runes were incantations. Carving them onto wood, stone, metal, or any material could yield immense power. Many of Asgard's wonders bore runes. Even Loki hadn't mastered their secrets. He could recognize the characters, but couldn't write them, much less wield their power. Yet, seeing Wanda before him, using chaos magic to inscribe these dense runes, he felt a bit numb and slightly envious. Regardless of Loki's feelings, Wanda methodically finished inscribing the runes, which then gradually dimmed and disappeared. Accompanying this was a sudden great change. At the edge of the Hell's Gate pit, scorching golden pillars of light pierced the sky, inscribed with dense, mysterious characters. Between the pillars, a thin, invisible barrier connected them, occasionally flashing with combinations of characters. Forming a cylindrical shape, it completely surrounded the Hell's Gate. Even the top was covered by a golden magic circle. The Hell's Gate, which had been rapidly expanding, was greatly slowed by this power. The demons pouring out of Hell's Gate, just entering the mortal realm, were instantly incinerated by golden lightning. Loki, witnessing this unprecedented power from Wanda, was amazed. Though he might not be as powerful as Wanda, his perception was sharp. He could sense that Wanda's chaos magic inscribed several runes, enhancing the magic barrier's power. Not only did it slow the expansion of Hell's Gate, but it also sealed the area. Demons would trigger the barrier's attack system, and after being killed, their souls would be absorbed as fuel. If a powerful demon resisted, no matter what force was used, it would be absorbed, stored, and reflected by the barrier. It was an all-encompassing magic barrier. Loki wondered if he could escape from it. He would likely have to exhaust his power and be reduced to ashes. It was truly terrifying. Loki had always thought he was growing fast. In the past year, his power had increased tenfold, especially after he started taking magic seriously. But this girl before him had grown even more astonishingly. Her learning speed and talent were frightening. In such a short time, she could already use runes to this extent. This was the talent of the chaos magic host. Loki suddenly felt quite envious. Seeing Loki's strange expression, Wanda gave him a puzzled look. He immediately became serious, raised his spear, and used what he had learned. Loki added his unique barrier to Wanda's near-perfect one. He also layered his magic, further slowing the expansion of Hell's Gate. After perfectly setting up the barrier, Wanda could completely withdraw. The greatest strength of the runes was that once inscribed, they would continuously generate energy without needing Wanda to supply chaos magic as fuel. In fact, any magic circle had this capability, but runes were more advanced and perfect. Wanda and Loki ignored the continuous stream of demons sacrificing themselves at the Hell's Gate. What once seemed like a bountiful world to the demons had become a slaughterhouse and incinerator. Any demon stepping in would be burned to ashes. They turned their attention to the distant, fierce battle where Thor, Pietro, and Kaiselius were fighting. Compared to the mowing down of demons, that side was far more intense. This was a battle of extraordinary beings, the strongest just below the celestial. Sif and the Warriors 3 were merely adding finishing touches. They could only watch from the periphery and occasionally take advantage of openings to stab or slash. It was all about hitting someone when they're down. This sort of underhanded behavior might seem despicable, but for the Asgardian warriors, it is undoubtedly quite normal. War is not a duel. War is just war. As long as they can win, they don't care what means they use. Gang attacks are considered perfectly normal. They also do not feel any shame. On the contrary, Kaiselius, who is being attacked, looks rather embarrassed. After all, even if it were just Pietro and Thor individually, each would be more than a match for him, and together they completely overpower him. Thor and Pietro have fought together for a long time, and they are well aware of each other's fighting styles. Both are highly intelligent in combat, and their cooperation is seamless. Their coordination is such that even Loki would be jealous. With such synergy, Kaiselius looks quite battered. His mismatched mage robes are burned to a crisp, leaving only a pair of pants down to his calves. Fortunately, Kaiselius still has some instinctive sense of shame, causing him to consciously use dark energy to cover himself. Otherwise, he would soon be completely exposed. Embarrassed as he may be, Kaiselius is still alive and kicking, and even dares to trade injuries. With his tough skin and the endless support of dark energy, he is not afraid to die. If it were anyone else, they would probably be frightened by his desperate demeanor. But who are Thor and Pietro? They are never short on courage, especially the former. Desperation? He can be more desperate than anyone. Trading blows? Who's afraid of whom? Asgardian warriors pride themselves on not being cowards. Though Thor's fighting style has changed considerably, becoming more stable, in front of Kaiselius' antics, his old reckless nature is fully awakened. A crazed Thor emerges, scaring even Kaiselius a bit. As for Pietro, he is much smarter. Kaiselius' frenzied actions are full of flaws to him. If you want to fight desperately, you first need to be able to hit your target. Kaiselius' melee combat skills are several levels below Pietro's. Any movement he makes is full of openings. Pietro has 1,000 ways to beat him up while remaining untouched. So Kaiselius' madness is utterly useless. He faces a crazier Thor, a melee master in Pietro, for other fighters, and let's not forget Bella, a ranged elementalist who constantly bombards him. But this guy is extremely tough. Each time he is beaten back, defeated, he is never killed. He can only be continually suppressed and pushed back. Boom! Kaiselius, still frenzied, disregards Thor's incoming Mjolnir and punches forward. The next moment he is struck down in midair by Thor's hammer, while Thor is also sent flying by the punch. However, during the fall, Pietro turns into a flash of white lightning, surpassing everything to reach Kaiselius. With speed, force, and immense strength, he kicks him. The kick slices through the air, causing sonic booms, and ultimately lands on Kaiselius' jaw, snapping his head back. The clear sound of neck bones breaking is heard. In midair, bolts of terrifying lightning continuously strike down, baptizing Kaiselius with thunder. The entire scene appears extremely brutal. The X-Men, Tony Stark, and others watching from afar are drenched in sweat. Also, the leaders of various nations' militaries, observing silently through surveillance, are alarmed. Armies and naval fleets from various countries have surrounded the outskirts of Greenland Island, but the military leaders have not given the order to advance. The island has become a battlefield for monsters. On such a battlefield, sending in the military would be sending them to their deaths. The terrifying demons are constantly being slaughtered like grass. What could human armies do? Even the strongest military in the world, the U.S. Army, is still flesh and blood. A single fireball would kill many of them. Moreover, the air environment on Greenland Island has been detected as unsuitable for human survival. Entering that area, they would not last long. In the Joint Operations Center, commanders from various countries numbly watch the large screens, displaying the stunning scenes of unseen speeds, chaotic flights in the sky and on the ground. Special personnel measure and analyze the force of each punch and kick, noting the deep craters created on the ground, leaving everyone in awe. The conclusion is that these beings are monsters. These creatures can easily withstand missile attacks with their bodies alone. Even nuclear strikes might not kill them, and hitting them is another matter entirely. The commanders, government officials watching in their offices all experience a frozen atmosphere. In the U.S. White House, the president and officials, including military leaders, are gathered, staring at the large black monster on the big screen in front of him, which was being struck by infinite lightning in midair. The president, with hair slightly graying, removed his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and said with a touch of bitterness in his voice, "So, ladies and gentlemen, can anyone tell me what era we are currently in? Is it the age of mythology? Why are these monsters appearing before us?" The president was already bewildered. Logically speaking, wasn't America supposed to be the strongest country in the world? How long has it been established? And how long has it held its position as a superpower? He had not enjoyed his time at the highest seat for long. Yet all kinds of demons had emerged, followed by these terrifying monsters no one had ever heard of. What is America's status count for now that these monsters have appeared? A joke? From the power these beings exhibited, the so-called strongest military, weaponry, Air Force, and Navy were all just toys. If one of those beings whimsically decided to visit his office, would he have any choice but to let them in? Would he have to wear a smile? These concerns were secondary. The primary issue was that the emergence of these monsters had shattered America's dominance with the strongest military force. These beings could practically be considered gods. This made the president very uneasy. As a person in power, he disliked the feeling of his personal safety being threatened. In fact, it wasn't just him. All the officials, generals, and high-ranking officers present felt the same way. They were still basking in their supreme dominance when a horde of terrifying monsters suddenly appeared. Who could bear this? Mr. President, although the reality is harsh, we must face it. Our enemies are no longer just a few other countries. We are not facing armies with inferior equipment, but monsters we do not understand at all. One of the high-ranking officials stood up. He was a strategist in the president's team, always serving the president. No one would refute or get angry at his words, because his opinions often represented those of the president, and also the interests and party behind the president. The president cast his gaze over, nodding slightly to indicate his strategist should continue. The strategist, a middle-aged white man, removed his glasses, took out a cleaning cloth from his pocket to wipe them gently, and then put them back in his pocket. He scanned the room and pointed at the image on the screen with his glasses. We do not understand them, nor do we know where they come from, but we have seen them. The Earth is not alone. There are aspects we have not understood, like the sudden appearance of a deep pit in the Arctic Circle on Greenland Island and the world beneath that pit. What are the monsters emerging from it, and where do they come from? Is it a race from Earth's core we have not discovered? Or is this pit merely a passage connecting to another world? Those wielding hammers, weapons, riding white horses with wings, where do they come from? And the girl who can neutralize our thousands of missiles with a single glance, who is she? We understand none of this. The middle-aged man's unhurried speech hit the key points that concerned everyone present. Indeed, they knew nothing about the origins of the enemies or the people fighting against them. The lack of information is fatal, whether on the battlefield, in business, or anywhere else. The unknown is what is most frightening. So, our most important task now is to understand the origins of these events and then formulate appropriate countermeasures based on the information we obtain. The president nodded. He had also thought of this. So, he turned his gaze to the crowd. Before he could speak, someone raised a hand and said, "Mr. President, I think you should meet someone who might be able to provide some answers." Mr. Pierce. The president recognized the man. He was Pierce Alexander, a member of the World Security Council, soon to be promoted to Minister of the Security Council. In political circles, he was one of the high-ranking officials. "Mr. President, do you remember the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division?" "Yes, I remember." The president nodded. This agency required significant funding each year, but was very secretive. Only a few high-ranking leaders knew about it, and most of those present were aware of it by name. This department specializes in dealing with extraordinary events. Director Nick Fury is waiting outside the office for a summons. "Very well, bring him in." The president nodded in satisfaction and signaled to the security captain beside him. The latter immediately nodded and stepped out, opening the door to find Nick Fury. After a thorough search for any abnormalities, he brought Nick Fury into the president's office. Nick Fury, this time dressed in a suit, looked somewhat mismatched with his eye patch, but no one paid attention to that. Instead, the aura he exuded was impossible to ignore. "Mr. President, Mr. Fury, Minister Pierce said you could answer some of our questions, correct?" "Yes, sir. Based on the information we currently have, it can be confirmed that those monsters that appeared in the Arctic Circle are demons. They come from hell." "Did I hear it wrong?" The president and other dignitaries finally lost their composure, and the president stared straight at Nick Fury. It was not just disbelief, but more of an unwillingness to believe. Hell, the place gathered with the most evil beings in myth and legend, a place of countless terrors. If hell really existed, then their worldview would need to be completely reshaped. It also meant that from now on, they would have to live in constant fear. Nick Fury faced the president's gaze without changing his expression and said, "You did not hear wrong, Mr. President. In fact, in the 1990s, we already confirmed that Earth has never been alone. Apart from us, there are other civilizations and races beyond Earth. Their civilization's development far exceeds ours. As for the existence of hell, we have only recently been able to confirm it." After Nick Fury finished speaking, with the president's authorization, he submitted a top-secret document. The document detailed incidents that had occurred in Chino Town. Not just there, but ever since it was confirmed that the world truly had things beyond observation, S.H.I.E.L.D. spent a large amount of resources to verify this matter. Every unexplainable phenomenon around the world had been investigated. Under an enormous number of searches, and at the cost of countless agents' lives, S.H.I.E.L.D. finally collected a vast amount of information on demons and supernatural events. Furthermore, using specially developed equipment, S.H.I.E.L.D. captured a not particularly strong demon and extracted a lot of intelligence from it. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. also paid some undisclosed prices for this. However, Nick Fury deemed it a price worth paying. Thus, this highly classified document was compiled and presented to the president. The president read through the document and then passed it on to other officials. Their expressions varied greatly, becoming extremely grim. They had never imagined that with their status, such unknown truths could be hidden around them, their country, and the world. The information was detailed, accompanied by extensive data, experiments, and photos. Moreover, if Nick Fury's report was found to be false under these circumstances, it would mean deceiving the entire higher-ups of the United States, with unimaginable consequences. Additionally, with Pierce's endorsement, the president and others did not question the authenticity of the document. The president took a deep breath, then looked at Nick Fury. "So, Director Fury, what about those people? Those armored individuals are from Asgard." "Asgard," the president repeated, and Fury nodded. adding, "Yes, Asgard from Norse mythology. The one with the hammer is Thor, the one with the spear is Loki, the god of mischief, and the other four are Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun. They are all prominent figures from Norse mythology." The president was familiar with Norse mythology, though not in detail, but these names were well known to him. However, his face grew increasingly helpless. What did this mean? What about those other people? "Sorry, Mr. President, we have not yet gathered information on them, but we can confirm that they are all Earthlings." Is it the only good news? Perhaps. Fury did not provide a definite answer because individuals like Pietro, Wanda, and Bella, being Earthlings, had their pros and cons. The good part was that when facing crises that non-humans could contend with, they had the ability to fight back. The bad part was that they could not be controlled by the United States. Yes, according to their logic, anything beyond their control was marked as a danger, regardless of who they were or what their personality was. However, for now, it might be considered good news. Then the president immediately revealed his true intentions. Can we communicate with them? The world needs them. Nick Fury understood well, but shook his head decisively. "I'm sorry, Mr. President, I can't confirm that." However, based on their series of displays, they might only appear when there's a real crisis. To put it bluntly, the United States is insignificant in this context. A single glance from that girl mysteriously eliminated 10,000 missiles. With such capabilities and decisiveness, it's impossible she would allow herself to be controlled. As the president, one must have a thick skin. He nodded calmly. "We need to establish our own defensive force. We cannot allow our soldiers, our flesh and blood, to confront those monsters when a crisis arrives. This time, that thing is in the Arctic Circle. What if next time it's on American soil? Gentlemen, think about how terrifying that prospect is. We need a force that can give us early warning and defensive resistance." The president's mind was quick, immediately sensing an opportunity that could earn him more support, possibly even re-election, or the control of a unique superhuman force. Not just the president, others had similar thoughts. With different thoughts in their minds, Nick Fury's single eye flashed. He had shared all this precisely for this opportunity. Thus, he promptly submitted another document. "Mr. President, perhaps the Avengers Initiative can perfectly resolve your concerns." Boom. Damn it. Once again, Kaiselius was smashed into the ground by Thor's ferocious hammer. The earth cracked, and within the kilometer-deep pit, Kaiselius' ferocious face was full of rage. He wasn't angry that his plan had gone awry, because he knew very well that no matter how the situation developed, the outcome wouldn't change. These people in front of him couldn't figure out how to close the Hell's Gate. The Hell Lord's descent was only a matter of time. He was angry that he was being suppressed and delayed by these people here. The Hell Lord's descent was a part of his strategic goal, but ultimately, it served his master Dormammu's arrival. Another crucial factor for Dormammu's arrival was that he needed to break through the three sanctums of the sorcerers, shattering the barrier covering the earth, allowing the great Dark Lord to descend. This was his most important goal, but the repeated interference from the opposing side made him impatient. Kaiselius didn't reveal his intentions, but Wanda, Pietro, Loki, and Bella weren't fools. No matter what Kaiselius' purpose was, they just wanted to suppress him here or even kill him. This continuous suppression prevented Kaiselius from executing his subsequent plans. Over the years, the number of dark sorcerers he had recruited had increased, but not significantly. All his elite members had perished in the mirror dimension, unable to withstand the immense dark energy, and died, their souls returning to the dark dimension. Without helpers, Kaiselius was now a lone wolf. This was the cause of his anger. He had to find a way to leave this place and trap these people here. But just as this thought arose, Wanda, Pietro, and even Bella immediately sensed his emotion. Whoosh! In a flash, Pietro landed at the edge of the deep pit, looking at Kaiselius, who was standing up in the dozens of meters deep pit below, and said in a deep voice, "He's planning something." His voice was not loud, but it reached Thor and the others' ears. This was a basic form of sound transmission magic. Although Pietro wasn't skilled in magic, he was proficient in some practical spells. Obviously, whatever he's planning, we must keep him confined here or locked away somewhere else, said Loki, hovering above with a bird's-eye view. This guy is hard to kill, but he's a worthy opponent. I tried tearing off his arms and legs, but it didn't work. Thor landed on the ground, standing across the pit from Pietro, twisting his neck. This time, he had fought to his heart's content. It had been a long time since he had such a hard-fought battle with an opponent. He felt extremely comfortable, as if all his muscles and bones had completely relaxed. It was a pity that such a formidable opponent had fallen into the embrace of the Dark Lord. Find a way to imprison him. I sense the crisis drawing nearer, said Bella. She was gazing into the distance at the Hell's Gate, shrouded by the barriers of Wanda and Loki. The terrifying aura was slowly spreading, and even the number of demons that had been constantly pouring in was dwindling. It was clear that these cannon fodders instinctively sensed something. A Hell Lord, a terrifying entity on the level of a celestial. Any emotion from such a monster could emanate an aura, and these changes in aura could be detected. The mindless demons, as lower beings, would instinctively feel fear. I'll handle it, Wanda responded. Her eyes were glowing red, and she was continuously forming hand signs. Waves of terrifying energy were spreading. Below, Kaiselius seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up. His eyes reflected Wanda's figure in the sky. What is she doing? Kaiselius sensed danger. He hadn't figured out a good plan, yet the opponent could no longer hold back. He cursed under his breath and then slammed his right hand onto the ground. Boom! Terrifying dark energy erupted, engulfing the entire pit. Like a black mud flow, it filled the pit within a kilometer radius. Wow, that looks really disgusting, said Tony Stark, who was watching from a distance. The screen in front of him zoomed in, and seeing the evil aura of the black mud flow, he immediately felt uncomfortable, like a mental pollution. What is that guy trying to do? Logan was puzzled. Why make a pond of black mud? Is he trying to bury himself? The others shook their heads in confusion. But Phoenix Girl Jean Grey suddenly said, he's trying to escape. Escape? Everyone was shocked. They realized what was happening, and Thor and Pietro naturally did not hesitate. They didn't care what the opponent was trying to do. They just wanted to see his true form. With an angry shout, Thor raised Mjolnir high. In an instant, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the black mud flow in the pit. However, the terrifying lightning was completely swallowed up without causing any ripple. Thor's face changed. This thing could actually absorb his lightning. Pietro, who was originally about to rush in, also halted immediately. This stuff didn't seem like anything good, and he didn't want to rush in recklessly. At this moment, Bella took action. She raised her left hand. Buzz! In an instant, countless ripples like invisible mirrors appeared. A golden vortex re-emerged, from which a magnificent and noble long sword floated out, emitting terrifying waves. The long sword, trailing a long golden tail flame, fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thor and Pietro immediately felt their scalps tingle and ran without hesitation. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the long sword plunged into the black mud flow, causing a massive splash of black mud. The terrifying roar erupted, and a dazzling golden light burst forth, so bright that everyone had to shield their eyes with their arms. The ground shook, and the sound of a violent explosion rang out. Along with it came Kaiselius' unwilling roar. The terrifying shockwave ravaged in all directions, destroying one ice mountain after another. It nearly reached the X-Men. If Jean hadn't created a shield with her powerful telekinesis, the ice mountain they stood on might have collapsed too. The raging shockwave finally subsided after a while, revealing the scene to everyone. The ground was devastated, with countless cracks. The ice layer on the surface was completely melted, and the ground had been shaved off a layer. The pit, originally more than 1,000 meters wide, had expanded to 3,000 or 4,000 meters due to the bombardment. The dark mud summoned by Kaiselius had been purified. Kaiselius himself lay on the ground, his chest pierced by the magnificent long sword. pinning him to the ground. His massive body was twitching, his hands trying to pull out the sword. However, as soon as his hands touched the sword, it seemed as if they were burned, emitting wisps of blue smoke and a sizzling sound.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.